Are the cards? I have to kill like 5 grand of these. Oh shit. Are the cards? I have to kill like 5 grand of these. Sorry about that.
Guys, being the president of MMORPGs is harder than I thought. It's not like being the president of the United States or the president of the United Kingdom. MMORPGs have real issues, like real-world trading, microtransactions, botting, power creep, fast travel, new skills, endgame content, new player experiences. The voices, oh god, the voices, get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head! Then quests. Listen, I've been playing MMOs almost exclusively for over 2 decades, so I'm just as jaded about MMO quests as the average bear. But after wasting far too much time playing Baldur's Gate 3 lately, going back to MMOs felt like jumping in an ice bath after being in a relaxing hot tub with Karlach. And that's a shame, since quests are so important to the MMO experience. They can help guide new players and experienced players through the world, introducing them to key NPCs and storylines and helping them learn their abilities. But too often, quests are just used to pad the amount of time you have to spend playing an MMORPG without adding too much extra dev work. But that's not the case with every MMO. That's right, some MMORPGs are good, and I'm not afraid to say it. So as president, I have made it my primary objective to play every single MMO that has ever been made to figure out which quests are good and which quests are bad. I don't have time to play every single MMORPG ever made. How many can I play? So as president, I played 4 MMOs to figure out what makes quests good and what makes quests bad. I specifically chose 4 MMOs that approach quests very differently from one another. And by breaking down quests into 3 key categories, we can hopefully figure out how to prevent more companies from making terrible frickin' MMOs. I'm sorry for cursing, that was unprofessional. But you know what is professional? Getting an education. Yeah, that's right. I'm wearing glasses because I'm now back to me being stupid idle. I also want to thank my lovely Patreon supporters, or as I like to call them, the voters. There's a link in the description if you'd like to support. Thanks. Listen, I'm a nerd, okay? I love lore. I can tell you so much about the RuneScape lore, and when I started playing WoW Classic, I watched every Nobel 87 video on Warcraft lore. So if a quest or questline wants to impress me, it's gonna have to kinda go Insano style with the story. The MMOs I played can be basically split into 2 categories: main questline and vibes. Final Fantasy XIV and Star Wars The Old Republic have well-defined main stories based on whatever starting options you choose. It should surprise no one that these are the 2 MMOs with the most defined storylines. After all, they're made by BioWare and Square Enix, 2 companies known very well for their narrative-driven RPGs. I especially grew up obsessed with the single-player Knights of the Old Republic. I played that game to completion easily over a dozen times. Something about it just kept me coming back. So an MMORPG set in the same universe, also made by BioWare. Yeah, I'm gonna want to play that. If I can remember anything about those games, it's that character creation is extremely important, so I need to make sure I nail the character creation process in both of these games so I can get the best possible experience. Obviously, in Star Wars, it only made sense to go Sith, because inside every man there are 2 wolves, and both of my wolves listen to Machine Gun Kelly and abuse their wives. I can't say that. So the Sith bounty hunter Baldul was born. I accidentally gave myself super rosy cheeks though, so that kind of takes away from my intimidating persona. For Final Fantasy XIV, I heard some pretty loud feedback about the first character I ever created back in this video, which you should watch. So I made sure to take all of your constructive criticism into account. Now I just have to pick the right name and boom, a lovely young marauder. Star Wars The Old Republic has a familiar morality and dialogue option system from other BioWare games. And since Baldur's only goal in life is to maximize profit, this makes it really easy for me to immerse myself in the game. It's pretty epic roleplaying, you don't understand. We start off by getting introduced to my main man, Barton, and I love this guy, so if anything happens to him, I'm gonna be real upset. Every single quest I did in this game was fully voice acted, including my character and including the side quests, and the voice acting is really good. It makes it really easy to immerse yourself in the game without having to go back to reference a clunky quest log or anything like that. You kind of just internalize what's being said to you. And I mean, just listen to my character's one-liners. They're pretty awesome.
I hope you had to kill a lot of Fothra's thugs to get this. and I enjoyed every minute of it. I think it's blasting time.
Pizza time.
The main questline quests are highlighted in purple in your quest log and quest tracker, which makes it really easy to focus on the main questline if that's what you want to do. Final Fantasy XIV uses this same system by having the main quests use this more ornate quest icon. There's no voice acting for most of the quests, until there is.
Thus reads the sailor's requiem, carved into yonder stone.
I would understand if only the main quests were voice acted, or if none of the quests were voice acted, but only having parts of the main quest voice acted, it just felt a little weird. The story itself, though, is really interesting. You get a big cutscene right after character creation to walk you through everything that's happened in this world. You know, like the destruction of civilization at the hands of a dragon who is known as the Dragon King, seeing countless lives lost in an event known as the Calamity. Luckily, with your character's arrival, you can now do important things that will have nearly as big of an impact on the world, like breaking rocks. The main storyline in Limsa, where Busty Idol started her adventure, revolves around a gang of blue tattooed pirates. The build up to finding these guys is long, and some of the quests along the way are definitely a little but when I started to sink my teeth into the story, I really started to enjoy it. The whole debacle centers around this guy named Severin, who is a reformed pirate turned farmer who's a little busy doing crimes instead of doing his job. But we've all been there, am I right, ladies? Eventually, after doing a bunch of more random farm tasks, Severin gets caught by the blue tattooed pirates who he was trying to sell his friends to, and you go save his life with this cat lady who you helped earlier. After a lot more just running around and talking to people, you defend a ship from a pirate attack, and listen, this story is cool and all that, but it's just flooded with fluff and tedium that just really takes away from it feeling like a main quest line. I get that I need to level up to progress my way through the main storyline, but I don't think that needs to be done through quests in the main storyline. It's okay if I do a main storyline quest and then I need to go grind some side quests to continue with the main storyline. It'd just be great if the main storyline focused on plot progression instead of only doing that once every handful of quests. It reminds me of Dragon Ball Z, where they would travel for 6 episodes in between the episodes that actually advanced the plot and mattered. I'm kidding, of course. I've never watched Dragon Ball Z. I'm not a nerd. Anyway, back to obsessing over MMORPGs. I personally think that Star Wars does a much better job with the pacing of their main quest line and balancing it with the side quests. First of all, with almost every quest, you have choices. Just like in the old Knights of the Old Republic games, you can make decisions that align you with the dark side or light side. But this choice isn't just limited to what you say at the start of quests. You can get these options to change the ending of quests too. For example, this guy wanted me to go get his brother out of jail. When I got to the jail though, the guard offered me a little extra money to leave him there and tell the quest giver I just got there too late. And that's like totally in my character. Look at him. That's totally something that guy would do. That means the side quests you have to grind sometimes to progress with the main quest line don't feel as linear or as boring as breaking rocks. I guess I just don't know why I had to break the rocks. It can go even further than that though. There's a quest where you have a bounty to find and kill an accountant for a rival gang. After blasting your way through the stronghold and finding the accountant, he offers to transfer you a bunch of the rival gang's credits to spare his life. Obviously, being a businessman, I took the extra credits from this man's bribe. And then I killed him and collected his bounty anyway. It's so sick that I had the option to both get the extra money and still finish the job. That was just mwah. It's overall just a nice touch to allow me to have real influence on the minor parts of the story. The main story for bounty hunters, and as I understand it, every class has a very different main story, is all about endearing yourself to this handsome fellow to get yourself into the Great Hunt. Along the way, you'll have to sabotage, kill, steal, and do a lot of other bounty hunter-y things to get in the good graces of this hut. It's really cool, and it sounds like it might just be repetitive, but each bounty is unique enough to make it feel like I'm doing something different, even if I'm not really. I can remember almost every bounty I did without going back to my notes, and that's saying something. And while we're at it, I have a quest for you! Subscribe and like the video, and if you do that, the reward will be 100 gold. Old School RuneScape and WoW Classic, on the other hand, do quests completely differently. There's no main storyline you're trying to advance. You're just going off vibes, baby. There's no world-shattering narratives in these games, not really at least. If you want to skip a major questline that reveals who's been running a gang of criminal terrorists, is criminal terrorist redundant? You can totally skip that questline. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
The other quests around the world will remain mostly the same. But this does mean that the story can kind of go by the wayside. Take WoW Classic, for example. I'll skip over some of the lower level quests since they just have you do things like uniting lovers from feuding families or retrieving a lost necklace and other minor things. Quests that are important to making towns feel alive and giving the player things to do, but not exactly engaging stories. For the Alliance, the first questline you'll get that really starts to pull you into the world is the Defias Brotherhood questline. This starts in a region called Westfall, but will take you to many different cities and towns, before it ultimately leads you to the first dungeon many people will face in their WoW Classic journeys, the Dead Mines. This story is really cool and has you arguably fighting for the bad guys. I'll give you the short version, but basically, the human capital of Stormwind was destroyed by the Horde some years ago and was rebuilt by a group called the Stonemasons, who the leaders of Stormwind were like, hey, thanks for rebuilding. We're not going to pay you, though. The Stonemasons were, for some reason, mad about that, so they became the Defias Brotherhood and decided to do terrorism. They're led by this guy, Edwin Van Cleef, and your job as the player is to gather a group of other adventurers, go into the Dead Mines where he's residing, and take him out. This is a really cool story because there's no good guys in this situation. You're fighting for people who wronged the working class, but Van Cleef and the Defias Brotherhood have decimated the farms and taken the lives of many innocent people. The real problem with WoW Classic's quest stories is the way they're presented. Every quest starts with a wall of text that you click accept on, and that's all the context you're gonna get for the quest. Sure, you might read them at first, but when 99% of them don't say anything interesting, there's a really good chance you're just gonna not read it, click accept, and then do whatever the quest tracker tells you to do. So even though the story might be great, and in my opinion it is, most people are not going to be reading the story. They're just going to be doing the quests. Basically, it makes every quest feel like a list of chores rather than something you're doing in the pursuit of a greater narrative goal. Greater narrative goal. God, I sound like such a nerd right now. Ugh. But presentation is exactly what helps old school RuneScape get its story across. To start off, old school RuneScape does its quest completely differently than any other MMORPG does. There aren't a bunch of small quests scattered around the world that might chain together to a bigger quest line. Old school RuneScape's quests are just generally chunkier. There's more story and more tasks within a single quest. Also, there's literally no kill a monster X times quest. You know, the kind of quest that's a complete staple of the MMORPG genre. No, old school RuneScape decided those kind of quests are lame, and they're too cool for those quests. So instead, they made a whole skill that is entirely that, and for some reason, it's like everyone's favorite skill. So just like World of Warcraft, RuneScape has all of the same pretty boring lower level quests, like Cook's Assistant, where you get the ingredients for a cake. You don't make the cake, you just get the ingredients. But you get your first real taste of what RuneScape quests are like from Dragonslayer 1, a quest released all the way back in 2001. It's a pretty easy free-to-play quest. It's meant to cap off the free-to-play experience by combining everything a player would have learned while traversing the land they have available to them. You have to kill a dragon residing on an island it had destroyed many years ago. You go on this quest to find clues as to how to kill the dragon and finding the pieces of the map to navigate to the island. It's not the best story, but it's decently interesting, especially considering when it came out. I think what really benefits RuneScape's storytelling, though, is the way the chat box is set up. RuneScape can only fit so much text per chat box frame, which makes it a lot less intimidating to read. There's also dialogue options with most NPCs during quests that don't actually do anything, but it's just a bit more engagement for the player. Basically, you're not just thrown a wall of text to accept. You're offered a chance to read through and then interact with the quest giver and following quest NPCs. RuneScape's quests started getting longer and more narratively driven the older the game got, culminating in quests that come out recently like Dragonslayer 2, Desert Treasure 2, Song of the Elves. I mean, I just want to highlight Desert Treasure 2, one of the most recent quests to come out in old school RuneScape. It tells one of the best stories old school and I think an MMO has ever told. I didn't look at any walkthroughs and I was personally engaged with it the whole way through. But if you ask the average RuneScape player what they think about quests, they're not going to give you the gushing response that I'm giving you right now. And that's because the majority of players don't care about the story. They care about the process. And the process is kind of stinky. Old school RuneScape's quests until about 2 years ago were kind of known for being complicated and gross and confusing. They were designed in a way where it didn't make solving the puzzles satisfying. It made solving the puzzles without a guide just annoying. There would be these random item requirements that you would have no way of knowing about until literally it told you, whoops, looks like you don't have a hammer. Better go grab one from the bank, which is 800 miles away from here. Like, you were literally punished for not just looking it up ahead of time. That's why all the way back in 2002, we started to get websites like Tip.it and RuneHQ, which gave not only the list of items you would require to do a quest, but also a complete breakdown of how to do the quest. Fast forward to today, and you have everyone using a plugin called Quest Helper, which just highlights and points arrows at whatever you need to click on to do the quest, including chat options to do the quest the fastest way. Like, Quest Helper just turns quests into a couple of brainless hours so you can unlock a piece of content. All this came about because the quest design was just that bad. But just like how old school RuneScape stories have gotten much better recently, their quest design has gotten significantly better recently as well. The quests that come out now are well designed to be solved without a guide. I actually think a lot of them are more satisfying to do without a guide. But there's still over 150 quests that are badly designed, and it's kind of hard to convince people to do them. WoW Classic suffers from a really similar issue, despite the fact that the quests could not be more different from old school RuneScape. Since basically the release of World of Warcraft, players have used an add-on to help them find where quest objectives and quest start locations are. That's because WoW Classic has no indication of these anywhere on the map. When I started playing, I didn't know about these add-ons, so I had to go off the vague descriptions the quest givers give you to find out where my quest was supposed to be taking place. But the reliance on quest helpers is where the similarities with old school RuneScape's quests end. WoW Classic quests are exactly what you think about when you imagine MMORPG quests. They're your classic kill X monsters, or collect Y of thing, or deliver this letter to this person type quests. They're about as standard as you could possibly imagine. The only thing that changes is the context around the quests. Like needing to kill kobolds to get gold dust, or needing to kill murlocs for an apothecary, or killing wolves to protect some people. But to their credit, sometimes the quests are genuinely challenging and interesting. Usually this comes in the form of quests that require you to kill a single target. One of the most iconic low-level quests in WoW Classic is one that has you kill a big bad gnoll named Hogger. In official hardcore and regular WoW Classic servers, you'd most likely group up to do this quest. Honestly, there's a good chance you're going to group up to do a lot of quests. And that's kind of my favorite part about questing in World of Warcraft. I love either questing with friends or finding a random group who happens to be doing the same thing as me and helping each other out. It makes the game feel like a massive multiplayer RPG that's also online. Man, they should come up with a term for that. No other game I played had the same amount of opportunities to group up with others during questing. Now, this could be due to the popularity of WoW Classic versus, say, Star Wars The Old Republic, but I think it's actually the layout and flow of the quests that is really conducive to this experience. The placement of quest givers and quest objectives in WoW is just really well thought out and really intentional. It leads to a lot of different players, even if they're playing different races, finding themselves in the same area and encouraging them to group up to finish these quests slightly faster or to do quests that are slightly out of their level range. Basically, it implicitly makes grouping a beneficial thing to do without forcing you to group, which is really cool. But as far as the actual quests themselves are designed and their objectives, yeah, they're kind of boring. Remember how I mentioned the Defias Brotherhood questline that would send you into your first dungeon, the Dead Mines? Well, there's some other quests you're going to complete while in that dungeon, and one of them requires you to get 10 red silk bandanas from the Defias Brotherhood members. But this quest is actually a follow-up to a quest that had you get 15 red leather bandanas in the same questing zone from other Defias members. But that quest was actually a follow-up to this quest that had you get 6 red linen bandanas from Defias members. And that quest was actually a follow-up to this quest in the starting zone that had you get 12 red burlap bandanas from the Defias members. And that's where that chain head's wrong. It actually continues in another dungeon where you have to get 10 red wool bandanas from Defias prisoners. You see what I mean when I say that, like, a lot of the quests are the same? Yeah, it's that. So it might sound like I kind of hate the quests in WoW Classic, and for some reason I don't. There's just something about the process of questing that gives me just enough dopamine to continue enjoying it and just kind of turns my brain off. It turns playing World of Warcraft into kind of a comfy, cozy experience. But my brain does not feel the same way about the Final Fantasy XIV quests. Final Fantasy XIV's quests are extremely similar to World of Warcraft Classic's quests. You know, delivery quests, kill quests, the whole enchilada. But doing these quests was not comfy cozy. It was uncomfy and uncozy. I think the reason for this comes from the flow of quest objectives. Final Fantasy XIV feels so much more disjointed when questing around the world than World of Warcraft. Take the Marauders Guild questline that I was very excited to complete. I mean, in my notes, I even wrote that I was horny to join the Marauders Guild. I don't know what mental illnesses I have, but I know I have a lot of them. This questline constantly had me leaving the Marauders Guild, which is tucked away in the north of town, to go just outside the gates to kill 3 of a random monster. And then I had to go all the way back to the Marauders Guild. Even with the Aethernet fast travel system, this still felt really annoying. Like, I actually wish they just had me kill more monsters or put a Marauders Guild quest giver outside the city gates for some reason. Anything to reduce the downtime between me actively doing the quest and me running around to turn it in. Another thing that really hinders the questing experience is there's no real payoff. Take this quest chain, for example, where I find out a criminal has been spotted around the town's markets. I get an eyewitness to draw me a portrait of the criminal, which I then take to the police. I'm expecting this all to culminate in me getting to take down this bad guy with my awesome giant axe, but instead the police just say, "Oh man, this drawing sucks. You need to get the witness to come in for questioning." And I'm like, "Oh, all right, I'll do that." So I go get the witness, and they go in for questioning, but that's it. That's the end of the quest line. I guess they'll handle it. I mean, hey, shout out for having a good police system. There's actually one thing, though, that I really liked about Final Fantasy XIV's quests. There's one quest in the main storyline where this guy won't give me the quest until I'm geared head to toe in level 5 gear minimum. This was such a sick prerequisite because I was broke and I could not afford better gear. So I now had a real motivating factor to go and do side quests to either get gear rewards or get money rewards that would help me buy this level 5 gear. This was just an extremely cool near-term goal, and it made it super motivating to just go around the world and keep exploring, even if I didn't particularly love the side quests. Oh god, why am I breaking rocks again? Yeah, so anyway, I think that covers the quest processes from the MMOs I played. Wait, what about Star Wars? Star Wars? Star Wars? The Old Republic? The other MMO you played? No. You've literally talked about it multiple times this video. Oh, Star Wars, right? Yeah. Those quests and yeah, those bounties. Yeah, those were fun. Yeah. Okay, so why don't you talk about it more? It's just, it kind of felt like an RPG. Yeah, an MMO RPG. No, I mean like an RPG that's online. Yeah, you lost me. With the Old Republic, there was hardly any opportunity or incentive to group with other players. I mean, yeah, I could literally invite people to my party and even have them tag along for the main quest, but from what I gathered, that's not really what happens that much. And the quests are super personal anyway, based mostly off of the decisions I, as my character, make. And the quest already gave me a companion after Barton died? Oh, I'm gonna be sick. Oh my god. No. Barton, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, Barton. I'm sorry. Please. Take me instead. Please. I'll never forget you, Barton. And I will avenge your death. Wait, his name was Brayden? Huh. I actually think the quests would suffer with any more people added to the equation. I mean, my health never even got close to 0. I was happy if I ever saw my health drop 100 points. The quests were just really easy to do. Even the bounties that were like the big bad of that part of the story, I usually had no problem with it, even if I took on like 10 NPCs at once. Even when it came time to do my first heroic quest, which just means it's meant to be completed by more than one person, I didn't struggle much at all to solo it. But I actually only soloed it because free players aren't allowed to talk. And to be honest, I didn't want to pay $15 for the right to talk, so I guess my point with Star Wars is the quests are fun. They're too easy, but they're fun. It just didn't feel like I was playing an MMO. But one thing Star Wars did nail is the rewards. I mean, just look at this guy. Tell me he isn't the god of, like, sex and murder. Oh my god, he's so hot. And then the game tried to give me this stupid helmet, and they said it was an upgrade. An upgrade to what? Never having sex again? Yeah, then maybe. No thanks. I don't think so. Sex God Goggle Man is my new persona, and if you don't like it, you can get in line for the beatdown. So quest rewards. I mean, what's the point of quests if you don't get sick-ass rewards for completing them? There's no point. There's no point at all. I mean, yeah, telling a cool story and all that is cool, I guess, but I'm not gonna care about your story if you don't give me a treat for being a brave little boy and going through your whole quest and killing the big bad muscly man or woman at the end of it. Star Wars The Old Republic dishes out rewards in the form of gear upgrades and buttloads of XP. But I'm gonna be honest, the quest rewards didn't feel that great in this game. You basically know that every main quest line reward is going to give you a direct gear upgrade because it's, you know, designed for your class. And the experience you get is cool, but experience doesn't really give me dopamine unless it gets me really close to a level up or gives me a level up. I think the real issue comes from the fact that if every quest is going to give me a gear upgrade, then no quest reward feels special and gives me that dopamine rush I'm looking for. It's made especially uninteresting by the way that Star Wars The Old Republic shows you gear upgrades. It really leaves little to no decision making for the player. Gear upgrades are indicated with a green arrow. If it has a green arrow on the icon, it's better than what you're using. Simple as that. You don't even need to read the stats, you just need to look for the green arrow. Very helpful for me considering I'm illiterate, but I imagine some of you out there wouldn't really be fond of that system. I think another point that has the quest reward system suffering is the lack of reward choices. A lot of MMOs, when you complete a quest, will have you choose one out of a handful of rewards. Maybe taking a staff if you're a mage, or chainmail chest armor for warriors, for example. There's very little of that, if any, in Star Wars The Old Republic. Okay, I mean, to be fair, there are a couple of quests where you get to choose a reward, like in this one, where you get to choose a new haircut for your companion, or this one, where you get to choose a new outfit for your companion. So, you know. But I don't think quest reward choices are necessary for rewards to be satisfying. Look at old school RuneScape, which has basically no quest reward selection. First off, RuneScape is completely different to both World of Warcraft and Star Wars The Old Republic, because you don't have one singular level you're raising. You have 23, 24 if you include combat level, which is just a calculation of combat skills. The main draw of quest rewards and the thing a player looks forward to in RuneScape usually is the experience, at least for low-level players, which is very different to most MMOs. But as the quests get more advanced and the storylines progress deeper, quest rewards become much more varied and interesting. I mean, finishing Song of the Elves and Sins of the Father gives you access to 2 massive cities which are full of game-changing minigames, skill training methods, and items. One of the best items you can get right now is a bow that you get from a boss inside the Elf City. So you do need a quest to unlock it, but the quest itself doesn't give you this item. I think that's a really cool way of making the quest reward valuable, but not making it directly overpowered. But sometimes quests will give you a really powerful weapon, like Beneath Cursed Sands gives you a weapon called a Karis Partisan, which is really good against a certain type of monster, but the main appeal is getting a reward from a raid that upgrades this weapon to make it really powerful in different situations. So the quest rewards are pretty straightforward, but they're also multi-dimensional, and they serve as extra motivation for new players, because once you finish a quest, you have a really good idea about what you could go for next. Also, old school RuneScape has quest points. They're our little treat, and no one understands them. Are quest points based on how difficult the quest was? No. A novice level quest will give you 5 quest points sometimes, and a master level quest might just give you 2. Are quest points useful? Not really. Sometimes quests require you to have a certain amount of quest points, but it's not that big of a deal. Again, it's just kind of our thing. We have them, and we don't want them to go. World of Warcraft Classic and Final Fantasy XIV treat quest rewards differently than the other two games. Usually, you'll get an option between a set of rewards where you get to pick one. And this is a system that I personally love, and I think it works really well in both games, but for different reasons. In World of Warcraft, a game where you're locked to your class throughout your character's playthrough, it's pretty rare to have multiple rewards from a single quest that are equally enticing. It's much more common that each reward makes the most sense for a type of class, like a cloth reward for spellcasters, mail armor for heavy armor users, etc. But this doesn't mean the quest rewards aren't still a very cool part of the game. Since the same quest can be highly appealing to multiple different classes, the encouraging of group questing is still very much there. If I'm playing my paladin and my friend is playing a mage, we'll both get a lot of value from completing the Hunger quest, even though we'll end up picking completely different rewards from one another. I think Blizzard, before they were sexually assaulting people, really did a good job of making the most out of their quests while accepting that they weren't really going to be these huge earth-shattering stories most of the time. They placed them in the perfect areas to chain them together. The flow just feels right, and it does the perfect amount of pushing social gameplay in an MMO without punishing those who are leveling solo. It's why so many enjoy just putting on some relaxing music or watching YouTube while doing some WoW Classic questing. It's a vibe, and it was designed to be that way. And if you're watching this while WoW Classic questing, focus on me. Stop focusing on that quest. Stop that. Stop killing that thing. Watch me. With Final Fantasy XIV, the quest reward option system makes a lot more intuitive sense. You're not locked into your class or job in Final Fantasy XIV. Very early on, you can do some quests to unlock the other job types. So throughout your journey, you'll be collecting the best gear you can for whatever jobs you enjoy the most. This means that quest rewards can be used to fill in the gaps in your job gear, or you can just take the extra money, which is usually an option. It makes quest rewards a really satisfying system because there's a very good chance you'll get a dopamine rush from whatever reward you end up getting. There's one more important thing that World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy do that Star Wars and RuneScape don't. You get to know what reward you'll receive when you accept the quest. When I first saw this mechanic, I wasn't a fan of it personally. I was just really fond of my experience in RuneScape where the quest reward would be a surprise until I completed the quest, and then it was just a little extra fun when I finally finished the hours I invested. But the more I've played both ways, the more I've grown to like both systems a lot. I think RuneScape's system works really well specifically for RuneScape because quests are just a larger time investment, they're rarer, and there's no concept of abandoning quests. They're just always going to be there no matter what. And there's an incentive to finish every single quest. So getting that upfront information about what you're going to get out of a quest isn't nearly as important as in the other games. In these other MMOs where there's way more quests scattered all around the world and there's not incentive to complete every single one, you might want that information to know if you want to go out of your way to do a quest. For example, if a quest requires you to go 4 towns over and you can see that it's going to reward you with 3 silver, yeah, maybe you're gonna decide to abandon the quest or put it off for way later. But on the other hand, if you see a quest that has you go to a different continent but has a really great reward, then that's a motivating factor to go out of your way and do that quest and then even explore new lands. This upfront information is really important when there's so many more quests, and it actually is a little bit fun to prioritize which quests you do and don't want to do. So in my opinion, one system isn't strictly better than the other. It just depends on the game, and I think both are totally fine. And that's true for MMO quests as a whole. No one game is doing quests perfectly. Sure, Star Wars has a really great story and narrative, but it feels really single player and isolated. Old school RuneScape doesn't even have the concept of quest grouping, but the reward system is just so good that it doesn't really bother me. And while Classic and Final Fantasy XIV have the classic kill X quests and delivery quests, they both appeal to a lot of people, including me sometimes. I think there's so much room for improvement with quests and MMOs, and I think the perfect system lies in combining what has worked in many previous MMOs and mixing and matching until you get just the right utopian solution that makes it so quests are the best part of MMOs and not the worst. But I don't know, I'm not a game designer. I just talk until I run out of things to say, which is right now. If you made it this far into the video, gross, what are you doing? stop, go away. But why don't you comment something like Mamma Mia, so that people will think that this video is a very spicy meatball. Making awesome jokes while stating my correct opinion would not be possible without the support of my patrons. If you'd like to support me on Patreon, you can do so with the link in the description. But I really just want to thank those who have been with me this far. Starting off with the members of my tier. My neighbors are gonna be so mad. John Sexum, Kunabazi, Hooli, Swade Oxford, Joshi, A Hobo with a Spork, and Paradox.
That's so OP, dude.
Much. I love you. If it wasn't for my executive milk producers, I would already be dead. Those people are Wait Nevermind, Fantastic Penguin, Azalan, Loonmaster, Charlie, Vinian, Siesta, Samurai Sussy, Uwu, Mia IRL, Jepperite, K4S Silver, Omega Onion, Josh, Live Fast Sail Slow, Jamie Wright, and Light. Thank you all so much. I love you! And a last quick shout out to all of my milk producers. These are all beautiful people except for this one. They don't really understand the ending of Lost? Kinda cringe. It's not that complicated. Thank you again to all of my patrons, and I love all of you.
Oh, that was it? Yeah.
Claus game looks pretty great.
That's pretty good.
You know what? Let's check out the official website and see if we can learn more about the good lord, what is happening in there. Pre-order. Get 3 days early access. Pre-order. You want to pre-order the season's pass and get 3 days early access? Pre-order. That's four pre-orders on one screen. Extend K's journey with 2 upcoming DLCs. You want to play the exclusive Jabba's Fuckhouse? Pre-order. Unlock exclusive cosmetic pre-order. Are you fucking pre-ordering yet? You know what's funny? If you go to the Arrowhead Games website and just look at it, there's something special about an Arrowhead game. Games should challenge the creativity of the individuals who play them. We want our games to help forge friendships. And look at that. Not even an advertisement for the Super Citizen Edition. I think this is a great way to illustrate what AAA gaming has become and what indie gaming has evolved into. The difference in priorities is clear, and you might assume, Actman, that's just typical Ubisoft greed and shenanigans. But you're wrong. It's worse than that. What Ubisoft is doing with Star Wars Outlaws is symptomatic of a much greater issue plaguing all of AAA gaming. Recently, Ubisoft dropped a story trailer for Outlaws. I watched it, and I felt apathy. As you know,
apathy is death.
The gameplay reveal for Outlaws looked solid, but now I'm skeptical. Maybe it was the boring writing, the generic presentation, or the fact that they're directing people towards the $120 version of the game instead of the standard version.
Hello, I like money.
Still, I don't remember the last time I felt indifferent to a new Star Wars game. On the flip side, one of my buddies sent me a trailer for a game called Kingmakers. I've never heard of this franchise nor the studio behind it, but let's check it out. What the fuck is this? Oh my god! This is a fucking Chevy truck in the... Oh, we're giving shotguns? How can the engine handle this many guys on screen? This is like Mountain Blade plus Dynasty Warriors with time travel? Oh, grenades? Oh my god, and they have RTS mechanics? No shot. It can't get any crazy. And helicopters too? Here's the question of the day. Why, as a huge Star Wars fan, am I more excited for this and not this? Well, the answer is obvious. It's Ubisoft. But like I said, AAA gaming has been in decline for some time. Meanwhile, indie games have become a spawning pool for creativity and imagination. You may have seen the plethora of AAA gaming is dead videos spring up on YouTube. Well, AAA gaming didn't just die. It was murdered. If you got that reference, welcome back to 2017 YouTube. Clearly, I'm not the only one who has felt disillusioned and apathetic towards recent AAA titles. But a lot of people focus on how AAA games have gotten worse. They highlight the obvious: excessive monetization, unfinished products being released. I can't masturbate to this character. And while these are all issues worth pointing out, we need to understand why these things are happening. The bigger picture. You see, the reality is AAA games have become far too safe, formulaic, predictable, and just unexciting. Perhaps it's because you're an old jaded nerd, Act-Man. No, that couldn't possibly be it.
Am I so out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong.
That's what we're going to explore today. The decline of AAA gaming and the rise of indie. Why has AAA gaming gotten so bad? Now, first off, what the fuck does AAA actually mean? The Advanced Aardvark Association? Because I'd love to join that club. No, instead you should join my public Discord server, the Act Clan. Links in the pinned comment and in the little card up here. But the acronym originally referred to large-budget, high-profile games developed by reputable studios released by major publishers. You know, Halo, Call of Duty, Warcraft, The Witcher, 50 Cent Bulletproof, Cory in the House. Games that would shake the very foundation of the world. AAA games typically have large teams, expensive marketing campaigns, and copious amounts of funding. The term was taken from the credit industry and applied to gaming once the severely obese corporate fat cats realized video games weren't a joke of a business and could actually make more money than Hollywood. For business moguls, AAA meant this is the safest investment you can make to get a return. That's not the case anymore. Today, AAA mostly indicates the aspirations and cost of a game, not how safe an investment it is. From the 80s to the 2000s, there weren't many games that were commercial failures. It was mostly like failed consoles. And that's a good video to watch. But since the 2010s, as AAA gaming budgets have grown exponentially, we've seen some big-ass flops. Marvel's Avengers, Suicide Squad, Anthem, Redfall, Aliens Colonial Marines. And in the last 7 or so years, it also seems like many popular franchises have released what fans consider to be the worst entry in said franchise. Fallout 76, Battlefield 2042, Mass Effect Andromeda. Maybe this is all just a coincidence.
But as one trained in the Force, you know that true coincidences are rare.
So what gives? Why have things changed? Well, one of the driving factors behind the decline of AAA games is they've gotten too big. The pants do not fit anymore. For reference, vanilla World of Warcraft was made by a team of about 40 people. Helldivers 2 was made by a team of 100. Over 9,000 people contributed to Diablo 4.
What, 9,000?
Starfield, 7 years in development, $200 million budget, 1,700 planets to explore. Todd, you think maybe we could tone that number of planets down to like 30? Or maybe 10? 10 really good planets?
The gamers desire 1,700 planets.
AAA games have exploded in size, scope, and cost to an unprecedented level. On one hand, a larger team has the potential to create something truly incredible, revolutionary, to realize their greatest ambitions. But this relies on having a cohesive vision amongst many people and the budget and resources to make it happen. However, the more ambitious a project, the more money invested into it, the riskier it becomes. Immortals of Avium, a game you probably never heard of, was the debut title for Ascendant Studios. And for some inexplicable reason, the game was given a budget of 125 million smackaroos, making it one of the most expensive video games ever made. What the fuck? Immortals sold poorly, and Ascendant, after releasing their first title, had to lay off almost half of their staff. 6 months later, the remaining employees were furloughed, a fancy word for, maybe you have a job, IDK? And the company's future is uncertain. Sometimes memes can spit truth. I want shorter games with worse graphics made by people who are paid more to work less, and I'm not kidding. Immortals of Avium is a mistake that shouldn't have happened, and it's the exact type of reason why AAA publishers are sticking with familiar IPs and playing it safe. You guys excited for Call of Duty 26 to come out later this year? The bigger they are, the harder they fall. But why was Immortals, this random game, bloated with such a ridiculous budget and high expectations? Well, COVID-19 changed a lot of things. People bought a shitload of video games during that time, and some upper management folk adjusted their business. They saw this as an opportunity to invest. So they expanded operations, hired more employees, but of course, the video game sales caused by the pandemic didn't last. And we're now seeing the fallout of that overexpansion. Fallout New Vegas. 10,000 layoffs in 2023 and 8,000 more on the way. Over 30 studios were shut down, several games canceled. The hubris from corporate overlords has uprooted this industry in such terrible ways. Overloading teams with talented employees and a shit zillion dollars isn't some magical recipe for success. In fact, it puts the studio in a much more dire, stressful position, because if the game doesn't sell well, they're fucked. Blockbuster game development costs are out of control. According to a study by the CMA, a single AAA game could have development costs between $90 to $180 million, plus $50 to $150 million for marketing. That Suicide Squad game that 200 people are playing? Probably had an inflated budget. This is clearly unsustainable. It's like every major AAA game is some massive live or die gamble. Naturally, companies want to mitigate and avoid all the risk they can. So, again, they rely on established IPs and stick with what's familiar, and most of all, safe. So wait a minute, Ackman. You're telling me AAA games have become a greater risk, but also safer?
That's a paradox, John.
Think about it this way. The bigger the budget, the more employees working on a game, the more copies it needs to sell. Therefore, it has to appeal to a lower common denominator. They have to simplify and dumb down something. They cannot take risks or experiment. They have to stick with what has proven to work. This is a huge reason why indie games such as Helldivers 2, Hades, Lethal Company are so much better at innovating on a popular formula or giving us something brand new. Which would you rather play, Back 4 Blood or Deep Rock Galactic? I better see some fucking rock and stone in the comments. But that's the thing, Back 4 Blood is a cheap imitation of what inspired it, while Deep Rock Galactic is a unique twist on the whole four dumbasses trying to accomplish something co-op game. Deep Rock is brimming with charm, style, and this is gonna sound cheesy as fuck, but you can feel the love that went into it. I can't say the same with Back 4 Blood. What are some other examples that illustrate how games have gotten safe? Well, let me ask you this. Did you think for 1 millisecond that the Modern Warfare 3 remake was going to do the no Russian scene justice? Did you think it was gonna be as shocking, if not more so?
No!
You terrorist.
No!
You look like one.
Woo! Oh, give the writers a raise. Of course not. Like, even Call of Duty feels like it's been sterilized. But of course, there's some exceptions with, like, Cold War. I mean, that game took some serious risks with its campaign and story, and it paid off. Gamers love being surprised. We love being thrown for a loop, because it's so hard to do now in the age of the internet and with all these leaks and everything. This is why Helldivers 2's live service is retaining so many players, because there haven't been any roadmaps going into excruciating detail about what to expect. It's why the redemption of No Man's Sky hit so hard, because Sean and Hello Games just went into hibernation and came out when they had something to show people. When I say safe, I'm not just talking about the lack of innovation with game design, but also the writing. AAA franchises that used to go really hard with the dialogue now feel tame, like they're pulling punches. I'm not a huge expert on Fallout, so Fallout fans, please correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. But there is a massive difference between Bethesda's Fallout games and the other Fallout games. In New Vegas, you can literally sell drugs to children. Like that's a real choice you have in the game. You can be an absolute maniac. You can shake down a guy for caps and he'll say, well, you've taken everything but the clothes off my back. And then you can say, actually, give me your fucking clothes too. You know what I mean? Like, for some reason, I just can't picture these types of things being in a new Fallout game. KOTOR 2 is also a fantastic example, because I doubt we'll ever see a Star Wars game that takes the franchise in such a bold direction. KOTOR 2 is a Star Wars game where the main villain wants to kill the Force, destroy the Force, like remove it from the universe, destroy the concept of Sith and Jedi completely. There's no way in Nar Shaddaa we'd ever witness a Star Wars game that delves into that sort of thing. According to Obsidian, Chris Avallone, one of the main writers for New Vegas and KOTOR 2, Obsidian made multiple proposals to develop spin-offs for Fallout and the Elder Scrolls, all of which were turned down by Bethesda. And while we can only imagine the reason why, perhaps it was too risky in their eyes. Here's another example, Halo Wars 2. Console RTS, pretty niche, but its expansion, Awakening the Nightmare, was the first time in a decade we saw the Flood in a Halo game. Why haven't the Flood appeared in the main series? Don't want to risk lowering the sales with an M rating, right? M-rated games don't sell too great, do they? Speaking of Rockstar, God, this industry pisses me off sometimes. LA Noire 2, where is it? Bully 2? And you might think, well, isn't that hypocritical, Ackman? You were just complaining about these companies sticking to established IPs. But both of these franchises only have one game. And that's kind of my point. Instead of making one, $400 million game, why not cut a chunk of that out and develop multiple AA games?
What if they took one of these $150 million AAA budgets and made a couple of $20 million bets with them, right? And just funded a bunch of projects, and the risk is much smaller. And I think that would be very good for the industry. And I wish AAA would take more risks like that with smaller teams. Then you would get that cohesion. You would get that sort of singular vision, I think, and stronger creativity out of it.
I at least understand this for Rockstar because their games are so overhyped. If they released a sequel that you thought was a 9 out of 10, that would feel disappointing. A bunch of Halo spin-offs were also pitched to leadership at 343, including an ODST-themed game similar to Helldivers 2. Imagine what could have been. I guess I just don't understand why the corporate side of game development treats every title like it has to be an all-in bet. Do you see what I'm getting at? So many of our favorite franchises that we grew to love because of how bold they were are now playing it safe. And that's why indie and AA gaming is thriving right now, because they can take risks. They're not obsessing over how many people are going to buy the game. The developers of Palworld were like, well, I hope this doesn't make us go bankrupt. Indie studios are operating at the level that AAA used to. And when you don't have to make hundreds of millions of dollars to keep your company afloat and not fire your entire studio, you can take risks. And going back to my initial comparison between Arrowhead and Ubisoft, there's a huge difference in the mission statements of AAA and indie games. Baldur's Gate 3 is an indie game. Larian is an independent studio, but the quality is so amazing, you'd assume it's AAA, right? There's this trend of indie developers reassuring customers that they're not gonna nickel and dime us. No, there are no in-game purchases in our game. We believe in providing a complete and immersive gaming experience without the need for additional purchases. Vermintide 2 is one of the only games to do loot boxes right, because they didn't sell them. At the height of the loot box craze, no less. Helldivers 2 doesn't let you pay for tiers in the Freedom Passes. Indie developers can afford to be more player-friendly because they don't have these investors hanging over their heads and these massive budgets. You might think all these egregious microtransactions is just pure corporate greed, and there's a good chance some of it is, but it's also a safeguard, like a necessity. And I think the solution is just to make games smaller, dude. Now, a really shitty byproduct of this risk-averse mentality is that a lot of these publishers are looking for a quick buck. They want to make easy money, so what do? Bingo! Flood the market with shitty remasters. Boy, there's been an abundance of these lately. The Last of Us 1 on PC, GTA Trilogy.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Hell, even Dark Souls Remastered sucked major ass. And don't even get me started on the fucking Battlefront collection. Did you know that at one point Warcraft 3 Reforged had like 3 people working on it? Like one guy was supposed to remake all of the cutscenes? And this is so perplexing. These studios dump 10 figures into a new game but can't even hire 10 people to make a decent remaster. It's like there's no middle ground. It's either no budget or dump the bank account. Meanwhile, Lethal Company, made by one guy. Now, because studios are investing so much, they tend to interfere with the creative process to insane degrees. They see trends that are making money elsewhere, and they think, well, let's just throw that into our game. I'm funding this. what I say goes. Redfall lost 70% of its Arcane staff during development, struggled the whole way. Development of Redfall began in 2018 as parent ZeniMax was quietly looking to sell itself and was encouraging its studios to create games as a service projects like Overwatch. Microtransactions were intensely encouraged. However, the problems in trying to develop Redfall surfaced early. Firstly, management kept offering conflicting visions of what the game would and should be, resulting in developer confusion about what they were creating. How to reconcile single player and multiplayer within an Arcane game was never really resolved either. Secondly, Arcane employed fewer than 100 people, which had been enough to make a single player game, but was not a healthy number for developing a large multiplayer game with microtransactions to manage. Outsourcing work to other studios was reportedly not enough to alleviate the strain. As a result of plummeting morale and lack of direction, veteran employees left the company in droves, with about 70% of the staff ultimately leaving Arcane. Redfall is not the only story of its kind. You can look at most AAA flops or AAA games that severely disappointed, and you'll find something similar. Management interfered. Management wanted this. I imagine they feel they have to micromanage these things, again because of the investment. Sometimes with AAA games, it feels like there's too many cooks in the kitchen, and Gordon Ramsay is pissed.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
There's got to be a happy middle ground in dev team size. Too small and you feel like the world rests on your shoulders. Too big and you feel like you have zero agency and influence. These big dev teams, especially when they're spread out against multiple studios across the country, can sometimes have very inefficient communication, bureaucracy. Next Battlefield has the largest development team so far. 1 year later, former DICE dev says 2042 never stood much chance being great at launch. There's a video by Timothy Kane, the creator of the original Fallout, about game development caution. And he talks about how certain things in game development now that could be fixed in 45 minutes now take 4 weeks.
When we were making the Outer Worlds, the combat AI wasn't really in yet, so I asked for a very simple combat aggression code to be added. This is how simple it was. Every time an NPC got shot, they would see if that person was on the list of someone who'd shot them. If they weren't, they'd add them to the list with the amount of damage they just took. If they were already on the list, they'd just add the amount of damage they took. Whenever they're deciding who to attack, they attack the person at the top of the list. That's it. That's all I wanted. The programmer who it got signed to came to me and said, I need 4 weeks. And I'm like, why? Walk me through what you're going to do. And he goes, you don't understand. And I was like, I've coded this 3 times. Walk me through it. And he wouldn't. He left. He left angry. Lead programmer came back, started yelling at me, saying, if he says he needs 4 weeks, he needs 4 weeks. And I'm like, then I will do it. I'll have it done before lunch. And he said, no, because then people will have to support your code. I'm like, I'm going to walk you through what I want. And you tell me why this takes 4 weeks. He looked at what I wrote, which was about 10 lines of pseudocode on a whiteboard. And he goes, I'll come back. He came back about an hour later and said, what about 2 weeks? And I said, do I have any options here? Fine. 2 weeks.
You want to fix these lines of code? That decision has to go through 10 fucking departments now. It needs to be approved by your manager, by your manager's manager. It has to go through the marketing team, the DEI office. The fucking janitor's cousin has to approve it. Indie developers don't have the same level of bureaucracy. I imagine if there's a problem with the code, you could just walk over to the cubicle of Jimbo and ask him about it without the fucking HR department breathing down your neck. And you also have to make games that can be released in China. You need that China money. It has to hit certain quotas and scores on diversity, equity, and inclusion to secure funding. And the game needs to have microtransactions for this consistent revenue source, a live service business model, so that makes the investors happy. And can you see how creativity dies in this environment when games are made by committee and not creativity? It also seems like the more employees a company has, the easier it is for you to blend in and not be seen or heard. Indie studios typically have better working conditions with flexible hours. Employees have more creative control. Smaller teams allow the individual to have more influence on a game and a greater impact. I've seen a lot of articles from ex-developers who say, this game wasn't what we intended to make. It wasn't what we envisioned. Disagreements are going to spring up in game development, but it's easier to settle an argument between 2 people than it is 100. At the end of the day, indie gaming has risen where AAA has fallen. The decline of AAA gaming is due to the insane budgets, scope, and expectations of these games. How that affects the employees, the work environment, the investors and higher-ups who have to constantly micromanage these games and throw in their own ideas when they have no fucking clue what makes a good video game. I feel like a lot of these developers simply don't have the same luxuries and freedom to create art like they used to. Game development in the AAA space is now a committee process where simple solutions to bugs can take weeks, where the freedom to express and create art and take risks is suppressed in favor of creating the generic and the safe. Too many external factors have disrupted what used to be a creative process with the singular goal of making the best and most fun video game possible. It ain't about that no more. This shit has to make money, and a lot of it. And it's for all these reasons that AAA gaming is declining, and why indie titles are thriving. But what do you think? What are some of your favorite indie games? Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments below. Don't forget to join my public Discord server. Links in the pinned comment and the description. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you did, and subscribe to the Act Man for more awesome content. Alright everyone, that's all I got for today. This is the Act Man signing out. Peace!
Okay, we need a new video.
What was the first thing you did this morning? If you're like 81% of Americans, it was checking your phone. So I asked myself when the last time I could remember that I didn't do that was, and what I could come up with was 2012. So I got curious about what other things have changed since 2012, and brother, did I come up with a list. So let's not delay it any further and let's just get into it. What do I mean when I say simplicity died in 2012? I don't know, what year did Netflix start separating their DVD and streaming sales? 2012, okay. What year did Instagram get acquired by Facebook? 2012? Also 2012, okay. What year did Windows 8 come out? Okay, they're all 2012. So why are these things important? Let's kick it off by talking about Netflix. Do y'all remember how Netflix used to work? You would go on their website, type in the movie you want to watch, and then they would send you a DVD in the mail a few days later. Netflix actually continued this DVD service through 2023, but not very many people used it, as you can see from our chart up here. You can also see in 2012 that they start splitting the DVD and streaming sales. In 2012, we're about 50-50, and then it just declines from there as far as DVD sales go. But that's a good thing, right? Streaming's awesome. You can have all the movies you could ever want right at the tips of your fingertips, right? That's what it's supposed to be. But how many times have you put in a movie or TV show that you want to watch and it's just not available? What if it isn't available on any streaming platform? A movie that's famous for this is 28 Days Later. It hasn't ever been available to stream on any platform across the world. So the only way to watch this movie is on DVD, Blu-ray, or VHS. And I'd be willing to bet most of you don't have a VHS or DVD player, and you may have a Blu-ray player, but you might not even know it. Both the PS5 and the Xbox One X are 4K Blu-ray players, which is awesome for the consumer, but 4K Blu-rays are so expensive. It's a lot to ask somebody to pay $20 to $30 for a movie these days when streaming has been the thing for so long. Let's get back to Netflix. Over the last few years, Netflix has been pioneering the idea of second screen content. The term second screen content means that they want their movies and TV shows through audio mostly, where the audience is actually probably scrolling TikTok on their phone and looking up every few minutes to see what's going on. This is hugely detrimental to the movie and TV show industry. This means that they're pushing for less visually interesting movies with less complex plots because they don't think that we have the attention span for an hour-and-a-half to 2.5-hour movie. That is how Netflix sees you. Compare that to 13 years ago where, yes, of course there were bad movies. There have always been bad movies, there always will be bad movies. But those movies would review poorly, and they wouldn't be shown to you because they reviewed poorly. When Netflix gave you recommended content, it was because it reviewed well or aligned with your interests. Now, they're recommending it to you because they spent a ton of money to make it, but they didn't even make it to be watched with full intent. So why would you give it the time of day? A trick I've been using lately while browsing Netflix to figure out if this movie is second screen content is if you read the description of them. If it says something like, Dwayne Johnson and Kevin Hart star in this wild new action movie, just know that it's second screen content. If you see 2 actors or 3 actors' names in the description, be incredibly wary. It's probably a crappy movie. Yes, there are exceptions to the rule, but it is a great rule if you're just trying to skim most of the fluff out. Let's say you've avoided most of these pitfalls and you actually enjoy most of the things you watch on the streaming platforms you like. Which plan do you pay for? What kind of TV do you have? From personal experience, I would say you probably have some kind of 4K TV because they've gotten as cheap as $200, $250 brand new over the last few years. And I would guess that you do not pay for the 4K plan for your
Ragnarok
streaming app.
2025.
And if you do, it might be for one service, not the 4 to 5 to 6 services that you may need to get all of your content. If you fall into this category of paying for the 1080p plan and having a 4K TV, do you ever buy the 4K Blu-rays for movies that you really like?
MMO,
if your answer is no, you might be half the problem. I'm going to be talking a lot about resolutions in this video, so if you don't already know what 480, 1080p, 720p, 4K even are, then stick around for this segment. I'll break it down real quick. Resolution is how many pixels are inside your TV. So this TV, for example, is 480. So it's going to have 640 by 480 pixels. So you have 640 vertical lines cut by 480 horizontal lines to create a grid pattern. Every square in that grid...
My mic's kind of low. How about that? Oh, it's just maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just the video. Let me, hold up, let me...
is a pixel. So the amount of pixels would be found by multiplying 640 by 480. Most TVs now are either 1080p or 4K. 4K is 3,840 by 2,160 pixels. That's quite a lot more than 640 times 480.
Right.
PPI squared is a measurement of
thanks
how
for
many
letting me know,
pixels
dude.
are in 1 square inch.
Appreciate
so
that.
this TV has a PPI squared of 625. There are 625 pixels in each square inch of this 32-inch 480i TV. I'm going to talk about this later when I talk about how terrible sports look today, so back to the video. It's no secret that physical media is dying. Streaming is obviously the biggest competitor to physical media, and it isn't even a close race. Streaming left physical media behind years ago. But that isn't just the consumer's fault. Blu-rays are typically around $20, and the 4K version is only about $5
How was the
more,
grind?
but that's $25.
Mind-numbing,
movie.
dude.
Most of the time, they don't even include special features or games like they used to when we had DVDs around. The PS5 is a great example of keeping physical media alive because most of the games download directly from the disc.
Yep,
no
it is,
need
man.
for internet at
It's the
all.
OG server rate,
for
low
those
rate. I
games
mean,
are going to need an internet
like
connection.
1 times for
some
everything,
people,
dude.
They may have a limited amount of internet that they can use a month, or their speeds may be so slow
the
that
classic
to download that 40 gigabyte
grind,
update
man.
may take them an entire day, and they don't even feel like playing the game anymore by the time it's downloaded. Then there's the horribly sneaky practice of selling someone a game case with a physical download code in it. What is that about? Because that download code probably has an expiration date, and it's a one-use code, so you're not getting any of the benefits.
I mean, I'm getting what I want though, so
being able to sell it after you're
I'm getting the
finished with it,
drops,
if that's your
so I'm
choice,
good.
and getting an internet-free experience. You're getting neither of those.
It's not too
things.
bad.
My copy of Spider-Man
It's not like, you know, I'm grinding like for a week, then not getting the items.
I thought, oh, cool, awesome. But I looked and it expired in 2023, so I was a bit late. Obsidian's newest RPG, Avowed, has a beautiful
Yeah, I'm looking for that, man.
and it doesn't have a disc in it. Or maybe you're a big
I need it for my
is
is that brooch?
OLED TV. Do you ever wonder why the NFL game looks like crap? CBS and NBC stream the NFL games at a maximum
I mean, I could buy it, you know.
1080i. Not
Oh,
1080p.
you're missing Ragnarok? That's why
What
you're
that
lurking.
means is you have 1920 lines going
Yeah.
across the TV.
You're having
down
nostalgic
vertically, and
memory,
you have
dude.
1080 going across the TV horizontally from the sides. When you should have 3,800 across the top and 2,160 across the sides. This means that you're only getting a PPI squared of 672 on your 85-inch TV. That's not much higher than this thing.
What's MH?
This thing is 29 years old. No wonder they want you to watch 4 games at once.
Literally too much
iPhones
MH.
have been recording 4K since
What's MH? Wait, hold on.
2016.
MH.
Why is the NFL still
MH.
streaming 1080i on CBS and NBC?
What's
I
MH?
haven't even talked
Oh,
about
Monster Hunter.
ESPN.
Okay, got it.
ESPN still streams at
Yeah,
a
that's the
measly
thing, dude. I played, I played
720p
PO1, but
85
never
inches.
played
That is a
PO2.
PPI
But the
squared
thing is,
of
it still, you know, doesn't scratch the
299.
itch.
Less than
So
half
I still,
of a
you know,
480i
kept crawling back to this
CRT
shit.
from 29 years ago. Less than half. Yet you see men build entire man caves dedicated to ESPN Sports. I tried to watch the Super Bowl this year because it was supposed to be 4K. It looked like hot garbage. Absolutely hot garbage. And I have a 70-inch 4K. I can't imagine what it looked like on a
How's
55-inch.
how's
I'm
Monster
sure you could
Hunter?
see every pixel
I heard there's a new
on
one though,
Kendrick
right? The
Lamar's
new one
face.
came out.
And don't even get me started on
How was that one?
impression. Netflix's maximum bitrate for 4K plan subscribers is 16 megabit per second. That's only 16,000 kilobits per second. I upload my YouTube videos in 80,000 kilobits per second. Compare that to the bitrate of 4K Blu-rays, which typically sits around 128,000 kilobit per second.
Update 4 out of 4. Just waiting.
Megabit
Oh,
per
okay.
second. Reminder that Netflix is 16. So even if you are paying the crazy prices for these 4K plans, you may only
that
be
even an
getting
MMO, dude?
eighth of the
Monster
actual
Hunter?
quality of the video. And that's assuming your internet support.
It's been good lately.
I
I've
think I
got
can
too
get
much
off
now.
Netflix for a
Not much
minute
about
because I
content.
think
No, I'm
it's
just waiting for the
forced
update.
almost to
Okay.
death.
Damn, you
Windows 8 launched
you ate up
in
all the
2012
content already.
and made
Damn.
Windows look like it was made
I mean, it
for
came out
Apple
last
without
month, right?
being so
You already
convoluted
grinded
that
it?
even tech
Damn.
geeks were scratching their heads
You already
on
finished the
navigating.
content?
Things that were easy to do in Windows 7 might take 3 or 4 times as many mouse clicks or keystrokes in Windows 8. Luckily, it didn't take long for them to see the error of their ways, and they
Holy
launched
shit,
Windows
dude.
10 in 2015. Windows 10 took Windows 7 and Windows 8 and made a little baby called Windows 10.
That is insane,
Now,
man.
Windows 8, when you press the Windows
Wait, how many
button,
hours have you put in?
otherwise It looks like a very standard Windows experience outside of a few modern alterations. Windows 11, on the other hand, for some reason decided it was going to take us backwards in time. Despite looking visually similar to Windows 10, Windows 11 seems to just take the functionality of Windows 10
Whoa.
and move stuff around a little.
500
They added some
plus?
implementation for AI use, and I'm sure they changed some other things.
What a
that I
gamer.
don't need to go into in this video, but for the modern person, it was just kind of like, hey,
Even
I
even PO
I think it's
PoE
because
too?
everybody feels the need to change all the
I'm assuming it's the
time
same.
in our current technological era. It doesn't matter if it works, make it better. And better isn't always better in the eyes of everyone. Does your phone really need a major operating system update every 2 or 3 years? If it didn't, would the new phone you get at the end of your 2-year contract feel new? I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen a Windows 12 or 13 because I was expecting Microsoft to follow in the path of Apple and many Android developers and try to market these as generations of laptops that people should be
PoE 2, I
upgrading
was
and buying
late,
on a plan.
but I'm on the end.
This
Yeah.
is not a
Just grinding,
business
but cannot
idea.
get the
Please
equips I
don't
need.
do
Okay.
this. I like my
You'll get there.
desktop
You'll get
where
there.
It's at. I've
I think
learned
everyone's
Windows
gonna get there
11.
eventually.
Microsoft, if you announce
At
a
the
new
end.
one, I just don't want to learn a new thing. I love learning things. I absolutely love learning things. But when you take my bones away,
Is
the
it
structure of my
they still
learning,
sell the ones I need
that
for high price, so
hurts all my other stuff.
Oh,
That
okay.
hurts all my productivity for everything because now I have to learn
I don't know, but I heard
before I do anything.
PoE is
But
pay to
companies
win.
love to know
I'm
how
not sure
to
that's
optimize.
that's true.
The rise of gacha games.
I'm just
and the
waiting for the
shift
new
to
league.
services like
The first
Game
one right now,
Pass
it's still
mean
standard
every
league.
game
Okay.
that gets put in front of you is competing for your dopamine and your attention. If it can't win on both those
I haven't
fronts,
played
you'll
PoE
probably
in
go
like in a
play
long
something
time.
else. We're seeing a change in the way
Oh, no,
games are viewed
okay.
because it used to be once you
Good
made the
league.
sale, that's your number. It's good. Now games are being judged by their playtime, which is a fantastic metric to look at for certain types of games, but not all types of games. I've played a bunch of indie titles that were only like 2 to 4 hour experiences that have been some of the most memorable gaming I've ever had, whether it be from a
So you could say it's
art
pay to win
style,
like half of it.
gameplay type, or a really unique
Oh
story.
shit.
Before
Because you
your
need to buy
eyes
the
is a web
inventory and
fan-based
stuff.
Video game where the scene changes
Oh.
every time you close your eyes. I only have 3.1
Oh,
hours
it's
on
not
the game.
PO1 then.
We're doing it all in
PO, I
one
mean
sitting,
PoE1.
But I still remember that mechanic.
Because I don't quite remember, but I played PoE1. It wasn't like that.
Awesome. But I'm afraid that when judged by watch time, a game like that might not be considered. A game like that might be covered up by something more time-consuming in the game
PoE2.
subscription model, where they're looking at how long you're playing the game to pay the developer. People love video games. People love long video games, but they have to end. But if we keep encouraging this never-ending game model, we'll get these unsatisfying games that never end. There's something very satisfying about starting and finishing a story arc, having a nice.
But the good thing
beginning
is on
and
PO,
end. If
PoE1,
something never ends, it
if
inherently
you already
can't
buy the
stay
inventory tabs,
satisfying. At some point, you will develop boredom for it. Even like hardcore World of Warcraft players get a
It
little
goes to
antsy if
PoE
there
too, so
hasn't
you
been
don't
an
need to buy it.
expansion.
Oh, so
You
it
just start
carries
running out of
over.
stuff
That's
to
actually
do.
pretty good.
Isn't over. Much like scrolling TikTok. The videos
It's
loop.
permanent. Nice. That's actually not.
There's
Did,
always an
so I'm assuming you
Unless
bought
you have the reins pulled in
the
hard
inventory in
enough
the first one,
and
so
pull yourself
you
out
don't.
of
You
that.
don't. I mean, you didn't
Say,
really need
"This
it.
is the end."
Yeah,
That
that's
was
actually a really nice feature.
You may just lose an hour.
So
of
you
your
don't
day
really,
to
you know, sort of
Let's
you
get
don't
into
you don't
social
have to
media,
spend it
the
that much
real
money.
meat of this video. I think
Damn,
what
that's
most
actually
people mean
nice.
when they say they yearn
They're
for
very
a
actually
simpler
considerate.
time, is that they
The
yearn
studio.
for a time without social media. Now
Yeah.
that we have social media, that feeling of FOMO.
And some
or
cosmetic you can
looking at
equip
the
it on PoE
Joneses,
too.
or just an overall
Oh.
feeling that you aren't doing enough with your life stems from
What about-
social media. What do I mean when I say keeping
How does
up
it
with
work
the
though?
Joneses?
Like I
Not
mean,
everyone's heard that expression before. Keeping
can
up
you
with the
kill it?
Joneses is a
Can you
term
kill
to
those
describe a
previous
situation
equipment with
where you are enviously looking upon your neighbors.
those
And
equipment?
before, it only really applied to your neighbors and the immediate people.
I mean,
in
don't
your
you need to
circle.
upgrade it
But now
at
that
some point?
social media is such a ginormous thing,
They nerf.
everyone is a Jones. People put out this edited
Yeah, that's what I
version
thought,
of their
like,
life and put it out to the
because
world.
from a previous
They might use filters
PoE,
on their face. They might edit their videos.
you
a
kind of had
they may
to
take 100 different
change it every
pictures
single
and only
time.
post 2 of them. Their goal is to make you look at them.
It's
and
been a
go,
while since I played
"Wow,
that, so
wanna
I don't quite
be
remember
you.
it. So
Your life
that's
looks
what
so cool.
I'm just like trying to
I wish I had the
remember
Bugatti
every
and a
single one of it.
yacht. I'd be happy if I had that. But it isn't that at all. Come on, guys. Or at least it shouldn't be, because these are insane expectations for yourself. Not everyone has
No, because
the
PoE
opportunities
2 is
those
the new,
people had.
not like PoE
So why do
1's
I
where they
think
pull down
social
on the
media
leaves.
kills
Oh, they're
simplicity?
still okay.
Our bubble of comparison has grown exponentially
On
over the last
PoE 2 only
years
some league mods are
alongside the
implemented to
growth
it,
of social
like nostalgia,
media.
PoE 2.
Part of why I started
New
the
classes.
YouTube channel was seeing how young Windigoon is and how I've watched his whole video catalog.
What's the
You don't have to be in this
when's the
space
update? Is
for a
it
long time
what's the
to
periodic
get something.
update? Is it
You
like
just
every
have to
3
be
months
worth
or every
watching.
6 months?
And that's been a driving force behind me.
Do they
making
update it
these
weekly?
videos. And that's a good thing. However, if I were to compare it negatively, I could go, wow, he's only 2 years older than me. I could never reach his subscriber count by the time he has. And that's not even talking about child YouTubers or teenage YouTubers or teenage TikTokers that make insane money and drive Lamborghinis and Bugattis and all these insane
It's gonna update
cars.
soon too for
They go to
Outdoor,
all
same
these
as.
crazy
Oh, okay.
places, and it's all probably rented, and they're lying to you.
Hunter's
They don't
Class.
own
Oh,
any of
shit,
it,
nice.
because why would they? The trend
Spirit
is
Shield.
this long. They don't have to own
Hunter's
it. They
Class
just have
with
to
Spirit
show you
Shield.
that they can sit in it. They can have it. That's all they have to do to make you go, oh.
3 rings? Wouldn't that be
I
OP?
have to go to work at the gas station.
A bit OP?
Or you might even have an awesome life and still compare yourself to these fake people.
I mean, that's kind of OP,
Everything is
isn't
an
it?
act. My videos have so many freaking
3
cuts in
rings?
them because I talk like an idiot half the time. And I mumble my words. And I slur my words together sometimes. Or I just say the wrong darn thing. And that's okay, because that's how I'm choosing to edit myself and put myself out. in
And
the
right now they
world.
have Warrior.
You guys don't want to watch a
The second
2-hour
job is like
version
blacksmith,
of me
Kismet, and
looking
armors
at
and
my
weapons.
thought board
It's like
for
Ragnarok.
a few
Ooh,
minutes to
damn.
figure out what the heck I was even talking about.
There's like a job
Nobody
change.
wants that. So yeah, editing yourself makes a ton of sense. But the way
actually-
these people do
damn,
it,
it's actually pretty
especially when
sick.
it comes to the facial filters and stuff, it's giving people insane expectations. Oh god, and body filters, this whole BBL trend, and also just cutting out ribs with Photoshop. It's an insane expectation. It's okay to look normal. Like, this is a belly. Oh no! Oh no! It's fine. It's fine that you have a belly, or it's fine that you have
Listen,
thighs, or weird toes, or something. It's totally normal.
Kismet's
Everybody's got
armors and
something
weapons.
weird.
It's like
There's a
Ragnarok.
reason social
Yeah, it
media
says-
people don't show everything about themselves. If they showed
Can you
the
sell
part
stuff
where
there?
they cried for 3 hours because they couldn't think of an idea, You wouldn't.
I thought you can only, like, you know,
because they're crying about
grind
how hard
from
their job
looting.
is when you actually have a real fucking job. Keeping up with the Joneses and FOMO go hand in hand. If you don't know what FOMO is, it is the fear of missing it.
You can trade with players?
So
Okay.
that word has been fairly popular as of late, so I'm sure you know it by now. With everyone posting all the time and showing off all these crazy activities they do, or parties they go to, or clubs
Can
they
train and
get
get rich
into,
like Ragnarok?
you might
Oh, you
start
can.
to
Okay, so you
think
can sell
where you feel left
stuff.
out for not
I don't.
doing anything.
Yeah. I don't
And of
remember
course, seeing
PoE.
an event that you're not at is the simplest way to apply FOMO, but it might even
Yeah, because
just
most of my items
seeing
from
people
PoE,
goofing
I
around
never
with friends
actually
and then looking around your empty
traded
apartment
it.
and realizing
I just grinded
that
it.
you don't have any of those. Or seeing
That's how I
someone getting
remember.
ready to go
That's
to
how
a
I, you know,
concert on
I
the
remember
other side of
stuff.
the country that you could never even
But
go to.
it's actually
beyond your
nice though.
wildest dreams,
You can
but
get rich.
somehow you still feel like crap because you're not there and you see other people having fun. I imagine this
What about
feeling hardly
RMTs?
existed before
Do you guys?
social media. Sure, you could see concert pictures.
Do you guys?
or
Is there like
somebody
an
could tell you
RM?
about
Is
how
is
an event
RMT
was,
legal
how,
in
oh my gosh, sticks
PoE?
weren't there, you really missed something awesome.
I'm pretty
But
sure
in the
people
age
are
where
RMT
everyone has
in
a
there.
camera on them, everyone can show you what you're missing out on all the time. But if everyone tried to do everything they saw on social media, they'd die, either from stress, danger, or self-inflicted. It's all just too much to do. No one has that much time in a day. These goddamn grind set TikTokers are a huge part of the problem. I'm gonna tell you right now, you do not need to have a full day before 6 in the morning. You don't have to make every day 4
Damn! Before even the league starts, they're already like RMTing.
You don't have to be on that grind set 24/7. I understand that it might reflect well in your financial or corporate standing right now, but you will burn out. You absolutely will burn out. I don't care how strong you are, how many
You leave
coffees
no way
you
after
drink,
maybe
it
3 to 4
does
months. They're
not
probably selling
matter.
it.
If you are getting 4 hours of sleep a night and working yourself to death all day, you're going to collapse. So these people telling you that they're living lives like this are lying
3
to
to
you
4
because
months.
it gets clicks
Wait,
and
how
views,
does?
and that is the
I've never
greatest
played.
end.
I've never
One of the
actually
best ways
tried
to not
League.
feel FOMO is
So how
just
does it
not
work
use
though?
social media that much, and don't
Like
pay
how does it
attention to
work?
the
Like
trends.
is this PvP?
Just like what you like and do what you want to do, and try to make an effort to go do the things that make you happy. Which sounds so easy, right? Until you factor in time, money, commitment, and all these other things. But you get the picture. Just make small steps. Work on it, little bits by little bits. Because if you try to bite off a huge chunk, you're going to drown. Going back to the intro, why do you check your phone every morning? What are you looking for in your phone within those first 10 seconds? I think it's validation. You're looking to see if anyone has liked your post or your comment, or replied to the text you sent kind of late last night. But if you can find ways to wake up and validate yourself without the use of social media or technology, you'll be happier. But that choice becomes harder and harder to make every day. There's more and more allure in that phone every single day. Thousands of people join the internet every single day. There's always someone new to talk to, always a new video, always a new viral TikTok dance.
So in
always a new
PoE 1
trend.
they make
But
new
keeping
league,
up with
then
those
after
and the
3 months they
people doing
usually
them is not gonna grant
usually
you
the
guaranteed
league will
happiness.
end.
And in a lot
After
of
it
cases,
ends,
actually
all
leads
your
to
currency and
severe
characters that
depression.
previously goes to standard
I
league.
have had an eating disorder for the last 3 years, and every day is a struggle for me to finish meals. And I can't
So
stand
it
here to say that
resets?
social media had no impact on it. I've never been incredibly fat, I've never been incredibly skinny, but I felt horrible about myself for a lot of my life. I was on Accutane for a little while, and luckily my acne never came back. But I am constantly comparing myself to the people around me and the people on social media. It's something I'm working on, but it is very
So it all goes
difficult to break that habit.
it all goes to standard
And I would
league and new
argue
league.
that
So you go
habit
start
wouldn't
level 1
exist
again with
or
zero
would
currency.
hardly exist
Yeah, okay, yeah.
if
So it
beauty
resets
standards on
every.
social media were
I mean
normal.
periodically.
But of course they're
Huh.
not normal. The internet is obsessed with the highest level of everything. Mr. Beast is a great example of that, and the Mr. Beastification of YouTube. I put 100 boys and 100 girls in this swimming pool. Whichever side can fill up their pool with spit first wins. or whatever the hell Mr. Beast is doing now. But the concept of people wanting bigger, better, and more is nothing new. Alexander the Great was so great because he was the biggest, best, and most. But as we see with all situations such as this, it will collapse one day, and society will reset. You can only go so big before people stop clicking. It's sort of like when you're watching a shonen anime, and then they accidentally make the main character too powerful, so they have an enemy take power from him. Because he's gotten too powerful, you can't think of ideas anymore. I feel like Mr. Beast is reaching that point. And more online, you see people clamoring for genuine creators.
So far, it's super far. You have time to grind every content and play casually with
She's a
friends.
really fun commentary channel. She's
It's very chill right now. That's good. How many people can you fit in a single area? Or is there a limit?
Story about being the monster on a terrible horror movie, and it's an incredible video, and I recommend you all go watch it.
Because I'm pretty sure in a dungeon you can only like go in with a party.
I've also been watching Alex Avila. He's an incredible creator.
Because it's, you know, when you go in, it's independently
thought-provoking video essays
for you only,
based in fact, knowledge,
right?
And experience that I have ever seen. His Brat video blew my mind, and I've just been going back and watching all of his previous videos because his brain is so much smarter than mine. And I can't believe that
6-player max.
At all, we have a lot of the same beliefs about
that makes sense.
Things, but he can just articulate it so much better than I can. I look like a bumbling 4th grader next to him. But that's comparison, isn't it? It's the thief of joy. There's a reason people say that. Everyone's always going to be doing something better than you. Everyone is always going to have something nicer than yours. But that's all the more reason to be proud of the things that you do bring to the table. If you enjoy what you're doing, don't let anyone stop you from enjoying what you're doing. If you want to start a YouTube channel, start a YouTube channel. You don't have to be Mr. Beast. Just do what you think is fun. I can't guarantee that it'll work or you'll make money from it, but if you enjoy
or it's enough to farm maps,
people will enjoy watching it. So just have faith in that. But if you have no plans,
wouldn't that like
maybe you just
wait, hold on.
Media as a place to post all your
how fast do you guys clear the dungeon though? Because if there's a lot of people in it,
what happens if
I'm assuming you guys can clear that in like, you know, minutes.
15 years of
especially if you're geared up.
Worth storing anymore.
Right?
Do you have your memories backed up somewhere permanent? And if I'm giving you a new anxiety, I'm sorry, but you should feel it. So what if none of that bothers you? You're fine with finding another option when Netflix takes your favorite movie or TV show away. You're fine that your sports look like crap.
3 minutes, I think, or 4 minutes.
4K on your 4K
every
TV.
4 minutes.
I just have one question.
It's actually fast. What the fuck?
Where are your baby pictures? I know that seems like a super silly question, but if you're a Gen Z or millennial parent, there's a chance you haven't printed a photo in years. I don't think that many moms are teaching their kids scrapbooking these days. But how many of you have a scrapbook of
dude, that's insanely fast. Yeah, 4 minutes?
That's any memories that you hold dear. Do you print those photos out, or do you?
That's crazy. I don't remember finishing dungeons like that.
I'm a fairly techie person. I would hazard a guess to say that almost none of you have a
it depends on the map.
That you back up your phone to once a year,
but
so you can always.
What's the average?
And sure, you've got iCloud, Google Photos, and all these cloud services, but those cost you money. And I'm pretty sure getting multiple terabytes of storage costs a lot of money. It used to be standard practice that when you took a bunch of pictures, you would hold on to them for a while and then take it to Walgreens or whatever and get them processed. We need to get back to some level of simplicity because we're losing things along the way. Baby pictures are just one of the many things we're losing.
Depends on the player too. If there's support, average is 6 minutes. On endgame, it's like 4 minutes. Yeah, it's still, damn, 6 minutes. Still fast. Shit.
And then didn't get distributed well and have died. And
with party.
Backed them up to the internet. I mean, lost media has been a term for a long time, and it's only going to grow and grow and grow as streaming and cloud storage.
I don't know if it's the difficulty is hard or not, but it's actually fast. Yeah.
They'll trust them. They're supposed to. That's what they say you should do. But then you go ahead and you trust them, and they shut down like Google Stadia. People put hours and hours and hours into playing games through Google Stadia,
This league is kind of fucked. Everyone's stacking build. Oh, everyone's min-maxing? They enjoy it so much.
They were given weeks notice for this. All right, we're back. I'm in a different hoodie. I had to do some research on Stadia because I didn't use it.
Yeah, it must have been super fun,
Google
man.
actually did give refunds for most Stadia purchases. However, they did not refund subscription purchases.
How's the grind though? Is it
Pro plan, which
is it
does
how's
prove about
like
the
grinding gear? Is it easy or
gamble.
does it
Players
take
were
so
given
long?
their money back
Does it
for
take long?
games, and they had their ability to transfer their save files in most cases to another platform.
Or
which
it
is
takes like, you know, a
awesome.
little
But for the
time
games that don't support
to get the
that,
gears you
and
want.
for the people who were using the subscription service to pay for the games, they're completely out of luck. Let's say you were playing 10 games and they all cost between $30 and $60. So you're spending anywhere from $600 to $300 to recoup those games to get the same experience you were already paying for. And not everybody can drop $300 to $600 on games when you only have 3 months notice to either make it happen.
It's
or
kind of
save
easy
your
to go
shuts
grind
down.
level
If
to
in
mapping.
5 or 10 years iCloud decides that they're gonna hike up the cost of their subscription so that the average person can't afford enough storage to store their life in the iCloud, what's gonna happen? Are people going to actually
On
do
PoE
physical
1 it's
media
like
backup?
9 acts.
I find that hard to believe. So
How
if
many
you have
acts in
pictures of
PoE
memories that you'd
2?
like to hold on to, get them out of cloud storage. Get them on a hard drive or 3 and have them all in different places. Because data is difficult, and if you have a hard drive fail that has your life on it, you're gonna be kicking yourself.
Oh,
So
3, okay.
try to set up at least 2 if you can, and back up.
Did they announce how many acts is gonna be there?
Or better yet, just
Or
get them printed and start scrapbooking.
still they're
My sister does
just
scrapbooking,
releasing
and her
act after
scrapbooks
act.
are so cool.
Act 1,
So
Act 2, Act 3,
and
then
yeah,
cool
it takes
mode,
her
Act
more
1,
time to put
Act
together
2,
a
and Act
scrapbook than it does to put together a pic
Then
collage
finish.
on Photoshop or something like that. But it means something more, and you can put it on your shelf, and when people come over, they can open it up and they can see what a chapter of
How
your
many?
life was.
Hold up.
And yeah, you can do that on social media, but who's to say they're always going to keep the 8-year-old photo of you by a lake? Companies are beginning to realize that long-term data storage is expensive. Twitch will be limiting its stream archive to 100 hours per user now, which 100 hours sounds like a super long time, right? But some of these professional streamers stream every single day for up to 16 or even 24
Jesus.
hours a day. So
Okay.
everything these people are making on Twitch will be recycled every
It's
4
still
to
on
7
early
days or
access.
so.
Oh, it's
The
still.
speedrunning
Wait, what?
community
I thought they
is
released.
going to feel this. Official stream running records are
I
kept
thought they
based
released
on
it with
Twitch
like full game
archives.
on it.
This ensures that all
Still on
submissions
early
are without
access?
cheating and performed by the applicant. So if a run takes 12 or 24 hours, a person might only be able to hold 4 or 8
I didn't know
rounds
that.
at a
I thought-
time. Or if you're
I thought
just
this was
a
like
casual
fully
streamer who likes
released
to maybe
with
stream a couple
at
times
least
a week
half
and then edit
of
your footage
content
on weekends,
on it.
you'll have to be
They
much
release it with
faster
early
about
access, so you have to
updating
buy the
your
early
videos
access.
before they're gone. What if Instagram or
Is it one-time
Facebook
payment
announced that they'll
or
be
is
doing the same
subscription?
thing in the next few years?
I thought it's
Isn't so
free.
hard to wrap your head around. Some accounts on Instagram have been posting for a decade straight multiple times a day.
Because
How
I
many
played EPO.
terabytes of
Yeah, I think
storage
half
do you
right
think
now.
they're taking up on Facebook servers? That data costs money.
Oh, one-time
so
payment,
They can
okay.
either make money from it, like they're
Because
doing
PoE
now,
1 was
or they
free.
can charge you for it.
Okay.
Those are really the
It's
two
gonna be
options
free
left
soon.
when it comes to long-term
Okay.
data storage.
I mean that's good.
Neither
So
are
more
very
players can, you know,
user-friendly.
join in.
But it's a hard truth we're all going to have to face
More
in
new
the next coming
players.
decade. Phone cameras are going to get better, so pictures and videos are going to get
I mean,
larger, and hosting them is going to cost more for the companies
from an
doing
early
it. We
access
have to
player,
prepare
how was
for
it though?
this and keep it at the top of our minds, so in 5 or 10 years, when it inevitably happens, we're ready for it. And we
How
can
was
say
PoE
those
2 compared to
snapshots of our
PoE
lives,
1?
because otherwise they will go away. Speaking of going away,
Do you get
let's
any
talk
bugs
video
and all
games
that?
and DRM. I'm sure you've all heard the term before, but you might not know what it stands for. I didn't, I just had to look it up. DRM stands for Digital Rights Management, and it's often held in blame by gamers as the reason they won't buy or play a game. The
It's
reason
good right
why
now, not
digital
enjoyable.
rights management sucks is that for the game to open, the game has to verify with an online server, yep, I'm real. Which is fine, it's for protecting piracy and that's not why gamers are mad.
How long did
The
you finish the
try to play
content,
the
man?
game without
I'm assuming you
internet,
finished it already
does
because
not
you just
work.
it seems like you
You'll get
know
some kind of
a lot of
error
it.
saying can't can't connect to internet or couldn't verify
PoE 1 super far ahead, hard for new players, too much content. Yeah, that's true.
Online only multiplayer.
Because I quit PoE when, you know, most of my friends quit. Because my friend invited me to play that, and then I quit after they quit. 1 week and I'm grinding for endgame. You finished it in 1 week?
His Wi-Fi was down, and I couldn't play Skyrim.
Damn.
A completely single-player game from the Xbox 360 era re-released onto the Xbox One. Games that you can't play without any internet connection cease to be games if internet ever dies or changes. We had dial-up internet as recently as 20 years ago. Is it so insane to think that in another 20 years, we may move past Wi-Fi altogether? In the case of that event, all of our Wi-Fi devices will be obsolete. All of them will just be e-waste ready to be disposed of. And many of these Wi-Fi only devices have no back doors, no override function, no manual mode so you can switch them in to do certain functions without Wi-Fi at all. Over the last few months, I've gotten so into nostalgia products like video games I saw in magazines when I was a kid,
you finished
or these
Act
old
1.
TVs.
Oh, you
And the
finished
way
the acts in
everything just
1
works
week.
after all these years is insane
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, that means you're in endgame now, right? I mean, not endgame, but you're at the end of the content of the
Now I feel
early
like
access.
Every product lasts about 3 years before it dies on you and you have to replace it. And I see the same thing mirrored in trends. You see people invest their lives into these 15-second trends like Haley Welch, the Hawk.
Damn, dude, you must have.
Yeah, she's milked her 15 minutes of fame well past its
that's crazy.
date.
Shit.
But she's the outlier of how long someone can hold on. Most of the time, these are 1 or 2 videos that go viral for people. Yet when you ask children what they want
Now
to do
you're
when
just
they
waiting
grow
for
up,
the
they
next
say they want to be
update.
YouTubers and social media stars. Because it's what they see.
And then now you're gonna finish shit again in 1 week. Damn,
People aren't even
you're
real
grinding that
themselves.
shit
They're
real
using
hard, huh?
beauty filters and face
Shit.
filters and sometimes even voice filters. Sometimes I feel like authenticity died alongside simplicity in 2012, or maybe it never existed. It's hard to tell where the character stops and the person begins. As people get more and more invested in their social media profiles, as it becomes easier and easier to grow on social media because there are just so many more people.
Yo,
It's hard to find a strong
damn.
sense of self, lest you fall victim
Based.
to the plight of performance. We think we're so smart and we're so future-proof, but things are moving faster than anyone can comprehend. 13 years ago, AI was a scientific fiction concept. Now, it's on your phone, and you probably interact with it every day because every time you go to Google something, it lies to you. Seriously, if you haven't, actually follow the sources Google lists when they give you that AI transcript. It will be wrong.
What do you do, man?
So many times. My college used AI to create an assignment for me, and I was asked to research one of the pieces of data from it. And when I went to find it, I found that it was attributed to an entirely different CEO within the same space. And it just kind of went, oh, that person does this and this person does that. I could say that he said that. They'll probably believe me. AI will be
Oh, you're an
completely
inspector
wrong
for an apartment?
often.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm sorry, I had to get into AI a little bit, guys. It's a video about simplicity, and that's the least simple thing possible.
I
even
see your
though they'd love
profile
for
icon,
you to
yeah.
believe it's just a talking robot.
Pretty sure you
The
know
more
that.
people
Seems
that
like you
use
know
these
my
AI
icon.
chatbots, and I'm guilty of it, the more it's going to learn, which some people can see as a good thing and some people can see as a bad, and I kind of find myself in the middle, but it's who that data is going to. Most of the AI chatbots in the market are run by companies who either directly use and
Guns
abuse
is
your
dual,
data
man.
or sell it
Let's start,
to
yep.
other bad actors.
Played the old
And by
games,
bad
man.
actors,
I
mean
enjoyed the
anyone from
old
credit
games than
card
new
scammers
games, dude.
to Instagram.
Old games so much
Because,
better.
yes, Instagram targeting you with ads is bad.
I mean, it's coming
The fact
out
that it
on
knows
Steam,
so
so I'm gonna
much
play
about
it.
you that within 4 or so ads,
No
it
doubt
shows
about
you
that.
Something that you stop and go, oh, I might like that.
I'm gonna start
Is
case styling
bad.
again.
You don't want any corporation to know that much about you because they will take it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it too.
I didn't think the people who actually shopped on Temu and TikTok Shop actually existed, but then I met some in real life, and they're just normal people. They see the ad and they're like, oh, I can get stuff for free? Hell yeah, I'll do that. Whereas when I see an ad that's offering something for free, I know that they're going to take something from it. For some reason, that level of tech literacy doesn't exist within the majority of people. During that thing in 2024,
what are the games you're waiting for, dude?
People's credit card information and selling it, allegedly.
iGuns? No, I didn't play iGuns. The last time I played Guns was like 2000s, man. Like late 2000s. Freestyle Guns before Freestyle Guns. I've seen it, but I've never played it.
Fishy, weird company that advertises free stuff every third ad on a YouTube video, it seems. So yeah.
The last time I played was like late 2000s, like
if you heard the
2008, 7, something like that.
Song during this
that was the last time.
I'm so sorry. I can't do anything about it.
Right now I'm just waiting for PoE to end.
I still saw people
When's the
in my
update?
apartment
Is it
complex
this week?
getting Temu packages on the regular. These people are normal, everyday people. They just might not be paying attention to the same sources you are and know the dangers of what they're doing. TikTok Shop is seemingly the same. Why else are they offering you products for almost no money or sometimes no money? At best, you're supporting child labor. At worst, you're supporting child labor and you're going to get your credit card info stolen. And I'm not saying buy from US only retailers.
I played the official one. The IJJI,
I'm just saying
like that.
buy responsibly. Use
the IG
like
or
Amazon,
IG or
eBay.
IG,
Meet people locally
something like
through
that.
Facebook Marketplace and buy used items. This is from Marketplace. This is from Marketplace. This is from Marketplace. These big old speakers are
Yeah, the
from Marketplace,
IJJI.
because not everybody knows
It's
what
a
they
long
have
time
or
ago,
have
man. Like I said,
patience
yeah.
to wait for money,
And then they
so
went,
might
I don't
listen
know,
to
and then they went
Let's pick
invisible.
it up
I have
for
no idea what
$1.
happened to the
And I
IJJI.
promise you, girl, those Temu
Yep.
clothes are not gonna last multiple wash cycles. And they look like
That was the
party
last time I
outfits,
played Guns,
so,
dude.
like, unless you're wearing them once for a costume, just support a real retailer. At least that way your credit card info will be safe. Or your biometric data.
Oh, they merged
or
it to
your
Games
phone
321?
call history, or any other number of metrics that Temu
I didn't even know
or
about that.
any other
What the hell?
app might ask of you. When you accept these permissions on your phone, be mindful of what you're accepting. The Candy Crush clone does not need access to your call data and microphone. at all
Oh,
times.
I see. That's what
Neither
happens.
does Temu. And
So,
I'm not
I mean, the last time I
using
played was
either of these
IJJI,
things
and
because I've
then
never downloaded Temu.
I just
But
quit. I don't know
they
why.
have been shown
Yeah, IJJI.
and
I
are
mean, they had a lot of
asked
games in
for
it, dude.
excessive permissions. So your data is
It's kind of like
the new
Steam back then.
commodity. Many social
And then they
media
went,
companies
I don't
have
know,
updated
they
their
went
terms
dark.
of service over the past few years, quietly within updates that most people
They had,
would
like,
never read through.
what was
because
that?
it's So,
There's another one too.
So long, where they
They had
control over your
Gunbound,
data.
I think Gunbound
E.R.
was it.
Burgess, a writer
Forgot.
for The Medium, went through the late
Gunbound was there too, I
2024 update
believe.
of the Instagram Terms of Service clause
And
and
other
a few
2D
particular
games.
things. First, he found an arbitration clause, which is an agreement to limit users' ability to pursue claims in court or participate in class action lawsuits. A notable example of this was the wrongful death case on Disney Springs property, in which Disney tried to leverage the arbitration clause in their terms of service because they
Soldier
had
Front,
once
yep, I
had
remember that.
Disney Plus skirting the death of a human being because of an arbitration clause in Disney Plus. We are truly living in the dystopian future. The fact that Disney was able to pull this and the world didn't set ablaze.
I wish IJJI
that
stayed
this
so
clause
Steam
was
had like, you
full
know,
weight in
competition.
court, and it's proof that they will dig deep into their records.
I have a character only to level
to
15, then
find-
ID level it
In
too.
this case, a
Just to stay
woman
on
with a severe
1
dairy
to
and nut
1 to
allergy
15
dined
server.
at a restaurant on Disney Springs Resort property.
Wait, you
When
can
she ordered,
de-level
she
it?
made it very clear that she had a dairy and nut
G6
allergy,
clan.
and was told that all the food that would be brought to her was
Yo,
dairy
the
and
nostalgia, man.
Within an hour, she felt her
The
throat
memories,
loosen
dude.
up, and
It's
she
insane.
injected her EpiPen to try to counteract the allergic reaction. Later that evening, she passed away in the hospital. Later, her husband put together a case to sue Disney for $50,000.
Thing is, the problem is there was so much hackers back then. I still remember that. It was kind of shit to play in, but still, it was a lot of fun to play with.
That's almost nothing for the life of a woman, a doctor at that. However, Disney decided to leverage the arbitration clause in a several years expired Disney Plus agreement to attempt to skirt paying $50,000 to make this man's life a little bit easier, who just lost his wife. As far as I can tell, Disney has backpedaled and reversed that decision to stick to their arbitration clause. But with that decision, they did not say, and we'll pay you your money. That decision still lies in a court of law. And Disney is supposed to be the happiest goddamn place on earth.
Already?
So if Disney's willing to fight you tooth and nail for $50,000 over the death of your wife, what do you think the company that doesn't advertise themselves as all smiles and rainbows is going to do to you? The second thing he talks about is content ownership. This new terms of service outlines an agreement which you have signed if you're watching this video and currently participate in Instagram to let Instagram use, distribute, and change the material you post to Instagram. You have signed this contract.
The hack was supposed to power level you from the quest, not use it on lobbies, but some players are so dumb. They killed the game. Yeah, I mean, yeah, people will do anything, yeah.
Train on your face and have it train on other people's bodies.
I remember those days, man. Is there like a clan in PoE too? Can you make a clan in PoE?
And it's not your body. And they can make you say whatever or do whatever they want, because they reserve a license to change everything you put on Facebook and Instagram. If you try to sue them for it,
oh, you can make a clan. Okay.
Say you signed it.
Wait, how many people can you fit in?
Extensive personal data for advertisement targeting. That's why I get Wingstop ads when I talk about hot wings. That's why you see airline bookings when you talk about an international trip. That's why you see so many Temu ads if you're researching a video about the complications of Temu. That's nothing new, but the important part comes after. Instagram may use posts to help develop AI technologies, so they can use any photo you put on Instagram to train on your face, on your voice.
Oh, you don't know,
on
actually.
Your linguistic pattern. Basically upon your very existence on the internet. What if they just make another you?
Wait, what's the maximum?
More efficient,
at least
more consistent,
you can think
better
of?
looking, smarter, replies more often, more thoughtfully, does crazier things, but it isn't real. But as these technologies
your friend
get
group made a
better,
clan.
how are you going to prove that? Where does our legitimacy stand?
I'm assuming there's like you can only fit it because you said there's like 6 at max for a map. Oh, 50.
This is an agreement for OpenAI to store
Okay, so
chats in their
that's still a lot, dude. 50?
Who's to say they won't develop a profile based on your Google account and sell it to the highest bidder, knowing everything about you that you may talk to the AI about? Whether that's creative ideas for it to steal, silly questions you may ask it, or the people inputting confidential business information into ChatGPT because they don't feel capable enough to do their own jobs. OpenAI
Yeah, there's also a
now
clan box, so you
stores
can
that
open it.
information
Clan
about
box.
you. And I'll bet
Oh,
they'll sell it.
what's clan box like? Is that a?
Yeah, sure. It really
It's
is
like
nice
guild
to be able
storage
to
on
go, hey,
Ragnarok.
do you
Oh,
remember
okay.
that thing we talked about a week ago? And it goes,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, I do.
Clan box.
And it gives you a little summary about what
You
you
can just
talked
put
about.
anything
It
on
says,
it.
I'm ready to do what you're doing. But if it remembers all this stuff, the company has access to it. Are you okay with that? And what if this technology gets more
Clan
involved
box.
in everyday life? Smart home appliances,
Is there like a
Alexas, and the
like
various other
I don't know
systems
a guild
aren't
quest
new.
that you guys have
These
to do
devices have always on microphones
to level up your guild or
for you
something
to
or
say a
clan
word, and some of
to help
them
them get
have
the crystal
cameras
maps.
as well. They faced backlash a few years ago because people were worried about them spying, but people still use them.
Currency
I have
tab
one in my
and map.
bathroom, one one in my living room, and one in my cat room. They're nice if I want the same song to play around the house. But whether we like it or not, these things are always
There's no guild
listening.
quest.
That's how they
So
work.
it's just a
You
guild.
sit
There's
there
no
and
level.
they
There's no like level guild or something,
5 or 10 years,
or rank
every
guild or
single
something.
device in your home is integrated with the same
You don't level
AI,
up
and
the
you
guild.
pick a provider for your home and you buy all their appliances. Are you okay with that thing knowing your kid's breakfast preferences? Are you okay with it being in your bedroom when you have?
You can buy cosmetics and skins for the
Are you
guild.
okay with it being in your office where you may talk confidential business?
Cosmetics for the guild?
It doesn't really matter what your answer is, because you'll have your phone. Your phone does all these things we're so scared of all the time. It has a microphone that's always listening. Why does Hey Siri work? Because she's always listening. It's not like the circuit can hear the words Hey Siri unless it's energized, so it's always listening. I always get a little scared.
Like, how does it
to
work?
do a
Cosmetics on
real
guild?
life.
You mean
Oh,
on the
dude, I've
people?
been craving buffalo wings all week, and then the first ad I see on Snapchat is a fucking Wingstop ad. I know what you're doing. I see you. I don't even have a Wingstop within 50 miles. That's diabolical. How dare you? However, people were so quick to tell people to get rid of their Amazon Alexas or Google Homes or Apple HomePods because they say that they're spying on them. And your phone already does all that work already. So unless we see
The
data
guild leader,
protection legislation
the
in
leader
next
can
few
actually send you
years,
coins
our
if you
data
don't
will
have any money
continue to be a
to
loose
buy an
commodity
inventory in game.
attached to our names. Did you ever think about your data 13 years ago? Outside of hearing about a hacker, or maybe you knew about Trojan horses or any of the other early computer viruses, was that even a thought? I'd like to think not. But as technology gets better and better, it's top of mind for more common people all
Oh,
the
it's just for
time.
the hideout. Okay.
Technology has brought
That's
on
pretty much it.
simplicity in ways we could never have thought of in the past. Being able to describe the type of picture you
It's just
like
for
and get
decoration,
5
I'm assuming, right?
outputs in
It's
less
just
than a
that's
minute
it.
is insane. AI
Is the
generated
inventory that
art
important?
is
Like,
incredibly fast, but it's also theft.
does it fill up
Art is a
really
form of
fast?
Human expression. AI cannot exert human expression. It can only copy it. That is its nature. Because what we know as AI today is machine learning. What does it learn
Okay,
from?
that makes sense.
Humans. It learns by
Because
looking at
I mean,
what
there's
we
so much loot in
create
that game.
and making a representation of it. So it is all inherently theft. It is the theft of human expression. Sure, you as the human tell it what you'd like to see, but it fills in all the details. And it will most likely steal from someone along the way, if not multiple someones. And I'm fine with ethical AI art. My dad loves to send me DALL-E creations of my little brother's dog on the boat, or hunting ducks, or just doing weird stuff. And that's totally fine. But people sell these things. People use AI art to make money, and it takes away from real artists. The fact that I can say, give me a painting of a frog in the style of living artists.
Inventory is important to
horrible. I
PoE.
should not be able to do that.
I usually put my trash loot on inventory 1, just map. Then I go sit in the hideout,
They
sort it out.
claim time and time again
After.
that they cannot see this person's art, and it will not train on this person's art. But then you go and you watch the interviews with OpenAI.
Is the clan box shared
information
by your guildmate? Or I mean, can your guildmate access?
Publicly available data and licensed data. So, videos on YouTube?
Is that how it works? I forgot. I don't remember it.
Facebook, Instagram. You know, if they were publicly available, publicly available to use.
Yeah, it's shared for everyone. Oh, so everyone can see it, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not confident about it. What about Shutterstock? And you guys had a deal with them. I'm just not gonna go.
Like, I mean,
of the data
everyone
that
can
was-
see your
that was
items.
used, but it was publicly available or licensed data.
Public information is not excluded from copyright. When you publish information on the internet, it belongs to you. When I make a post on Instagram, it is my picture by me. But if a bot can train on every photo I've ever put out, it won't be hard for a bot to replicate what I've done. Then it can
So
have
like if you're already high level
300
enough, just
more
put your
AI
old stuff
bots
on the
put
good
out
box.
the exact same stuff or varied stuff in the
Yeah,
same
can
style,
the
then it
new
looks like
players
I'm trying to rip off the work.
take your
I can't imagine
items?
what it's like being an animator
Oh,
right
okay,
now.
never
I'm
mind
sure
then.
it's
Guild box,
incredibly
yeah, but on your own box,
because
but
your
no.
higher ups are saying, "Oh well,
Okay.
Have you guys heard of Sora? I heard Sora's pretty good. You guys could probably use Sora for the backgrounds. Why don't you guys just use Sora?
because it stinks." Yes, it's getting better, but it's getting better because it's learning from humans how to be better. Anyway, that's my stance on AI and art. I think it's theft, and I think it fucks up the entire concept of art. I don't have any influence or pull in the space, so I couldn't really get like an AI expert or anything. So I just interviewed my dad. He's been sending me Dolly stuff of my little brother's dog, and apparently he uses it at work sometimes. So I wanted to chat with him for a few minutes. If you're not interested,
What about gold though? Can you share gold or
but if you
money
want to hear me interview my dad,
in
you're
clan
welcome.
box?
What got you interested in making art?
So everyone, I mean,
I was
that's
tired
good
of
though.
doing
They actually can help
basic
each other out.
Presentations for work that just had standard template with black font, white background, boring, 5 bullet points, deliver the same old message.
So you used it to spice up your presentations?
Yeah, and I went to a workshop, and this guy came in and he was showing all the things that were possible by just having some great prompt work that he could take anything he could imagine and make it show up on the screen and then modify it either greatly or in small increments and turn it into something that was
Damn, that's
absolutely
nice, dude.
incredible. And then I came home and I looked at our house and I looked at the things on our walls and I said, I think I can do better than that. I think I could customize and create and do my own art, and I'm not an artist. I'm an analytical spreadsheet business guy who has a creative mind, but I can't get it to come through my hands and get it onto a canvas. So this is my way to be able to do that and express myself creatively, and I can use it for home.
Wait,
can
can
use it
you-
for work, and it's exciting.
Can you fight bosses there? I forgot how. I don't remember how it works, but
So
can you
without
fight bosses
the
in
use of
PoE
AI art, you don't
together
make art
with
at
your
all?
guildmates?
I never have.
No.
Not since 8th grade when it was required, and I could show you that painting.
You have your group in
I still
Ragnarok.
had it. It was bad. Most would not call it art.
No.
And
What
my
was it
mom
of?
still has the clay ashtray that I made her in 4th grade, because that's what all 4th graders made in that time period, is we made ashtrays for our parents, and you could say it's not really art either.
Oh, okay. You can help
Different
each other
times.
maps to
That's
finish
right.
maps.
Now, hopefully kids don't make
What if you're high
applications
level?
anymore in our
Can you
class
still
in
access
school.
that? Is
Yeah, I
there
don't
like a?
Yeah.
So you like doing it for
Oh,
fun as
okay.
well. Like I know I mentioned earlier that you like sending me photos of Leo.
What if
Yeah,
you're high
yeah,
level
I
in
think,
game bosses?
it's
Yes.
a way to unwind at the end of the day, or if I have some time on a weekend, I can
Okay.
think about something I want to do.
I guess you could
and
actually
I can
boost
take
them.
either a base image or a base concept, either modify it a bit or get absolutely crazy with it. I like the theme element of it, where my other son is moving into a college apartment and he's got this awesome English Labrador Retriever who's got this beautiful white coat. He's 100 pounds and he's an awesome dog. And
Oh, it scales
he
up to
could
the players.
Decorate his entire
Like I said, yeah,
place
kind of fun.
with
Usually we die
all
because
kinds of
the more player on the
insane
party, the
images.
harder it
So
gets.
Leo
Okay,
the Roman
so it
Emperor,
scales up
he
to the
could actually
players.
be a dog
Okay.
playing poker. He
It's
can
actually,
surf, he can drive a
yeah, it
boat,
makes sense
he
because
can
you know if you
snowboard, he
if
can
you
do
have a
whatever
lot
he
of people
wants.
in there,
And
then
all
you
I have
just
to do is think about
plow
it,
through it.
do the right
You know,
prompt,
if it's
and
not
it
hard
does it.
enough.
And that's really fun to be able to do. And then I can just send it somewhere, put it on a cheap canvas, throw it on the wall, and you've got a theme. You can do 30 different ones and then narrow it down to the 4 or 5 that you needed and send it somewhere, have it printed, and no one will ever see that same thing again. I mean, you've probably seen it. You walk into a college house, a college apartment, and you see the same things on
Oh,
walls because...
Wait, what's the hardest map right now in PoE? What do you think's the hardest map?
Anyone has ever done before or will ever do again unless they hack my account.
Okay, so it's more about getting the exact thing you want.
Yeah, it's unique. I love it. I'm sure somebody will ask, where did you get that? I say, I made it. There's a conversation starter. And they say, you the spreadsheet guy, you made that? I say, yeah, sure. You want to make some? Come here and sit down. Let's do something.
Do you have anything to say about, like, if you were to just have the art commissioned by, like, an amateur artist?
Yeah. In my experience, when you go to have that done, you're paying a ton of money because these people are skilled but it's not as good as what I can have AI do.
They be adding new maps right now. Right now, Arbiter is hard
No,
on
because I think
PO2.
there's always going to be people who value that and want that, and those artists will find outlets for it. But it is going to, I mean, it's drastically changing the graphic design world. If I were an 18-year-old graduating high school and you're so excited because you love art and you're going to go be a graphic designer, I'm not sure what your job is 4 years from now when people like me would not commission an outside agency to do graphic design work when I can do it myself. And that's just evolution. It's what happens in business. How did people like the robots in the 1940s when they started working the assembly line? But now it's just a part of what we do. And there's still plenty of jobs.
He has his own
out there
mechanic
for
like
the
any other books,
unemployment
but the
rate.
mechanics
We
are hard.
evolve, and this is a
Ooh.
huge driver of the next. It feels like a revolution, but over time it is. It's
Is
inevitable.
it different
Do you think that changing the ceiling
than
for
your
future artists
normal
like that,
mechanics?
they might not
Like,
measure up
just
to what you can
just
create with
straight up
just a image output. Do you
completely
think that
has his
changing that
own
ceiling could
mechanic.
deter
He has a
potentially
kind of wave
talented
circle where you
artists from
stand.
ever
If
starting
you're
in
out
the
of the
field?
circle, you
It
die.
could.
Oh.
My experience, I think most artists do it because they love it, and any artist who says I'm gonna
Very
become an
different.
artist so I can get rich has
So
a
it's not like
false
your, you
grip
know,
on
typical
reality.
bosses.
There's very few of them do. So they do it
Mechanics.
because they love it. In many ways, it's therapeutic for them. Just like how many people do you know who play guitar, who will never make a dime playing guitar or singing, and you tell them you're never gonna make any money playing guitar. They say that's okay. I love playing guitar. It's hard to make a living as an artist, that's for sure.
You think that the passion for the art will shine through for the people
I
who are
do.
truly
I think that's why people do it. I think that's why most people.
He has a
do
ground
art.
wave where
They
you
do it
predict
for
where
the
you
love,
stand.
And if they sell a painting every now and then, and it enables them to buy more supplies or just to have a little ego boost, I think that is what fuels them and keeps them going. But as a percentage, I have no idea. I haven't done any research, but I don't know anybody who sets out to make money as an artist who 40 years later that's all they've ever done. It's a hard road.
Right. Okay.
And I'm by no means an artist.
This one doesn't have War of Imperial yet.
Just like I'm probably
They're
similar
still
to what I
implementing
just
it.
described.
It's
I'm
this
someone
the server
who
is kind of new.
enjoys doing it.
What I mean
I
new,
don't
but they
intend
just
to
put it in.
Open an Etsy shop and have people buy
They're
my
still
stuff.
like working on
That's
it.
not why I'm doing it. I have no intentions of that.
Over the last couple
But
of
I'm gonna
months,
play
you've
it
told me a
once
lot
I,
about
you know,
using
once
AI.
they implement
Kinda
that.
dabbled in it, and
I can't wait for it too. I need to get level 99 first, and then I'm gonna
I've seen you
join
get
in.
really into the image generation. Can you talk to me about why that is?
Yeah, for me specifically, I'm in a lot of.
They don't know
business
yet, but it's coming this
I do a lot of
2025. It's
analytics, a lot
they
of
don't know what
a lot
month,
of
but
financial
it's
analysis.
2025.
So
They said.
that stuff just kind of wears you down after a little while.
So it's
at the end
coming.
of the day, and then when I have the opportunity to just shut all that off and be creative, it's a way to just release in a completely
I'm gonna put
different
some
way.
traps
And
again,
I was
trappings.
recently with a sports psychologist for a major college football program, and he talked about some of the things that he sees in men, I'll say in their late 40s and into their 50s and 60s, and he said,
Yeah, there's a lot of
5%
level 9.
of men
Dude,
that
there's a
age
lot of like
stop dreaming,
no lifers
stop
here,
coming
man.
up with new
It's
things.
insane, dude.
And I started laughing. He said, "What's so funny?" And I said, "Man, I dream more now than
I mean,
ever
it's
have
been
in my
out for
life
like
because I
2
have
years,
some time to think
so
and time to be free." And this
kind of
is
makes
just one of
sense.
those examples of I could sit here and say I'm within 10 years of retirement, and I'll just ride this thing down until it's time to walk out, or I could lean in and grab another gear, and I could just do everything.
I mean,
can
some
to
players
stay on the
already
cutting
have
edge
like
as long as I
fucking
can. I
5
haven't
players
done this
level
much,
99,
been
dude.
this
It's
excited
like
about
what the
something
fuck?
new in quite a while, so I'm just leaning into it. seeing
In a
what it takes
low
me until I
rate
figure out the next
server.
thing I need to go learn to keep myself sharp.
I don't think I have a whole lot else for you.
All right, well, curious to see what you do with it, man. That
Yeah.
was a good, that was a fun discussion.
Yeah, definitely. Alright, we're repping the Creepcast merch, guys. I'm a huge fan of Creepcast. Isaiah, Hunter, if either of you see this video, just tell Hunter I know what he did in Georgia in the summer of 2018. So let's unpack that a little bit. My dad strictly stated that he intends to continue using AI for personal use. So I really have nothing against it. However, the situation
Yeah, it's insane, dude. It's like the people
create AI art
art.
I didn't even know there's still hardcore players, man.
If not properly disclosed.
Your stats like
Etsy's
edgy
long been
dex
a
spawn
site
build.
for
Yep.
homemade goods. So if
I'm
art
an
is being
ABV
marketed on
hunter.
Etsy as homemade art, or
Yep, these are my
prints of homemade
stats.
art, because as you heard,
I'm still
in
maxing out
his
my luck.
definition of AI,
The
every
server's pretty.
creation
Yeah, it's a
is
classic
his.
one, dude.
And I
The
imagine
classic
that's a message
RO,
he's
man.
carrying forward from meetings he's been in about AI.
Yeah.
So this is how Gen Xers are treating AI art. They are personal.
I don't know.
creations.
Classic one's better than the
The end
renewal.
result
Renewal
is
is
a
just.
happy
I don't know,
customer.
man.
I
It's
guess
question
use
like.
AI art all you want, but I
It's
think
shit,
there
dude.
needs to be disclosure. Within just a few minutes of looking, I found these two listings on Etsy that do not mention AI anywhere, but they both have the exact same description, and they both offer unlimited revisions. A real artist will never do unlimited revisions for you, not unless you pay them every time, because that would be
Oh, this is like the
insane.
night era. They have
It's
monks.
also
Yep,
just
they have
very
monks.
clear to see that they are AI art. They couldn't even get
They have
the
monks.
girl on
Pretty
top
much
of the
the
dog.
second
Come on,
jobs.
guys. Then I did a little more digging and
Crusaders
verified
and all
my
that.
claim directly from Etsy's handbook that you are perfectly fine to use AI, but you must tell people that it's AI. So both these users are in violation of Etsy's terms of service, and I see nothing being done about it. And if you look through Etsy, there are thousands of these pet portrait accounts. How lucrative can this market be? My biggest issue with all these is that they are all the exact same thing. None of them offer anything unique. If they were all in a distinct art style and offered something unique, they would be adding value to the market. But this is
I just don't like.
crap.
Oh, you're not a
It's
fan
all
of the
same
classic one? It's too long.
Pixar-esque, but in the uncanny
too
valley,
long?
and it's never exactly
fight's
what
too
the
long?
person
What do you
asked
mean?
for, and they can't make it get exactly what they asked for. So everyone just
I
gets
usually
this
play on
generic
Transcended one.
picture. I can't imagine how many boomers this would fool.
Oh, that
Like,
one.
this shit is
The
changing
with the
way
sniper
too
on it.
fast for them to keep up with. Tech literacy
Like the
is lower than
snipers,
it needs to be compared to the
professors,
rate
and
we're
all that.
evolving at. If we don't teach people of all generations how to use the internet and how to interact with these tools, they're just going to keep getting more frustrated and disconnected from the world. The proliferation of political AI smear campaigns.
What was that? I hung up. No, I can still hear it. I can still hear all the cringe. That is not true. Well, for example,
on both candidate Biden and candidate
I don't know. I don't know.
Trump,
Some
these are
people like
getting
it.
so
Some people
scary
don't.
good,
I like the
especially
long fight.
voice ones at this point, where if it has enough to train from, like years and years of
And I feel
political
like
speeches, they can get very good
the
at
people
copying
here
those.
doesn't
So
want
people
to
just post a generic
implement the
other photo
you know,
or
the
AI-generated
transcended
video
ones.
alongside these AI-generated voice
They
messages
just want to
make
stay
these
classic.
candidates seem like utter fools, which I'm not arguing that they aren't. I don't think either side brought their best to this past election at all. But I'm not here to talk politics. I've already done the duty of offending Fortune 500
How long did you
companies
play
today.
the server?
Don't need to get on the bad side of either political party.
This particular server, I just started like a
You
couple
can
months
see why
ago.
fake words put into the mouths of political candidates could be a complication. If you go to your grandfather or grandmother's Facebook and you scroll through the things that they've interacted with,
I'm just
bet
grinding.
this is
I'm
AI
just
art.
grinding for my gear, and then I'm gonna go back to
or
leveling.
some advertisement. There was that awful thing where that lady got scammed by the
I just want my gear so I can have, you know, a smooth leveling up,
albeit pretty poorly
and then
generated
chill after that.
pit things, but it was enough to fool this lady into giving him her life savings. People are telling each other not to say hello on the phone anymore, to wait for the other person to begin speaking so you know that it's not someone recording your voice, because all it needs is a couple of words to get your voice pretty well pat down. So we're indeed moving into scary technological times. Your online identity, which has been yours for so long, is being
So far, so good. I just need brooches. I just need brooch. That's it.
Sora or any other video generator is
This is my gear.
complicated enough to keep scenes in order and include audio and keep everything straight is going to be a horrible day for the movie and TV industry. People will see extras as purely that. No need to hire them anymore. Just plaster an AI.
I'm just gearing up for like basic gear, and then once I hit level 99, I'm gonna start grinding for like hardcore gears.
At what point have we gone too far? You can only imagine that this thing that we've only been talking about for a couple of years is only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Are we okay if it does that? I mean, they had to hold off the launch of their voice model because even after Scarlett Johansson told them, no, you may not use my likeness for your voice, they went ahead and just used it anyway. You cannot tell me that this clip does not sound like Scarlett Johansson in her.
Hey, ChatGPT, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Pretty good.
What's up? Oh, a bedtime story about robots and love? I got you covered. Gather round, Barrett. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Bite.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
You're a farm of bike card or grind it till it drops. Both, man. I'm both.
Pretty good, actually.
Sometimes I get get sick of farming or grinding. So I'm both it.
Samantha. To myself, actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna because the second brooch, I'm just gonna fucking buy it because I grinded brooch for like 3 days straight. It took me 3 days to get a brooch.
And once assembly lines are human
So I'm just gonna buy the second one.
Human free, and TV shows are
Fuck that.
human free, and business strategy is human free, and marketing is human free. And you get my point. What do we do? What's left as human jobs? Because yes, as my dad said, he doesn't mind replacing a graphic designer with AI. But I think he would mind if he was replaced by AI. And I don't think he realizes that accepting the legitimacy of one.
I just need one card, man. Just one, and then I'm gonna go back. I'm just gonna buy the second brooch.
Come up with and know all the standard stratagems of business. If you ask it business management questions, it knows pretty well how to answer you because it has read all those textbooks that are published online. So once they have the numbers figured out, why don't they just create a business robot that does an entire department's worth of work? Is it still a good thing? But another point that we talked about that makes a lot of sense to me is when he said he would never make art if it wasn't for AI. And I believe him. I've never so much as seen the man doodle. I'm not particularly talented at art either. So the idea of using my words, which I'm much better with, to create art is very alluring, and I see the appeal. I just think there needs to be more conscientiousness and transparency around the topic. But now I need to talk about chatbots. Do you remember when you could call a customer service line and a person would pick up? It's becoming less and less common. Filing a complaint on Amazon has become harder and harder throughout the years. Now you have to talk to their chatbot. It will ask you a lot of questions and make you a lot of promises. And then after a while, it'll tell you that the case is closed and they'll probably send you a new item, which is all and good as long as I get my new item in the end, right? No, I ordered a set of 10 double-wide jewel cases like this to store my PS1 games, and half of them showed up broken. So I contacted the chatbot and it told me, no problem, we'll send you new ones. Don't worry about sending the old ones back. It won't be a problem at all. I got charged a month later because I didn't make a return. And I had to go back in the chatbot and tell it, hey, I was charged. And it went, oh yeah, you're right. You were charged. I'll get that sorted out right now. And I got a refund, and then a month later I got charged again. And I had to repeat the process, and they went, okay, now it's resolved. So I was charged 3 times for one item to receive it twice, the first time broken. And you can only expect companies to continue moving in this direction. Dead internet theory is a conspiracy theory that states that all content on the internet is made by and interacted with AI. Obviously, this is demonstrably false, because I did not use AI to make this video, and I'm sure you've seen other videos that are not made by AI, though it does prove useful as a thought experiment for how the future could be. The recent historic POV trend has shown how people with meager consumer tools can create these insane things that look very realistic Even today, just imagine 5 or 10 years down the line once this technology gets the legs to mature. When that does happen, dead internet theory doesn't seem too far off. Humans are inconsistent people. We mess up, we bumble, we mumble. So we have to edit our stuff down or just be perfect performers. And not everybody's gonna be that, but every AI will be. How do you compete with a perfect performer who never sleeps, never eats, never runs out of ideas? So why did I choose the word simplicity specifically? I think it's a combination of all the frustration.
Oh, they have a refresh command.
Video. When I think of a simple life, I think of a life with less comparison. I think of a life with less wants, less need for a constant dopamine rush of someone liking my comment or content or reply. Because now, whether we like it or not, this stuff is baked into our society. If you're not on Instagram, or not on Facebook, or not on LinkedIn, you might not be a successful professional. You might not be successful in the dating scene. You might not be a successful creator.
I see why they have EU
It's getting
process.
very hard where to tell where to draw the line. Honestly, the best.
So Johnny
response
Bra
I
is
can
playing,
hope
I'm
for for
assuming.
this video
Who's Johnny
is
Bra?
that everyone in the comments tells me that they already knew everything I already talked about. I would hope that everything I talked about in this video is common knowledge. But what scares me is I don't think it is, and that's why I made this video. We've watched technology take over our lives over the past decade, and everybody is really, really okay with it, and I think that's awesome because I love technology. But we have to stay
Oh, your friend from
conscious.
EU.
We have to be aware who has our data, what kind of data they have, and why they have it. If we aren't all of those things, we run the risk of losing things. We can be extorted.
I mean, this is the only low rate server. I'm pretty sure this is the only yeah. Oh, you're the mid rate type of guy. You like leveling up faster.
Didn't need to exist before.
Yeah, this is the only low rate server, Ragnarok, I believe.
You can see so many tiny steps, just like an abusive ex getting closer and closer, just winning your trust, just a little bit, until he's too
Please,
close.
just
and
one.
you don't
I just
think
need
he's
one
sorry. And he just
card.
fucking takes you. You know what I'm saying? And by the time he has you by the throat, aka
And you like
anyone
Transcended
with
too,
your
right?
Data, it might be too late. I'm sorry for the analogy, but you should be that scared over the way these companies has a hold over you and your data. I think that's all I really have to say today. Just protect yourself online. Be
Yeah, I got
smart
3 of those
online,
already.
and just
I mean,
try
4.
your best to shop from reliable sources. Don't click on sketchy websites. And maybe review your activity on social media.
Wait, what's your main
Consider,
on
is
RO?
this worth feeding to an AI? Should I allow myself to be subject to them? Am I comfortable with being in Instagram's advertisements? And you certainly shouldn't be comfortable about anything that Timu's doing.
Yeah, usually I play Asian server before with low rate, but with play with hyping, I was like, fuck that, not anymore. I go play a server with low ping like that, Pan Source or some
So
server.
all I'm asking is that you be conscious while you're on.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Be aware of what it means to hit agree on it.
Yeah, with hyping and the delay. Yeah, that's rough.
You're saying, I, the user, abide by these rules, lest be punished by the ways that you have outlined. And that is scary. I don't know how to end this video, man. It's too long already. Just be safe online. That's all I'm saying. Maybe
I just
read
need
a
one
book.
card and then I'll be
Not to
happy.
toot my own horn or anything, but I really like the concept of not having Wi-Fi in 20 years because it's been replaced by something better. So everything that uses Wi-Fi now is actually scrap. I haven't heard that one tossed around too much, and I'd like to hear what other people have to say. So if you made it this far, I'd love to hear what you have to say about what that technology could even be. Or if you just think I'm a giant idiot, feel free to put that in the comments. I know I talk for too long, so outro.
Before I usually Before I usually grind low rate and do content like kill MVPs and stuff. I mean that's what I enjoy about RO. It's the grind. But this few years been playing only for WoW. Oh you have an RO account. What server are you playing? I gear up and wait for RO. Or for WoW. Oh, I'm running out. I need new video to listen to. I play so much RO, bro. Oh shit. I'm assuming you played like freaking 10, like thousands of hours. Is there like an EU server? That you can play on? I have like 200 videos on YouTube. Holy shit, dude. Some I had already. Damn. I always come back and play WoW on Ragnarok and video it. Yeah, you can't escape Ragnarok, dude. You will always go back and play it, man. It's insane. You play like a couple weeks and then you stop it and then you get nostalgia again. And then you go back. Oh, you also I also have guns content if you want to watch it. What's your YouTube channel? Oh shit. Links are not I didn't include that shit. My bad, my bad. Let me hold up. Let me check my settings. Where's... Oh, there you go. Yeah, you can post YouTube channel. You can post it now, I'm sure. I turned it off. I missed Guns before when iGuns went officially up. I played and recorded it while I learned back all the moves, so I have Guns content there. Oh shit! Do you still remember the movements, man? Do you still remember everything about it? Like K-style, the butterfly, and all that shit? I don't even remember some of it. It's gonna be a new learning experience. What the fuck is this? Okay, it's just a bot. It's fine. Wait, this is you? Oh, this is you. Fantastic. Oh shit, dude. Fantastic. What? Oh shit, you're insane, dude. Yo, this game is insane. Oh shit, it's a bit loud. It's a bit loud. Damn, you're insane, man. You know everything about it. Shit. I might, dude. Once this one comes out, I'm gonna go hard. Dude, I don't remember the movements at all. Holy shit, dude. Dude, how's your carpal tunnel, dude? You're like your hand. Fuck. Damn. This is so nostalgic, man. Fuck. Mansion, the mansion.
God damn.
Yo, insane, man. Insane, dude.
God damn.
I quit Guns when there was like so much hackers. That was the last time I remembered it. But I'm gonna get back to it once Steam releases it. I'm gonna go hard again. Maybe for like, you know, a couple months. I'm gonna grind that shit and join the fun. Dude, you went crazy with that one, dude. You know that. I mean, did you Was there like a competitive scene for guns? I believe there was like a competitive scene for guns. I'm sure. I was new back then when IJJI was about to merge. I went hard on learning the moves, then quit. Yeah, I was like that too. I was like super fucking noob, man. I don't know jack shit. I was just doing the double I don't know, forward. Yeah, that's it. And then when I was like learning, you know, K-style and all that, and then there was like so much hackers. And then I quit. Wait, when's the last time you played this? It seems like it's recent. Oh, 3 years ago. Okay. It's still fresh, I would say. It's still fresh. The memory's still there. I played it like 20 years ago, or I don't know, last 15 years ago, 20 years ago. So it's gonna be rough for me. Played other games. I played for like 3 months. I think I quit again. Hand was hurting, yeah. Carpal tunnel is the common thing in guns, dude. Yep. It's too much, dude. Dude, this game was ahead of its time, man. Think about it. It's so like extreme as well. Like it's so competitive compared to any other games. It could have been like one of the best, you know, esports game too. Kind of like, you know, it's one of the kind of like, you know, right now CS is one of the most popular esports. This game could have been one could have been like CS in terms of popularity. They just fucked it up. But we're all tumbling shit around, yeah. People, when I first played it, I thought it was just tumbling like that. But then once you get to know the moves and all that, it's actually freaking insanely fun. It looks simple, but deep inside, it's actually insane. I like it a lot, dude. Yep. Everyone's just rolling around, dude, and doing some ninja shit on the wall. Just running on the wall, dude. Until, you know, K-style took over. Man, the good old days, they fucked it up, guns. Yeah, doing wall run, shooting wall run, and then that's pretty much it. And then tumbling, and then dash. I mean, they're releasing it, so that's good. It's gotta be on Steam, so I'm gonna play it. The nostalgia. Rocket launcher. There's a rocket launcher? I don't remember that one. Rocket launcher? I don't remember that one. Rocket launcher. Was it OP? That sounds OP as hell, dude. One Deagle, one rocket launcher. And then they accept me on clan. They taught me all the moves. Oh shit. It's OP on 115 level back then. It hurts. Wait, can it one-shot you? I'm sure it can one-shot you. By the sound of it. Oh no, you can't. It just deals a lot of damage, huh? That's it. If you get hit, like, usually minus 30% of your health, but it's AoE. Oh, it's pretty fucking OP. The fuck? Yeah, it's a bit expensive. 800k for that card, man. I don't know about that one. I could buy it. I just don't want to spend so much, dude. I'm trying to buy a second brooch. And it costs like millions, dude. It hurts my pocket. It hits one last bit, big area. I just need one card. That's it. Just one, bro. Just one. Was it? Wait, hold on. Wasn't there like a grenade in guns? I'm pretty sure there was a grenade, right? And then a rocket launcher. Damn, that must have been pretty OP. Oh, there was a, or still is. There is grenades. Yeah, smoke grenade plus rocket launcher. Damn. Yeah, I remember that. Because, I mean, guns, when it comes to weapons, weapons, they stayed pretty much the same when it comes to meta. You know, like the double pump. The double pump is the most, like, pretty much everyone used it. Or uses it. And it's still, people still use it. The double pump. It's just OP, dude. The double pump, even, dude, the double pump in Fortnite, they even, yeah, that's why there's like a double pump in Fortnite. I was like, double pump? That came from guns, right? And I was like, yeah. The double pump. And then fucking, they nerfed it in Fortnite. Double pump. I just need one drop. Just one drop. I've killed 2,500 already. Jesus. Two K.
In 2011, Captain Sparkles would release one of the most important YouTube videos ever made, Revenge. Oh man! This one seemingly harmless song parody would launch the Creeper into the video game monster Hall of Fame. Wait, this video is about power creep? I thought that's like creepers. For as long as multiplayer games have existed, there's been a problem they've basically all had to contend with, and that problem is power creep. Power creep is the concept of items, characters, cards, really anything in the context of a game growing in power to unmanageable levels. This unchecked rise in power levels for these games is what often leads to that feeling that the game just isn't the same as it used to be, along with tons of other changes, you know. Power creep is a uniquely multiplayer issue, mostly because of the fact that multiplayer games, unlike single-player games, don't end. Well, except for multiplayer games like ArcAge, Terra, Star Wars Galaxies, Asheron's Call, The Matrix Online, Hello Kitty Online, City of Heroes, Wildstar, Firefall, Family Guy Online, Tabula Rasa, Hellgate London, Vanguard, Club Penguin, or The Sims Online. The constant updates and additions to multiplayer games means the stakes need to continue rising, and progress has to continue even when your players are already god-killing murder maniacs. And with the industry's shift to live service games, which just means turning single-player games into always-online microtransaction-fueled nightmares, power creep is only going to grow as a problem. So as president of MMORPGs, I'm going to force you to watch this video so you can learn what power creep is, how to avoid it, and most importantly, is it going to kill your favorite MMO? Oh no! What's going to happen to your favorite MMO? Oh, my favorite MMO! Oh no! What? You don't have a favorite MMO? Do you play any multiplayer games? That's alright, why don't you tell me what you're into and we'll see if we can find a game that you can play with other people. Really? So how do you spell that? Alright, well I've crunched the numbers and it looks like there's 2 games that could be for you. First one is a game I made called World of Hanks. It's a world, everyone is a white guy named Hank. Keep that one in mind. The other one, if you feel like hearing about it, is actually 1. What is power creep? And also, why is power creep? And perchance, how is power creep? Power creep as a concept originated in the 80s and 90s with tabletop and card games, most notably becoming a topic of discussion with Magic the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering. Beat your friends.
If you don't know what Magic the Gathering is, picture Yu-Gi-Oh! But for adults. And if you don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, well then congratulations on having a normal childhood, I guess. Magic is known for constantly releasing brand new card sets. I mean, since the release of the game, there have been over 100 sets released, which is kind of insane. Like, how do Magic the Gathering card collectors possibly have enough money for this? When releasing a new card set, assuming it's not a gimmick set like Marvel, Assassin's Creed, or Jurassic Park, the designers at Wizards of the Coast have to make sure there's a reason for players to go out and buy these new cards. The best way to do that is making more powerful cards. To make a more powerful card, the most simple thing to do would be take a good card that does 2 damage for 1 mana, for example, and think, alright, well our new cards will do 4 damage for 1 mana. Boom! Now players want the new card because it is in no uncertain terms a better card. This is a gross oversimplification of card design, but honestly, it's something you've seen Blizzard do with Hearthstone, so is it really an oversimplification? The process of creating direct upgrades might be great for 1, 2, or stay with me here, 3 expansion sets, but eventually you start running into a problem. All the new cards that are released are orders of magnitude more powerful than what came before, and they are such direct upgrades that all of the prior cards become worthless. I mean, why would you use old bad card when new good card is right there, and it does the same thing, but better? This is exactly what you see happen with MMOs. Except it's even more complicated. MMORPGs really have to nail just one thing to be considered a success, and that is progression. If a game's progression feels good, it will be well received. That's basically all there is to it. I guess you could say that nailing the feel of progression is hard, but just do it. The key to having good feeling progression is having a very solid progression curve. A progression curve is a fancy term for this little drawing I made in Microsoft Paint. This is the official presidential progression curve, and I will be referencing it for the rest of the video. So, get used to seeing this. The progression curve basically just represents the ideal character progression over time in an MMORPG. If you generally follow this progression curve, your MMORPG will be good. This is, of course, my opinion, but as president, my opinion is fact. That's how being president works. Vanilla World of Warcraft is an example of an MMO that nailed the progression curve. Early on, levels are going to come at you fast, and they're going to come at you hard, and with those levels are going to come a ton of new abilities that you can try out and play with, and each one represents a pretty significant jump in power for your character. Plus, along the way, just random drops of white items and green items can also be huge power spikes, and then there's quest rewards that are going to give you huge power spikes too. Wow, this thing has more spikes than Sonic the Hedgehog, and would you believe that matches what we see in our progression curve that I made.
Payon.
Remember this? I talked about it like 25 seconds ago. I hope you remember it. But as you progress, things do start to slow down. But that doesn't mean that progression stops feeling good. Progression just becomes more impactful, but takes more time. But that's okay, because at this point, a player is already horribly addicted to your game. So good job, you did it. This area is where you start to get endgame content, like raids, where you get massive power jumps when you do get the drops you're looking for, but those will take more skill, more time, and just more RNG to obtain. And so in Vanilla World of Warcraft, you have the perfect progression curve. Good job, guys. But getting the progression curve right in an isolated instance like Vanilla World of Warcraft is relatively easy. It's still hard, but you can get it done. That's why you also see great progression curves in hit single-player games like Elden Ring or Lego Island. But MMOs are not isolated things. They are constantly changing, because they have to be constantly changing, because if the players stop playing, everyone dies, I think. I assume that's why we keep having to play MMOs. What am I here for? So just like the situation that Magic the Gathering found itself in, there needs to be a reason to play this new content that's coming out in MMORPGs. So there needs to be a new level of progression. I mean, if a whole new expansion comes out and it just brings out raids that are the same difficulty, items that are the same power, and no increase in level cap or new progression systems, there's no reason to play. So new, harder content is released with expansions, and this new, harder content brings with it new, better loot. And this new, better loot gets the old, better players hard. It's a perfect cycle. Power creep doesn't only come in the form of better gear, though. A lot of times, power creep comes in the form of the players themselves. That's right, it's all your fault. You're a power creep. Jonathan Ross, the game director of Path of Exile, says as much when talking about the exponential growth of power in Path of Exile.
It felt like a few years ago, this sort of exponentialness of PoE kind of like exploded a bit. Like some of it really is just learning to understand, like optimizing, understanding how all of that stuff works to a degree that they can now do the kind of things that they can do. As well as us just having something, like it isn't entirely just power creep on our end, it's power creep on the players learning the game better too.
So over time, this once pristine progression curve starts looking all gross and ugly and growing in really terrible ways at the end. And before too long, you're left with a pretty bad case of the power creeps. And listen, I know what you're thinking. Is it weird to find Judy Hopps from Zootopia to be objectively attractive? Yes, it is. Please go to therapy. But I know what else you're thinking. What's the big deal? Shouldn't players and items get more powerful as the game goes on? Part 2. Is power creep even bad though? Like, come on, man. Yes. Part 3. You're actually gonna make me explain why power creep is bad. Okay, but seriously, I can understand why it can be hard to find power creep bad. We all love progressing our characters in these games, and if there's not new levels of power to strive for, then what's the point? Who cares if it makes this once best-in-slot sword worthless? Out with the old, in with the new. We all yell in unison as we play a re-release of a 20-year-old video game. The problem is that unchecked and massive growth in power doesn't just affect the end of the progression curve. It can really ruin the whole thing. It's like looking at the last month of Ubisoft stock and thinking, hey, that company's doing really well, before you realize that maybe things aren't going so great. New additions to MMORPGs don't happen in a vacuum. Player interaction, most notably through the in-game economy, is a massive part of the genre, so as more powerful items get introduced to the endgame, old items become progressively cheaper and more accessible to the masses at lower levels. Yeah, a lot of items will have level requirements or might be bound to your character, but there's going to be a growing pool of items that are outright better than whatever a low-level player might find in a dungeon or get from a quest. This winds up making players who are much more powerful throughout the leveling process than the original game designers had intended, throwing the whole progression curve into madness. Why aren't you guys worried about the progression curve? Unfortunately, this is exactly what we've seen happen with World of Warcraft. The early levels became so stupidly easy and unrewarding that getting from level 1 to max level became a chore you have to check off before you get to the real part of the game. Blizzard saw the early part of the progression curve get so messy that they decided we're just going to ignore it entirely and try to get you to max level as fast as possible where the game truly begins. The part of the game that used to be the end game. This makes the experience of the early game, especially to new players, extremely unfriendly and unrewarding. So it's all in all just not fun to play. The leveling process used to be a time to learn what your character could do, learn the ins and outs of the MMO as a whole, to find people to eventually raid with when you got to endgame after spending a good amount of time having fun progressing your character. But now even Blizzard knows that the early part of the game is so bad that they'll let you pay to just skip it. You can just pay to skip it. This all happened because old content got completely replaced by power creep in a way the designers never really intended it for it to happen. The carefully crafted early progression curve was completely ruined. That's why, in my opinion, if you're ever going to outright replace old content, it needs to be done carefully and intentionally, like having a fucking dragon burning down all your favorite leveling zones. That's intentional. All right, but who gives a toot about new players? We care about veteran players here. Sorry for cursing. But in reality, power creep is a bad thing for veteran endgame players too. Sure, it's fun to get all the new items so you can deal more and more damage so you can clear raids even faster, but it's hard not to get numb to it when the numbers start getting into the millions and billions of damage per second, so that your brain doesn't even comprehend that anything is changing. When you start to hit a certain level of power, you're just gonna start feeling numb to it. Getting a best in slot item that would take you from doing 5,000 damage to 6,000 damage feels amazing. Going from something crazy like 100,000 to a million can still feel really good. But when those numbers get so
Yo, what's up, Cormac? How's it going, man?
Anymore, it starts to become meaningless. At that point, you've progressed so much that you're probably extremely used to doing shit tons of damage.
Told you I was gonna get a rocker card. Oh shit, you got a rocker card? Damn, nice, man. How much did you sell it for? Manifest that ish.
There's no power creep.
Did you sell it or use it? Oh, you sold it for 500k? Damn, that's nice, man. Nice, you're rich now, man.
I'm using World of Warcraft as a punching bag here.
Shit.
This is true for almost any MMORPG that's been around long enough. RuneScape and EverQuest are two other primary examples. I mean, RuneScape in 2012 added insta-kill darts. Literally darts that instantly kill.
I'm so new I had so many uses for it.
That's not even power creep. That's just fucking stupid. In the long run, power creep diminishes the game experience for everyone and leads to the slow death of some of these beloved games.
Wait, what's your class
but
again?
Don't take my word for it.
You're a merchant, right?
Professor who agrees with me. Part 3: Power creep and the collapse of the Roman Republic. Jordan Slavic, an instructor at the University of Maryland, wrote an entire paper about power creep in video games and how it can be used to study the collapse of the Roman Republic. You might be wondering what this has to do with the rest of the video, and the truth is, it doesn't. I just love this paper so much. For any trading card game or MMORPG, power creep and the statistics behind it threatens the long-term stability and success of the game. The ultimate internal collapse of the Roman Republic can be seen in similar terms. This is my favorite line in any academic paper I've ever read, which is saying something because I've never read an academic paper before. Jordan goes in depth on power creep, specifically in Hearthstone, and he's got the
I'm seeing you
numbers
said,
to back it up.
Rocker,
The vast majority
Rocking
of the
Chainmail
paper
Baby just
examines
bought my quest
card
items.
draw
Feels good, man.
probability curves, card value versus mana cost graphs, and even
Yeah, I'm a
looks
hunter,
at
dude.
how power creep makes its way into these games. Given the nature of video game marketing, power creep often appears when new expansions are released. Sometimes this occurs intentionally to sell the newest set of cards. Hey, that's what I said. Jordan, who was a history professor by the way, talks in detail about Hearthstone for 10
Wait,
pages before
you
using the final
use your rocker card?
I think that Jordan just wanted to talk about Hearthstone. He even talks about how the Romans tried to nerf
I'm
the
sorry, yeah.
maximum potential of individuals to try and resolve.
Oh, no, never mind. No. You're rocking a chainmail. No.
I should probably be talking about resolving.
Never mind.
Instead of talking about this paper.
You got a
as much as I
chainmail.
love it. Part 4: How to fix power creep. I feel like
Yeah.
this
I got it.
person
Yeah.
that Fixing
I
power
was like,
creep
what?
is like kind of impossible. Power creep is usually the result of
Because
losing
because you know
that end up deeply rooting themselves in your game.
because there's names for it. When you put a card on the items, it gives a name. I thought that was the name of it.
Similar level, so you can just nerf
Rocker
them.
chainmail or something
But
like
it's
that.
really hard to just
Yeah.
mass nerf entire design philosophies and whole swaths of content. Plus, new
Yeah, because when you put a card on items, the name of the items will change.
Around people having access to those crazy power spikes. So if you nerf one thing, you have to nerf everything.
I'm farming this card right here.
Nerfing
This
is
Kokiri
not
card.
something designers ever want to do. There's a common design
I need the
philosophy
card.
that says you should always try to buff instead of nerfing. So that means if there's something that's overpowered, maybe you could try raising the power level of other things. The reason for this is very complicated, but I'll try to sum it up right now. Stronger feel more good. Weaker feel more bad. If you would like a less stupid explanation, Core Gaming as a whole.
Yeah, you've been
video on
trying
this
to buy it
specific
too,
topic,
but no one
I
sells it.
recommend So if you're not able to just nerf everything, what can
Someone's
be done?
selling it, but it's too pricey for me. You know.
So game developers have
I mean, I could buy it, but it's just too much. Yeah.
mitigate the effects of
Because I need to buy the second one, the second brooch. The second brooch costs like
has tons of types of creeps, like
millions,
power creep, and everyone who
and I'm
talks about
saving
power
up for
trade
it.
chat. Path of Exile effectively solves their power creep issue by having their whole game revolve around seasonal game modes called leagues.
Yep,
Leagues are
it
a
is.
total reset with a fresh economy and characters who must start as
It's gonna set you back if you're like poor. You know what I'm saying?
Powerful items into the game's economy, you don't feel the effects of power nearly as much as you would on persistent servers. This is why even just regular resets in other MMOs are so popular. A fresh economy is really tempting to come back to the game. But this doesn't really solve the core
It's gonna
power
like
creep issue, though.
it's gonna
There's
held
still
you back
persistent
so
non-league server
long.
that has to deal with
If you're
all the
broke.
long-term ramifications, but basically no one plays that. So it's kind of like cleaning your room but pushing everything into your closet. The problem's still there, you just can't see it. This is obviously not an ideal scenario though, because one of the best parts of MMORPGs are the long-running worlds where you play these characters you invested years into. To
Teleporting and
progress.
quality of life
So World
stuff.
of
It's just a
Warcraft
pain when
opted
you're
for a
broke.
different
Yep.
Solution. Blizzard decided to solve power creep by just making a bunch of shit
Very,
harder.
dude.
In the Burning
If you're
Crusade,
poor, it's very
Warcraft's
expensive.
first
If you're poor,
expansion, they
man.
introduced heroic
Super
dungeons as a harder alternative to
expensive.
existing
You have to buy
dungeons,
Fly
where
Wing. You
monsters
have to buy
stayed in the
potion.
dungeon had more hit points.
You have to
This
buy all this
basically
kind of
meant there was
stuff
somewhere for
just to
players
get by,
who had
dude.
gotten too powerful to go and use their power without Blizzard having to make any brand new content. Eventually, as power continued to creep, they released Mythic Dungeons. Mythic Dungeons were the new king of dungeon difficulty, being just like heroic dungeons, but check this out, harder. Now there are 3 difficulties to each dungeon, so no matter how strong you are and how good your loot is, there's always something difficult and rewarding to do. But would you believe me if I said that power creep kept happening
Yep.
and eventually Mythic Dungeons weren't hard enough? So Blizzard had to find a solution that would satisfy overpowered players.
That's what the
once and
that's
for
what
all.
the
Why don't they just
knights
add a
do.
4th-tier
They're
dungeon
Peko
difficulty,
knights.
I hear you suggesting? Well, you're stupid. Idiot. But this new tier would eventually become too easy too. So what do?
They're
Add
zooming
2 new
in, like
tiers?
they're zooming.
Maybe 3 new tiers? Even 4 new tiers? And that's when they realized they should just add all the tiers. And Mythic Plus was born. Literally endlessly scaling dungeons where monsters within the dungeon would even be slightly different every week to keep things
I just
fresh.
need one.
Now it
I
doesn't
just need
matter
one
how powerful
card.
players are, 'cause there's literally
Then I'll be
always
done.
a tier of dungeon difficulty that is going to be too hard. On the surface, this is kind of a ridiculous solution in my opinion. Like, seeing the progression curve and thinking, oh shit, what do we do? And then
Come
deciding
on,
to
man.
just
I just
give
need one.
monsters the same progression curve, it just seems a little ridiculous. But People love Mythic Plus, and I'm not gonna argue with the results. I do think that infinitely scaling dungeons with the randomized monsters is a cool idea and a fun way to challenge your players, but if you want to get really crazy with addressing your power creep issues, you should just do what RuneScape did in 2013. Release a
If your Brett ever
2007
complains, show him
version
some
of the
knight
game
in full
that doesn't
armor
have the
riding
power creep
a
issues of the
Pekka.
modern game, and leave it at that. Funny enough, that 2007 version of the game would be constantly updated to this point where
My
it
bird
is now dealing with power creep itself. This is
never
what
complains,
RuneScape
dude.
is
My
currently
bird
doing
obeys
something
every
called
single time, man.
Project Rebalance.
I mean, he doesn't all the time because he doesn't
Every
proc.
piece of
You
game
know what I'm
is
saying?
being reworked in some ways, both major and minor.
So
No,
yep,
that's what was wrong. You
I'm
can't just
gonna
nerf
point
everything. None of these
Pekka
ideas,
knights
except for
to him,
maybe
dude.
Project Rebalance, which hasn't actually happened yet, solve power creep though. At best, they mask the issue, which isn't necessarily bad, but it's still not ideal. So the best solution ultimately is to do power creep in a good way.
What level are you on right now?
You
Or
gotta
what
do
level?
good
What's
creep.
your level
Part
right now,
5.
dude?
Good power creep. I tried to think of a clever title for this part, and I couldn't, so I'm sorry. I spent this whole thing telling you about how bad power creep is, and how it might be the worst
Oh, you're
thing
30
to
right
ever
now?
happen to the
Damn,
MMO
you're
community
grinding it,
until
dude.
Assassin's Creed decided
Shit.
to make a woman a samurai. Really, Ubisoft? A woman beating up men? What's next? The Pope using magic? But growing power in an MMORPG is a necessary part of the genre. These games are about progression after all, and you can't just not have progression. The problem is that making content that provides direct upgrades over prior content is easy, and in the short term will feel good for the players, but in the long term you get all of the issues.
I spent
I've
all
been
night in the
talking
Colbert pipe
So
killing
what
male
do you
thieves,
do?
bro.
Extra
I'm
Credits has a
smelling like
video on Power
dookie.
Creep that's so old they aren't even called Extra Credits anymore, but in that video they offer the idea of incomparable mechanics. Incomparable mechanics are basically items that are really good at totally different
Male-
things or in totally
Oh, that's where you're
different ways.
leveling
This
in?
could mean items that are more effective against different types of bosses by exploiting weaknesses. The
As a
things that
merchant?
two items are good at are not directly comparable. The advantage of incomparable mechanics is that it greatly slows the rate at which players become overpowered and the rate
Frontera
at which
sewer.
old content becomes useless. This helps keep the scaling of the game as a whole in a much more reasonable range. This is something that old school RuneScape did with the Twisted Bow. This bow does scaling damage based on the magic level of the creature it's targeting, making it extremely useful against magical enemies, but not nearly as viable against bosses that don't use magic. At least, that was the idea. The Twisted Bow is actually just so absurdly good that it's still the best range weapon against tons of bosses, even where it wasn't intended to be, but hey, what are you gonna
It's good
do?
before the
I guess
pouring dig set.
just kind of be like, oops. Another solution to avoid or at least slow down power creep is by making new best in slot gear require older gear in some way. Once again, and hold on to your butts, I'm going to point to old school RuneScape doing this in several instances. The best in slot melee gear drops in a broken form and requires the previous best in slot items to repair it and make it usable. Importantly, this is not a durability system, because durability
Are you in
systems
pouring dig
are
set
annoying,
right now?
and they suck.
Are
This
you,
is a
oh, that's where you're
one-off.
leveling
You
it right
need
now,
the
huh?
old gear to use the new gear, and then you can just use it, which is cool.
Pouring
It's a
dig
system
site?
I really like because it doesn't diminish the excitement of new gear dropping, since anyone good enough to get the new best gear in the first place would have already obtained the previous best in slot gear because of the progression curve. It makes sure, however, that the previous gear is still part of that progression curve and still holds value in the economy, so it's all around pretty neat. No matter what you do, though, it's inevitable that older content will become much easier over time as gear
Pouring
and the
dig
players
site after
themselves
that?
become more powerful.
Nice,
Monsters that
nice.
were once considered legendary to us as kids will become incredibly easy, and that's okay as long as the developers are careful about how that happens. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I'm gonna reference old school RuneScape
This is
again,
Iceland.
for the third
Iceland.
time in a row.
I don't know how you
Jad
say
is a
it.
legendary monster
It's in
RuneScape
it's an
history.
island. It's
Once
in
one of the hardest
Bjalen.
bosses in
It's
the
like a
entire
satellite
game. He's so iconic that my fiance
island.
made me a stuffed Jad for my birthday.
It's right here.
This is awesome, and I love her. Jad was so difficult for some people that there was a massive bout of people downloading simulators for Jad to try and practice the mechanics out of
Bjalen.
the game.
I don't
They
know.
were just
That's how you say it.
malware, so that's kind of funny. But 2 decades removed from the release of Jad, he's become such a pushover to many players that people will kill him now.
It's for like
without
it's for
even
low
touching their
levels.
mouse. For a large group of players, though, Jad is now
If you're like
just a
level
semi-difficult
10 or
encounter that gets you
20,
prepared for the much harder bosses
this is
to
where you
come.
farm,
Plus, the
pretty
reward
much.
for killing Jad, the Fire Cape, is required to eventually try your hand in getting the best cape in the game. So Jad is no longer the terrifyingly hard final boss he once was. Instead, he's a point on the progression curve that's been shifted around a ton over the last decade. And that's the perfect thing to happen to old content in my opinion. If it can still have a place in character progression, even if it's different than what it once was, that's great. Old content doesn't need to always keep the exact same relevance for the entirety of the game's lifespan. I said this earlier, but as long as old content is changed and replaced intentionally and not by default because of power creep, then it's probably a good thing. So the lesson here is that power growth is unavoidable and necessary for a game, but power creep isn't. It can be tempting to... Hold on, let me do this in a new part. Part 6. In conclusion, it can be really tempting when designing new content and new rewards to just change the DPS of existing items to be higher. The higher number is better. It's easy to understand and everyone will enjoy it. That's tempting not only as a designer because of how much easier it is, but it's tempting as a player because it's probably going to feel better. I mean, as a player, it's easy to get excited when you get a drop that's going to be your new main hand weapon you're going to use against every future boss. It's so exciting. It's your new everyday weapon. It can be a little harder to get excited about a weapon you'll use sometimes, and it'll be really good in those situations, but other times you'll just keep using what you're already using. You see how that's a little less exciting, but history has shown us that it's important to the long-term health of these games that steps like this
it adds plus, I believe it's +2 agility.
Because there's people much smarter than me working
that's what it,
on
yeah, that's what it
now,
does.
like
+2 agility. On top of that, you get a brooch. Like brooch adds like 1 agility, and then +2 agi. +2 agi. Yeah. I need it badly, man. I need it.
But until then,
It'll help me out tremendously.
So go home, bitch.
I just need it. I just need 1, then I can chill, and then I'm gonna buy the second brooch.
Patreon is where you're at. You went to the URL in the description.
Come on, bro.
And that's pretty neat. Hey, you're a patron. Thank you so much for your support. Hey, you're a patron. I like you very much, cause hey, you're a patron. Patreon is where you're at. You went to the URL in the description and you gave me your money, and that's pretty neat. Thank you. Get all those goodies I mentioned earlier.
I just can't wait to get one, dude, so I can just leave this place and farm or level up. Yep. Mind-numbing grinding. I'm kind of sick of it, dude. The fucking grinding, it's insane, but you know, I mean, when I grind, I get what I want. Like, I get what I want, and they dropped it anyway, so I'm good. It's not like, you know, I grind and then I don't get the items that I want. So yeah. If I was your level, I would come hang out with you. I mean, you'll get to my level eventually, so we can hang out together or farm together, or MVP together. We can do MVP together. Or we can join a guild. And then yeah, some more people in it. It's gonna be fun, dude. When I try to talk to client, it's crickets. Nothing in it, dude. It's like the silence is deafening, man. Let me ask this guy. Onslaught. No. It's not even there. What? Black Onslaught. Let me try. Yeah, I'm gonna lose some amount of money. Shit. Yeah, sure. Do you have it? Let's go. Payon. Yep. Shit. I'm gonna buy the fucking brooch, man. Whoops. Yep. Fuck that, dude. I need cuckery, dude. I need that cuck card, dude. Cuck. Where's that card? I just need one. And then I could just, you know, level up peacefully, man. Where's my this one right here? See this one? I need it badly. Man, 800 bucks, 800K. Screw that, I'm gonna wear it. Farm Zenny. No, honestly, I already have the money. I don't know why. I just don't want to buy it. Like freaking 800K for 800K for a card, for that card. Hold up. Let me where this here. I'm gonna go back to it. Fuck it. I'm gonna farm it. Shit, I need. It's already 12 in my area. Jesus. That works. Oh, yeah, it works. Fuck, man. What the hell? Oh, thanks, dude. Appreciate that. I always appreciate the help. I thought you can just like double click it. Man, it's missing out on. It looks lame, man. I need the card. Damn it. Dude, I haven't played this in like 20 years, man. I don't remember that much, but yeah. I just need the card, damn it. then oh, this one here. What is it now? 173. It moved up. Damn. I need 180. Now I'm 180 attack speed. Let's go. Give me the card. I am broke now. What's my lock now? It's 59. 53. Where is the damn card, man? I need to change this to Ghost Bandana. I think that'll be better. I get more agi. Try if I can buy one. Let's see if someone sells me. I need that. Where's the card? Damn. I killed like thousands of thief bugs, got nothing, killed 2 rockers, got a rocker. You never know how it's gonna go down. That's the thing, dude. It's so RNG, man. It's insane, dude. RNGesus, man. You gotta pray to RNGesus. So, oh, Ashes of Creation. Watch this.
Ashes of Creation, what's been going on?
Hold up. When you're due like this, it's like you don't even know you don't even want to leave because you will get something rare somewhere else you don't want. Yeah, it's you get attached to it like for some reason because you don't want to miss out on something. That's true. That is so true, dude. Oh man. There it is. Nope. You leave here, you get some other card from random mob on your trip watch. That's the thing, you get another card you don't need, but when you need something, they don't give it to you, dude. And then that card that you don't need, they don't sell really well too.
For the past few months, Ashes has been playable in its Alpha 2 state. Initially, they ran their Alpha 2 Phase 1 test from October 25th to December 20th, with servers being up for 3 days per week. This was more of a network and stability test though, and I covered it in a first impressions video a few months back. Currently, the game's in Alpha 2 Phase 2, which has 5-day server uptime, which is expected to last until May.
Yep,
I need transition to Phase 3 with 7-day uptime. And we'll then see the game's full feature set slowly roll out
Ghost Bandana.
over the next year or so. I think for many people, including myself, the Riot MMO and Ashes of Creation are the two big Western MMOs that we're really looking forward to, that will hopefully breathe life into our rather stagnant MMORPG genre. I've been playing a bit of Ashes Alpha 2 in my spare time, but I really wanted to try out some of the classes at max level, so I asked Stephen if he'd be down for an interview, and to also boost some classes up for me to test, which you'll see in an upcoming video where I'll review the game's combat. It's been a long time since I last interviewed Stephen, so I hope you'll enjoy this little chat. So we're here today with Stephen, and it's been a long time since we've had a chat, isn't it?
I know, it's been a very long time. I don't actually know that we've ever done a format like this where we had, other than I think we had a live stream once, right? Didn't we have a live stream, I think?
Yeah, like, it's got to be 7 or 8 years ago when I first interviewed you, and the game's completely different nowadays, so you got something to play.
What life was that? That was too long ago. I don't remember.
Definitely a lifetime ago. So we've got a bit of an interesting format cooked up today. We're going to be dueling between the questions on various different classes.
Hey, you just took a pot shot at me. Unbelievable! Look at this. You're trying to pre-damage me before we begin.
Gotta get every advantage I can get. I don't want you cheating with those GM powers. A lot of my viewers who watch the Ashes coverage are more casual viewers of the project who check in like 3 to 4 times per year. For those people, where would you say Ashes is right now in its development cycle?
I would say that we have entered the most pivotal stage of development, which is that to say, last year in October we began our Alpha 2, and the Alpha 2 is a stage of development where we are rapidly iterating on our core pillars and designs, and where
Give me
we
one
are
drop.
also rapidly in production of expanding the world map. I would say
say probably like 70 to 80% or so of the core gameplay loops are present within the game, but I would say roughly like maybe 20 to 30% of content is in place, and that's what we're kind of, moving towards implementing, is fleshing out those systems, introducing the story arcs and quests, filling out our artisanship systems, but the moment-to-moment gameplay, our combat, that's in a pretty representative state, and people can get a good feeling for what Ashes is going to look and play like from a combat perspective, as well as our primary, I think, loop, which is the ability to kind of build the world up through the node system, to elect mayors, to let them engage in trade and the collection of resources within the world, and moving those resources and generating gold, crafting items, and hunting animals, making mounts and whatnot. Like all of those things are what we're right now testing with over 130,000 people within the Alpha 2 testing environment.
130,000 people have tried the Alpha 2 already.
Yes, yeah, 130,000 people. There's been a lot, and we've obviously hit a pretty high concurrency when we initially launched in the Alpha 2 in October of last year. That December, we saw upwards of over 6,000 people that were logged in on one Unreal server. For us, that's I don't know of any other Unreal Engine 5 game that's out that has hit that.
What is
level
it?
of
It's 12
concurrency.
already? Shit.
So
I'm gonna go
we're
eat.
proud of the backend systems we've built to facilitate a massive, seamless open world in Unreal Engine 5 with our custom backend layer, and we're continuing to solidify that to work on performance and optimization, as well as stability, and it's come a long way in the last few months.
Yeah, I remember that was one of the worries a lot of people had back when you first started developing Ashes. A lot of people were saying it's not a good engine for MMOs,
Yes.
but you was always saying that it can work if you make your own custom backend, right?
Well, that's the brilliance of an engine like Unreal, right? Is that there are parts of Unreal that you don't have to use if you don't want to use them, and of course Unreal Engine isn't built out of the box to facilitate a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. So we always knew from the get-go that there would have to be a lot of legwork on our end to facilitate that, and our networking team, our engineers, have done a really great job in making sure that that's the case, and now we have a great foundation to build upon, because one of the tenets of Ashes has always been to put the massive back in massively multiplayer, and right now we have siege testing that's being done with our nodes, and that siege testing is being done with hundreds of players in an environment, all vying for the destruction of a node, which is obviously a server-wide event that's going to be pretty climactic. So,
Duel number 1. Are you ready?
All right.
Geo.
3, 2, 1.
I've got some nasty debuff on me.
Do I? What was that? Oh no! Oh! Oh, that was so close!
You walk into my bait.
Man. Did I die? I
Good
died
fight.
terribly. That was a
Wait,
good
I've still
fight.
got walk mode on.
Oh,
I didn't realize it was toggle. Alright, now into the juicy questions. So, obviously, like in a lot of my videos, I don't know if you're familiar with my pros and cons format.
Oh
where,
shit,
like,
there's a lot here.
I'll play an MMO and I'll talk about the pros and cons. What would you say, in its current state, the pros and cons are for Ashes, in your opinion, if you was to review your own game?
That's a good question. What are the pros and cons of the game right now? I think obviously cons
Not
are
a single one.
that we're in a testing
Insane.
environment, right? A lot of people, they come into Ashes of Creation, and it can be a be a little bit misleading, some of the quality of the game, to make you kind of feel like it's in a more game-ready state. But the reality of it is, there's a lot to come still in Ashes, in our development. And so making sure that people contextualize what they're playing right now as a work in progress sometimes is lost on people. There's a reason why we chose to go with a development approach that's very transparent, and it allows us to iterate on things.
I'm just gonna go eat for now. I'm gonna go eat.
And that's not commonly done for projects of our size, right? We've talked about that from the very beginning. Typically, you'll see a lot of projects, spend 100, 200, 300 million dollars on development, and MMOs can take upwards of 10 years to develop. I look at the recent launch of Throne of Liberty, such a beautiful game that they made, and that was over a 12-year development cycle, for a titan like NCSoft, which really knows MMORPG. Some of my most beloved MMOs I've played came out of NCSoft. And here we are as a brand new studio. We're now up to nearly 250 developers at the studio, creating Ashes of Creation, and we started from scratch, right? And that is something that I think, because of the quality of the world that we're constructing, a lot of people forget. So one of the cons is that the game can be a bit misleading in the visuals and give you an impression that it is a completed game.
Yeah.
It is very much not so. I would say one of the pros, however, is that we are rapidly iterating on things still, right? You can see changes that we implement into the game as a result of us talking with our testers in a regular cadence with them, every single month, every single day on Discord and in our dev discussions. And our developers play the alpha with other people who are testing. We are actively engaged and in the community testing, and I think that's one of the pros. I think from a gameplay perspective, the moment-to-moment combat is strong.
True.
And that's probably one of the most important things to get right. I feel like in an MMORPG, it is the most tactile, interfaced system within the game that you're regularly participating with every day, every moment, every minute. And we took a lot of time to get things right. I mean, I even asked you on occasion to author some private videos for our team to help them kind of focus on what it is that players within the MMORPG genre are looking for out of a combat system. And we really take to heart that approach of engaging with our audience to know the product that they want us to build for them.
Yeah.
And I think combat is a shining example of that.
Definitely. Like with Throne of Liberty, for example, the reason I stopped playing that game, despite really loving everything about that game, was the combat. It just wasn't good enough. And when, if you don't work on the fundamentals and heavily nail down the fundamentals, content doesn't matter.
3, 2, 1.
I think we had the same thought there.
Oh no. Oh man, I did worse that time. I guess Payon's just that good, guys.
Maybe just like the one class that I've played. It's gonna probably swing in the other direction in the next few duels because I'm gonna be going on classes that I've never played before. So, have you got a turtle you can spawn for me? Because my mount's quite fast. So I'm like, I'm walking and then I'm having to slow down.
Like a bulldog. Or like a Boston Terrier. Yeah, a bulldog.
I've never seen that mount in this game before.
There's something the skeleton.
It's terrifying. It's like
that is
dog.
terrifying, dude. The rig must be messed up.
It looks like one of those undead models from WoW, where it's got like the mouth cut off and its tongue's hanging out. Funny. Oh wait, the walking animation's a bit flopped as well. What is that?
Welcome to Alpha. Maybe that one's not ready yet.
So when I'm streaming Ashes, a lot of people come in the chat and they ask like, when's a good time to jump into the game? Usually I respond with Alpha 2 Phase 3, because that's when the game's gonna have like 7 days uptime. What would you say if someone was to ask that question?
Yeah, I would say sometime into Phase 3. This is something that we've said, back leading up until Alpha 2. Phase 1 and Phase 2 are very much about the stability, optimization, performance, and Phase 3 was much more about like balance, content, questing, solo. Like, there's a lot of stuff there that Phase 3 is going to feel much closer to a game, completed game. If you're a casual viewer of Ashes, Phase 3 might not even be for you as well. And partly the reason why we are doing this in a non-NDA fashion, right? Doing this in the open, letting people see this is so that whether you have a key and are participating or not, you have the opportunity to comment on what you're seeing, right? To offer feedback to us, right? Making sure that kind of, we're answering the call of what players want to see out of like Ashes. And I think that when we talk about like, what percentage of the player population is interested in, accompanying a game through development, it's a very small percentage of people. Like, watching a game develop, participating in a game's development is not something that the majority of players really either have the patience for, the desire to participate in, or the capability of even, offering feedback in a format that's directional for development.
Especially for MMOs, right? Because I feel like humans can't comprehend such long time frames, especially when it comes to development of MMOs. Kind of messes with our heads a little bit.
Absolutely. Like, I can tell you from a development perspective, like, this is not a process that most people can really be a part of. Like, being an MMO developer is not something that most developers, I feel, can be. So it takes a special breed of even developers to want to go through the pain. Like, maybe we can fight some of these enemies here.
Yeah, like the average MMO development time's like, for a non-ambitious MMO, it's like 5 years, right? On the low end.
Yeah.
But for an ambitious MMO, you're looking like 7 to 8 years at times. So as a developer leading a project, surely your mindset might even change over the course of that time, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You lose motivation.
Well, it's also, one of the important things about the development of any project, of any, whether it be a game or any other project, is vision keeping, right? Through that time, I'm sure many of us have seen projects
Go
that started with
grind.
an idea, with a vision.
Double check.
That didn't last past the first year, or made it
Still.
3 years into development, and now the identity of the game that you were making has fundamentally changed to even appeal to a totally separate audience.
Yeah.
A lot of us have seen that with some MMOs that we've been looking forward to that turned into some like MMO survival hybrid, right? And a lot of MMO players are like, wait a minute, if I wanted a survival game, I'd play a survival game. I want something that looks, feels, talks, and tastes like an MMORPG, but is new with appealing, innovative concepts and ideas. And, the longer you go in a project, which is something inherent in MMOs, the more opportunity there is to lose sight of that vision. And unless you have a strong vision holder that's keeping the project true to what it set out to be, there's a real risk and opportunity there to lose sight of vision.
Just to follow up on that, obviously, you wrote like the plan for Ashes many years ago. Has anything really changed? Have you changed your mind on anything since going into Alpha 2 and getting all of this feedback?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we haven't changed our mind about the core tenets, the pillars of the design, the identity of the game, but within systems, we've absolutely changed systems. I mean, we were talking about combat there for a little while. Like, combat is something that has changed iteratively and fundamentally over time, but has never changed the vision of what we're trying to deliver. So, like,
I
our
need
original combat that we
just
implemented,
one.
in Alpha 0 time is a completely different thing than where combat is today, like fundamentally. And even in Alpha 1, where combat was fundamentally different. Remember, we did APOC as an action combat testing environment as well. Fundamentally different combat experience. So, that isn't just true for combat, that's true for a lot of different systems.
Yeah. Okay, round 2. Never played the Ranger before, though, so you should be winning this.
I'm gonna use like line of sight to bring up your attacks.
mic.
Got him! Yeah!
I'm no game dev, but my assumption with game development is the thing that takes the longest amount of time is like laying the foundations of the game, the stuff that the community doesn't see. So getting the networking right, figuring out the combat, and stuff like that. And I would assume that things like art assets, biomes, and things like that would be more quick to develop, like the content side of things. Is that assumption correct? Has Ashes finished laying the foundations? And if not, what is left to implement on the foundations before players start to see content being released at a more rapid rate?
Yeah, I think that is, for the most part, generally true. Anytime you're dealing with complex, feature development, the initial stages, the initial stages of, prototyping, of iterating, building, those features from the ground up, and pre-production for defining those pipelines and making sure that what you're wanting to build is, that can definitely be very, very time consuming. And I would say, like, the position that we're in right now with Alpha 2 is that the majority of those core features, oh my gosh, look at this dude. What is going on?
It's going hard on that grind.
Okay. Whoa. Very cool. I would say that we had definitely some reset on systems when we moved from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5. That was particularly true when it came to the map of the world as well. But now we're in a position where we are filling out these systems with content. These core gameplay loops have gone through their a large portion of their iterative phases. They've gone through their prototyping phases. We have our established pipelines. And so a good example of that is, the expansion that we've done, the desert. That whole peninsula, if you open your map and go down to kind of that section of the Sand Squall, that whole peninsula between the month of January and February was introduced and was fleshed out. And even the rogue archetype, as we kind of have the rogue archetype coming online, comparatively, that's been kind of a 3.5 month or so process to bring the rogue archetype up to a place where the other archetypes are at. And those other archetypes took a little bit longer because we're still answering some fundamental questions. And people will see that the summoner, the last archetype that we're introducing, will be implemented probably in about a 3 to 4 month time frame as well.
Okay.
So that's a very true statement to say, like, now that we've established these pipelines and these core features, filling them out from a content development perspective is a much more known, understood, and developmentally solid approach. I would say that is true. Now, if we have to re-examine a core system, and we have to, take into account something that we learn out of this Alpha 2 that makes us question whether or not a system needs to be fundamentally redrawn up, that's going to take time to do. But so far, we haven't seen.
Okay. So, just to follow up on that, on the foundational side, what would you say is left to be done before it's like full focus on content?
Yeah, I think that there's still some outstanding feature development.
Just give me that.
On artisanship, right? We have the artisanship skill trees and professions that we still need to flesh out. We've decided to take a more active approach in those abilities. Originally, our design was to be more passive in the skill trees for our professions, and instead we've decided to incorporate active abilities as part of those profession skill trees as well. So things that you can do while you are, gathering and/or processing or crafting. That's going to be a big part that's still outstanding.
Yeah.
Same is true for our freehold feature. Right now we have a very MVP version of freeholds implemented within the game. These are homes that you can purchase and that you can, place and plant resources on and gather those resources. We have the estate and barony system feature that needs to be implemented. It's in the process of being implemented actually and tested on a lower branch that allows players to free place and deploy freeholds within the world to carve out their stake of land as we've designed. And then that falls under the purview of some barony and or some estate system, which then plugs into the node, vassalship system and taxation and whatnot.
Yeah.
I would say that additionally, when we talk about some of the outstanding features for vassalship itself, the ability for nodes to establish these kind of state-like entities when it comes to falling into this vassalship network structure, setting up the trade alliances and policy work and relics. Relics are currently in the process of coming online. Excuse me, sorry.
It's all right.
Relics are still in the process of coming online. These are kind of trophies that you search for in the world. There are a limited number of them. Nodes vie for these things. They give special powers to nodes and the citizens of those nodes, and they're one of the main incentives for why players would want to attack a city, destroy that city, so that they can claim its treasures and property. So that's a system that is currently in development and coming online as well. And then in March, this month, at the end of this month, the Rogue is hitting Alpha 2. Node sieges are hitting Alpha 2. And an expansion within the Turquoise Sea that's probably going to include some naval elements to it as well, design-wise. That is another big feature set that is outstanding that we need to incorporate as well. So, phase 2 was kind of about touching up the final parts of the features that, the big feature points that we're trying to implement into Ashes, and then in phase 3 we're flesh them out.
Yeah. So it's a massive game with so many different systems and features. It sounds like there's still quite a lot of work to do when it comes to figuring out and implementing the foundational systems. But I see like a lot of people, they get hung up on things like the amount of biomes in the world, the amount of quests, the amount of stuff which probably just doesn't take that long, the amount of content. It seems like the real stuff goes on behind the scenes, right?
Yeah, I would say, we're talking about biome zone development and questing. Those are all content paths that, are the tools are in place that we have for them. We're developing those in the back end. A lot of those systems are turned off for now because they have bugs. They have to go through QA testing before they hit the population. And that's something that, we consider relatively easy to implement, right? The difficult things are the complex features and systems, that we're trying to land the look, the feel, the gameplay experience for. And a lot of the stuff that I just mentioned is partially developed on our development branch in Perforce and in our QA branches and feature branches. And they need to be further tested, fleshed out, connected, and working with our mesh network layer approach so that they work cross-boundary also, which is another constraint that has to be done in development as well.
All right, ready?
Go. Oh no!
Broken. Broken class. So I get a lot of questions when streaming regarding the graphics of Ashes, and I've always assumed that graphics would be one of the last things that you really touch up and refine in development. For the people who aren't currently happy with the state of Ashes graphics, can they expect to see any further improvements closer to launch? And is there anything with the visuals that you're personally currently unhappy with?
The thing about our development process has been, and people can, go to our YouTube channel and look at, where the game has moved to visually over time. And it's something that's, always being worked on, right? And I want to make sure that we distinguish between what style is and what graphical fidelity is, right? Because they're two different things. Ashes goes more towards a realistic style, right? We're not a highly stylized game. We don't have a lot of heavy saturated colors and whimsical designs that are just exaggerated, right? We try to be more on the realistic side, not ultra realism, but a bit more on the realistic side. So if we're looking for like signature style within the game, that's something that's going to be introduced over time as we continue through phase 3. That might be like a race of like Sherpas that assist in managing warehouses or opening gates for people, stuff like that. Or it's our trees, the heartwoods that exist within the node proper because of glint and the accumulation of this magical physical property. So from a style perspective, you'll see more signature fantasy elements get introduced over time within the story. From a graphical fidelity standpoint, a lot can be said for lighting within a game. And we are actively going through iteration on our lighting across all environments. This is especially true with interior spaces and our time of day system. And as that lighting changes, you're going to see significant, visual changes within the world, within the way that lighting interacts with certain types of materials and textures. So that's something that I think is still very much outstanding. We have a great lighting team, that worked on Hogwarts Legacy and other, big, what I think are very good examples of lighting. That's Chris and Gabe and our graphics engineers, Philip and Peter and Cody and McP. Like, they're all part of our lighting team that are, helping to kind of embrace the strengths that Unreal 5 on the front end has with Lumen and with the world. So there's a lot of changes and work that's being done there still. So I would say keep on the lookout for that. But there are parts of the world that are just beautiful, like the scene that we're looking out at, this massive open world, or in the desert environment. And the Turquoise Sea is going to be something, when it lands this month, that is visually very different from the Riverlands. So keeping in mind, like, the visuals of a playable space within Ashes is also predicated on the biome in which you're observing the world. The Riverlands can be kind of dreary, right? From your old country where you hailed from, to a degree.
England.
Exactly, right? But as you move out into the Turquoise Sea or the Anvil Mountains or in the Junedark or the Sandsfall Desert, like, you start getting out of this Riverland space. It can look very visually different, very contrasty to what you're experiencing here.
Yeah, that's true. I've noticed that in different seasons and at different times of day, the lighting definitely makes a huge difference. For me, the one area that seems a bit weak right now is the winter season at nighttime.
Oh yeah, winter at night for sure.
Yeah.
Right now it looks like we're. In fact, I could change the season for you if you want to. Let me go to that. Let me go to your winter season real quick here.
The players who are testing the alpha are going to be a bit confused if you can just do that.
Oh, just get ready.
What the hell?
In global chat, they're going to be like, "What just happened?" It went to winter. Let me know when it hits your screen, because I just pushed the time update to the server.
I'm going to open the chat and see if there's any reaction. Shout out to the no-lifers in the chat in EU who are up super early. It's got to be like 6 a.m. EU time.
So yeah. This is, obviously, visually the seasons are, relevant to kind of, changing the visual appeal of a playable space, right? Keeping it a little bit fresh, right? But mechanically, it affects the crop rotations. It affects the resources as gatherables within the world. It it informs certain types of mob spawners as well, which affects obviously loot reward tables. So from a dynamic world perspective, this system driven event is influencing player activity.
Yeah, this is going to look a lot better when the lighting is fully in place. This isn't the final graphics at all. It's not the final. Yeah, let's go.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I love that ability. Big damage.
Oh no.
Ooh, that feels cool. What's this? Oh, that's cool. It's my first time playing the warrior. Wow.
Oh shit, dude,
The
that
fighter
fucking
is
warrior.
nice. I mean, I was just spamming abilities, but that feels cool. Also, a graphics-related question, just to follow up on that. A common complaint I hear about Ashes on stream is that the game is lacking in art style. Are you planning on giving the game more of a distinct visual art style later in development, and is this something that's actually possible to do?
Yeah, you know, I touched on that just a little bit when we talk about when we talk about the art style of Ashes. Our focus is more on the realism side than it is on heavily saturated colors or highly exaggerated shapes, right? So, you know, we're not going to be a World of Warcraft environment when it comes to the visuals of the game. That won't change. But if we're talking about like signature fantasy themings, if we're talking about like iconic style that we can point to and say, that's Ashes, you know, of creation, I recognize that. Those elements will be coming online as we continue down the content creation path towards, you know, prop sets that are uniquely identifying of different player factions and NPC factions in the world. We may introduce elements of like high fantasy type characters as assistant NPC races within nodes within playable environments. Obviously, we have a wide range of mounts, you know, that exist within the world as well, that are signature, you know, style as well. When we get into different biomes and we see unique foliage types, or in the desert, you have unique, like those pink trees that are in the desert location, or the large crystals that are incorporated into the rock faces. Like those types of fantasy elements are going to be more pronounced as we continue to refine the world and grow the world.
Yeah, that's fair. I think when people say that the game is lacking in art style, that's what they mean. They want to like look at a screenshot and be able to say this screenshot's from Ashes of Creation, rather than not being too sure what game it's from. I think that's probably where most people stand on that. And additionally, I think it's also possible. It's not, when people talk about art style, it doesn't always mean like super stylized like WoW. I think you can have a realistic art style and also be distinct. Like Black Desert Online, for example, that's more on the realistic side of things, and you can look at a screenshot from that game and instantly tell it's BDO. I think
for sure.
I think there's a few games like that. Maybe New World as well is a good example.
Yeah, I mean, there are signature fantasy elements that are incorporated, right, and that can give it that distinct visual. And that's something that's definitely on our art team's like plans to incorporate as we do second, third, fourth, and fifth passes for these environments, incorporating, you know, narrative structures, the quest structures, the prop sets. You know, as we build out and continue to grow the world, you'll see that those signature fantasy stylings be more pronounced. 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, spin to win a little bit. Lethal blow. Oh, what's that? Oh, we've slept me.
Sleep.
Oh no, you're in the. That's. I'm sure you will remember this, but 6 years ago, you posted a dev diary talking about the node system tool that allows for modular procedural cities that feel unique. Right now, there's only like 2 or 3 different node layouts in the game up to stage 3. In total, if the intention is for no two identical nodes, then Ashes of Creation would need 510 different node layouts across all node levels. And that's not even considering the racial building variance. Can you talk about how you can achieve this level of node variation? And is the procedural node tool still being developed? If so, at what phase of development can we start to see it being tested in game?
So the node tool has taken a few different iterations since that video that we talked about 6 years ago. The existing node tool right now works off of a cork system that allows kind of the, the dynamic changing of the landscape and terrain that the node proper sits on from a footprint perspective. We ran into some complications from that particular design probably about 4 years ago, and we did a little bit of a different approach. Going back to your question about defining the fundamental, production paths, that was a good example of one where, we had this approach for the node tool, and we had to rewrite that approach for that node tool. And the reason for that was because there are certain siege constraints and considerations that unfortunately were not being adhered to with a highly proceduralized tool within the node proper, creating an unequitable amount of siege tactic considerations for that tool's implementation. So as a result, we've kind of redirected the tool to a more cell-based approach, which will take into account these kind of node layouts as you described them. Right now we have 2 that are implemented in game. We have what we call the Winstead node layout, and we have the Miraleth node layout. And the node tool facilitates the design team and the environment team to populate many different types of node layouts. And we define, spaces where buildings exist within the node layout tool, but we maintain the basic siege constraints and requirements even within each of those node layouts. And that exists on a node template. And the template relates to the cork, right? This is a cork that could live on the side of a peninsula, on the edge of a cliff, with a river running through the middle of it. Whatever type of geographical feature is part of the cork design, that's the template in which the layout exists upon. So right now our focus has not been diversity, visual diversity for these nodes.
Yeah.
It has been more around the fundamental core mechanics of the node structure.
Functionality and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're okay with living with, samey kind of node structures within the world, because really the node game is focused around specialization, building types that you construct and services that get offered as a result of those, specialization choices. And as the relics come online, and as our policies come online for mayors to interact with and players to vote on, like those types of systems, the guts of the systems development is what makes the game very interesting. And complementary to that are the visuals, right? Are the layouts and designs. So we have the tool from a production standpoint in place and ready to facilitate lots of different layouts and lots of different designs. But our focus has been to continue node progression. Right now we're working on node stage 4, which is a town stage. And that's all about developing the building sets for the town. And it's all about developing the unique building types that can be constructed to facilitate those specialization of services. And then we'll get around to making sure to author additional node layouts so that we have a wide variety of visual representation of these nodes. The other thing to keep in mind is that the layout is one thing of it. The other side of that coin is also the building sets that are used, meant to reflect the culture.
Yeah.
So right now we only have the Kalar culture being represented within the game, which again contributes to that samey look. But once we've established the node progression to higher levels, that's when the environment team goes back and likely will outsource some additional prop development and building set developments to represent those different cultures that will sell a more distinct visual identity for these spaces also.
That makes sense. So basically the priority has been on functionality rather than the visuals, because I've seen a lot of people kind of worry that the game will never release because they've been looking at, oh, there's only like 2 node layouts, and then they've been projecting that out to the game will be done in 15 or 20 years purely based off that.
Yeah, no, it's all about like answering the most difficult questions first.
Yeah.
Right. When we talk about the priority of development, you know, we have limited resources. Even though we're a team of nearly 250 people right now, you know, comparatively to the size of the project, you know, that's not, a lot of these projects get built by 500, 600, 700, you know, member teams, right? And, you know, we don't have a multi-billion-dollar corporation footing the bill for this development. We have an individual, and then we also have, you know, our pre-orders from our alpha key sales as well, that are that are building this game. So we want to prioritize functionality and game systems design over the visuals, because those are the hardest questions to answer, and they also inform the other.
Yeah.
So from a foundational perspective, those questions first must be developed, and then we have our pipeline in place now to slot in new content. That new content being new layouts, the buildings, you know, everything that goes along with what you're describing.
Okay, that makes sense. So basically, once all of the functionality has been figured out up to the maximum node level, then you can start, then making the node variations would be a relatively simple process. Is that what you're saying? That's actually not the difficult part. The difficult part is getting the engine in place, for example.
That's right. Defining the pipeline and getting the engine in place. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a misconception or like a misunderstanding sometimes with players when they look at MMORPGs. We judge the progress of an MMO based on what we can see in game, because a lot of us don't have a lot of knowledge on the back end. So we'll look at things like how many biomes are there, how many different node layouts in relation to the maximum amount are there, and we'll judge an MMO's progress that way. It's more out of just being uninformed more than anything, and not really understanding how development goes. So that's good to hear that there is progress on that front.
Yeah, and you know, part of this is also like, you know, the as a member of the audience, as a member of the MMORPG community, like it's an unrealistic expectation to expect that a group of players are going to, you know, fully grok like the development process, right? And we can't always explain, you know, everything that goes into the decisions around the creation of the game. We try to be excuse me, we try to be as transparent as possible in talking about that development. Gosh darn it, I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
But as you described, like there is a rhyme, there is a reason, you know, to why we're doing the things that we do. And most of the time it's because we want to answer the difficult questions first. The production requirements are usually the easy part. The developing more buildings, the developing more layouts. Once you've seen one or two, you know now that pipeline exists. We can create multiple. It's just a matter of allocating resources towards that. And those resources now are still allocated towards the more difficult questions.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's really answered my question. That's also given me a better understanding of how the development works. I'm not expecting to win this bard duel. It looks like a class you need to spend a bit of time on. I'll do a CC. CC? Almost got done. Do you have any plans on speeding up the XP rates in alpha time anytime soon, considering that the intended leveling experience isn't implemented into the game and players are mostly just mob grinding?
When I think about that question, I think about the purpose of the test. And from a testing perspective, we have our PTR, which is our private test realm, that's accessible to all Alpha 1 participants. And we will expand that group to include pre-order holders, the pre-order packages that we've released in the past, the Alpha 2 participants will gain access to PTR at some point in the future as well. And on that environment, we constantly are wiping the servers, and we have, vendors that sell free, gear, all the gear types and mount types, and experience scrolls to max level, so that our testers can quickly test things before we wipe that server and test it over and over again. But the Alpha 2 environment is intended to be a more soak related environment test, right? Where we want these systems to soak over time. We want players to go through that leveling process, so that we can catch, identify, and get bug reports for a lot of these things. So on the Alpha 2 realms, it's unlikely that we will do something different than that until we come up against a period where we might wipe the servers for the next phase. In that situation, then in the final weeks, we might do something along those lines. Where we introduce unique behaviors or activities. Take a cough drop here. Where we do unique activities or behaviors, and kind of let our hair down, so to speak, on the prod environment.
Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of ask that question because they want to just test the combat of the various classes.
Fair,
kind of
totally
makes
fair.
sense, yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, I thought I had it. I thought I had it. Damn.
Maddening dance.
Oh, no.
Doing some damage. Shielding dance myself. Shielding dance. Okay. Slide away. Big damage. Discordance. Oh, we're slept. That's not good. I don't like that.
Oh no.
Ah, good fight.
Oh, that was so close. I was down to 500.
So you started this journey with Ashes as an entrepreneur with no dev experience, and over the past 8 years, you've built a really large studio at this point, and you jumped headfirst into the world of game development. When you started out, is this how you visioned how things would go? And what has been your biggest setback so far during development?
That's a great question. When I set out, did I expect this? I don't think I did.
Is it harder than you thought, Stephen?
Oh my God, dude. It is much harder. It is much harder than I thought. First of all, I will say, I did go into this experience eyes open, meaning I knew that I was signing myself up for something very difficult. And I don't think that I knew exactly how difficult it would be, but I knew that it was going to be the most difficult thing that I had done in my life. Not because, game development is any more difficult than any other profession out there, but because I was walking through the crucible doing the most difficult thing without any experience. And I knew that I was going to have to catch up in a much faster pace and in a very different way than anybody else who's gone through this process likely had to do. I think my story is pretty unique in that sense. Not to toot my own horn, but I'm very impressed with both the progress, the quality of the team that we've built, the community that we fostered, and the experience that we have right now in Alpha 2. Like, this isn't the finish line by any means, but it is a culmination of a lot of years of hard work. And I think that what is most satisfying about that journey so far is that from a vision perspective, we've stayed relatively true to what we've initially set out to do all those years ago. That in and of itself is a difficult thing to do for anything, let alone game development. So, I will say that I wouldn't exchange the choices we've made about our transparent development process, our engaging with the community, the lifelong friends that I built at the studio, within the industry. Like, I am a gamer at heart, first and foremost, and there is no better dream of mine than to be in a position where I can effectuate the creation of a project like Ashes of Creation. Because it is a beautiful thing when it comes together. the hard effort work of people who share a passion for something that you care very deeply about, which is MMOs in general, right? MMOs have a very special place in my heart because they are formational. They have been formational in my upbringing as a person. And I think, there are many people within this genre that share that sentiment. So what was the second part of your question?
What was the biggest setback you had to overcome during development? Sounds like that node tool was a bit of a setback.
Oh, that was nothing comparatively to some of the stuff. Yeah, that was nothing. That wasn't a problem at all. The biggest setback. I will say that the most difficult part of this process, which also coincidentally is the most rewarding part of it, has been the open development process. I think that there are many strengths that come along with having the ability to engage with players early on and throughout the course of development. You can test thoughts, you can test theories, you can test designs, you can test implementation. You can get people who are very excited and very passionate and who want to be helpful help along the way, and it is instrumental. But there are also the other side of the sword, which is, the people that doubt, or the people that try to take away from what we're trying to accomplish. And when you're managing a team of very passionate individuals whose efforts aren't because game development pays the best, it doesn't, shocker. But what it does pay the best in is the feels, the ability to watch something that you have poured yourself into be handed out to an audience who you care about, and to sometimes have a bit more abrasive interactions than is helpful in that process, and not for lack or for reason of effort in trying to explain the process, but just because as a community we've been shit on so many times in the past, and we're a bit jaded as a result.
Very jaded.
Which is okay. I mean, it is what it is, right? I've always said that anytime you look at Ashes or any project that's in development at any stage, you're looking through a keyhole at a moment in time. And the great thing about this transparent process is you can go back and look at that keyhole in 2017, 2019, 2021, and you can see very different places where this project was at those times. And now imagine over the course of the next year or 2 years, how much further we will be from where we are today. This right now, Ashes of Creation, is the worst you will ever see it going forward. It will continue to improve. And it's going to improve because of the efforts that the community puts in when it comes to providing feedback and how to course correct, make changes, how to iterate, and create the remainder of Ashes. You know, like I said, over the course of January and February, we've introduced the entire peninsula of the Sandsquall Desert. In March, we're going to introduce the Turquoise Sea. In April, we're going to introduce the June Dark. In May, we're going to introduce the Anvils. Like, the continent, the first continent, will be near completed from a landscape foliage and gatherables perspective, you know, probably around the halfway point of this year.
Bloody hell.
That is a rapid advancement in development.
I mean,
to your point,
just to put that into context, the size of these places, that would be the equivalent of like a massive half-year update in a fully released MMO, right? Like a big quarter update in a full production MMO, and you're knocking these zones out. You'll be knocking them out month on month. So things are really ramping up.
The first continent, I think the entire first continent is something like 700 or 800 square kilometers, something around there.
Yeah, and I remember back in January, people were complaining about the desert, but you very quickly, like the past 2 months, you've been hammering that out. So it seems like, back to what I was saying before, the things that players see, like the actual content of the world, the biomes, the assets, that is relatively quick to develop, like we were saying earlier.
Yeah, well, and a lot of that is already developed, right, on our lower streams, on our lower branches.
Oh, so there's even more of the world that you've got.
There's a lot that's been worked on over the course of a period of time, and it has to go through the proper QA channels. It has to be properly implemented within the world.
So we only see a fraction of what you've got.
Yeah, and that's generally true, I would say, of most projects that go through open development, right?
Yeah.
Even though they're open development, you know, things have to be in a position where the players can interact with them, you know, and have it be somewhat stable.
Yeah.
We have stability issues. We have bugs. There are plenty of bugs within the prod environment, but you know, we're one team, so we don't have a separate live ops team that's focused on live ops issues. We juggle and balance between our forward-looking, you know, development team and our current need for the bugs that are within the testing population, and that's a constant, you know, tug and pull between let's address the bugs now and make the, you know, playable, testable experience better, versus stay focused on the outstanding feature work and development work that needs to be implemented on a cadence that we know, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a constant struggle. So, you know, to go back to the original question real quick, I wouldn't change the transparent development process at all, right? I wouldn't change it at all. But it has been the most difficult part probably of this journey, which is, you know, ensuring that people have an accurate representation of what we're trying to accomplish, so that we preserve that unique environment to collect player feedback, and it's not sullied, you know, by a misrepresentation of the project in its current form. Now, with that being said, for people that want to wait and see how the project turns out over the course of the next, you know, period of time from now until launch, that's perfectly fine. That's we know that development is not for everybody. We will be there, ready and able to show what Ashes of Creation has accomplished when that launch day comes, and those people will have an opportunity to, you know, look at the fruits of our labor and say, is this a game that appeals to me? And it might not.
Yeah, fair.
We know that.
I can imagine the open development has also been hard on you personally at times, because if I put myself in your shoes, like, you've obviously funded this game massive amounts of money. If I was in your shoes and people was to critique the game as heavily and call it a scam if I put in that much of my own money, not that I have that,
Yeah.
of course, but I
Nearly
would,
3K
I'd be quite
already.
annoyed. I'd find that quite hard to deal with. So I think you deal with
Yeah.
that quite well.
It definitely, I will not lie and say that it doesn't affect me, like, you know, at a personal level. I think it definitely gets to me to a degree. However, with that being said, I am a relatively competitive gamer, and I have said some shit in the games I've played, and I've had some shit said to me, so I've developed a relatively thick skin.
That's good. You're a
And
Dota 2 player, so
I am a Dota player. I can handle some level of toxicity that most gamers probably can't. However, you know, my perspective has always been that, you know, you're not going to control, you know, that kind of narrative during development, and there's no point in trying.
yeah.
You know, people will formulate opinions based off of hearsay and bullshit, and that's all good. It is what it is. The game will speak for itself when launch day comes. And like I said, it's going to appeal to a certain group of people. That's cool. We know that. We've made very specific decisions around PvP and PvX and, you know, the stylization, that is just not going to be for everybody. And we know that. We're not trying to build a game that's for everyone. What we're trying to do is to build a game that answers, you know, these three things. A dynamic world that responds to players' actions and decisions. A company that upholds, go down this one. A company that upholds the integrity of the players' activities in the world and doesn't undermine it with predatory monetization practices for pay to win or pay to convenience things. And lastly, a group of people that interact with their players, listen to what they want, and change the game based off of that feedback. Like, those are the core tenets of us as a company, of me as an individual. And so long as we achieve that, we are going to appeal to some level of that market share. 3, 2, 1.
Up 700K.
Oh my. So finally, what's the thing that you're most excited to see the community reaction to of Ashes before the end of 2025? Have you got something you want to tease to us, or what are you personally most excited for?
I am excited to see probably two things. I'm excited to see monster coins, which are players interacting with the the monster coin system. They can inhabit NPCs, and they can interact with other players as those NPCs during certain events. We have some basic functionality of that in place. I turned into a actually here, let me
Yo, okay. That's cool.
So this is one of our raid bosses, and I can now I have been this raid boss in the past for some raids that we've done.
Yeah.
Let me see.
So would players eventually be able to control creatures like raid bosses like that? With the monster
Absolutely,
coin system?
super rare, but yes. And then they can progress within the monster coin system to unlock certain abilities for certain monsters based off of their success and progression.
Oh, is it like a skill tree kind of thing?
Yes, that's right. And they can get cosmetics based off of their successes with these, and these coins drop based off of certain events. So this guy's got a lot of it. Careful, don't get zapped.
So I'm guessing they'll have like get wrecked.
Oh no, you got zapped. I'm sorry.
I had the UI off. So I guess these monster coins will have different rarities. This one would probably be like a legendary, right? Because it's a raid boss.
Correct. That's right. Yeah.
And you got
And
more
then
common
this-
ones, which would be like normal mobs.
Yes, that's right. Yep, yeah, exactly. That's correct. That's exactly correct. And then the other thing that I would say I'm looking forward to is sieges.
Sieges, yeah.
I think the acquisition of relics, those relics being then housed within the nodes, and other nodes wanting to take the relics that are scarce commodity essentially from other nodes, is going to create an interesting political divide within the servers that's unique to each server. And I think that's going to be something that's super cool. So watching players siege each other's nodes in order to vie for these scarce relics, I think is going to present some very interesting political intrigue on these servers.
It's going to be fantastic content as well, because every siege is different. You'll have different competitive aspects. I remember back when I played BDO, there used to be like a siege podcast after every siege, and people would tell their stories of each side of the war. So having that in Ashes is going to be something that I very much look forward to.
Absolutely.
So that's coming in 2025. That's coming this year, sieges.
Sieges are coming, I believe, at the end of March, this month.
Oh, wow.
Now, the siege functionality will be present, but the destruction of the node won't come for another month or so. Probably another month.
So
probably
this is
another
node
couple
sieges, not castle sieges, right?
These are node sieges, that's correct.
And there is a difference
testing,
between them.
The testing has been happening on our PTR environment.
Yeah.
So we've been having, a few hundred players participating in these node sieges. And then once we have the node destruction event in place for the siege, which will probably come in a couple more months, that's when the siege, the node, if it gets destroyed, goes through a ruin phase. And the ruin phase is this like persistent rubble space where it's open PvP and people can go in and try to find loot predicated on the old node's warehouse and accomplishments.
Oh wow.
And they can fight over that loot as an open battleground environment.
Yeah.
So it's a super cool idea.
Very nice. It's going to be cool to see these big unique features of Ashes coming together this year, see how it plays out.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, myself. Big judgment.
Oh.
Okay. Dealing some damage. Heal.
Oh. Oh no. There you go.
Okay.
You've gotten the hang of it so far. Oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to outdo it.
Smite. Papa condemn. Oh, mobility. Self heals. I might be out of mana though.
I'm out of mana almost.
Might be an auto attack battle then. Whee!
There it is. Oh, I'm at 200 mana. Oh shit.
Next time we do an interview in the future, we're gonna rematch in all these classes, and I'm gonna learn how to play them.
I'm down.
Well, thanks for your time, Stephen. Really appreciate it. It's been It's been 8 years at this point since I first ever covered Ashes. I think it's gone fast, hasn't it?
I know, right? That time has flown by. I can't believe you're an entirely different person than you were 8 years ago. You've leveled up now. I'm telling you, man, when you come here, we did 1v1 in the game, but when you come down to San Diego, we got to do like a 1v1 kickboxing match or something.
I'll teach you some Muay Thai. I'll teach you how to do a switch kick.
I'm ready. Just don't kill me. If you kill me, then the project might be in peril. No,
yeah. Cool. Well, thanks a lot.
All right, brother. I enjoyed it.
Cheers. I hope everyone's enjoyed the stream, and if you've got any comments or any questions you want to add, then leave it down below, and I'm sure Steven will be reading the comments. He always does, pretty much every Ashes video.
I totally do. I'll be there to answer some questions. If you guys want to post any, feel free. I'll jump in there.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Bye, everybody.
Hey guy, a couple weeks ago I was at an Airbnb trying to figure out what the $200 cleaning fee is supposed to cover if they're just gonna make me do a bunch of chores anyway. When we realized that episode 4 of Severance had just come out. And what great timing. This place had one of those beautiful 85-inch frame TVs that make it look like an art piece on the wall. They had surround sound, they had a telescope pointed at the TV. I couldn't imagine a more perfect place to watch what would turn out to be a slightly confusing episode of television. So we turn it on and instantly we're like, why does this look like shit? I know that this TV costs thousands of dollars, and yet the moment anything moves on screen, it turns into this jumbled, blurry mess. But of course, because this kind of thing has been happening for years, we knew it was because of True Motion, or Motion Plus, or whatever this TV calls that feature, where it smooths out every frame and makes everything you watch look like it was shot on an iPhone. The best thing about this feature is that it's always on by default, and nobody I've ever met likes it. It's also named something different by every manufacturer, which makes searching the menus for it a little adventure every time. Now, I know I'm not even close to being the first person to complain about this feature. It seems like everybody hates it, but that's also why it's so confusing to me. If so many people hate this, why after over a decade are TV manufacturers still forcing this down everyone's throats? How do they benefit from making their product look worse? I remember ecstatically buying this Samsung in 2019 and almost returning it because the default settings made it look so bad I thought it was defective. I just kind of sat there in denial about it for almost a week before being like, this can't be right. There has to be a setting I can change. Tragically though, a lot of people don't know about this setting. They don't realize their TV is actively sabotaging their viewing experience. And if this doesn't describe you, it probably describes someone you know. And by that I of course mean your parents. So sit down with them, explain what's going on. Tell them why you get a headache whenever you watch TV with them, and reiterate that it's not their fault. Show them this video by a guy named Noodle.
Let's say it's on twos. The AI doesn't smooth anything between the first and second frames of a single drawing because there's nothing to smooth. They're the same picture. This means that what was originally a perfectly fine 12 FPS animation is now a janky mess.
Or if they'd prefer to hear it from someone they know, have Tom Cruise explain it.
Video interpolation or motion smoothing is a digital effect on most high-definition television.
I'm Tom Cruise. Just make sure they never find out about the whole Scientology thing. You cannot ruin Top Gun for your dad. That movie's very important to him. Now, I will admit, I was a little surprised reading some of the comments on this video, seeing so many people disagree. I didn't know people liked it when the $100 million movie they're watching looks like a soap opera. Now, I understand, of course, from a gaming perspective, people preferring higher frame rates, but I don't think that logic applies to movies. Games are interactive, so generally the smoother something is, the more responsive it feels. But you're not interacting with the movie, you're just watching. It doesn't need to be perfectly smooth. In fact, I think part of what makes a movie look like a movie is the sort of ethereal nature it has. It doesn't look exactly like the way the world around you does through your own eyes, and I don't think it should. I saw someone say they like it because it shows the flaws in movies you couldn't see at 24 FPS, and it's like, no, the interpolation is creating those flaws. It's not reverting a film back to its original settings. It's not a director's cut your TV's giving you private access to. It's just generating new frames based on what it thinks should go in between the existing ones. That's where the errors come from. You're not watching a more authentic version of a movie because Sony Motion Flow added a bunch of blurry auras around every fast-moving object. The most authentic version of a movie is watching it the way it was filmed. You shouldn't have to change anything. And I think more than anything else, that's what really aggravates me about this feature, is the hubris of it. There are so many deliberate choices that go into making a movie look a certain way. There's so many people involved in those decisions that know way more about cinematography than I do. So I trust their vision. Why can't TV manufacturers do the same? Why do they look at a beautifully shot television show like it has a problem that they need to fix? Anyway, this experience got me thinking about new technology in a more general sense and how my excitement towards it has waned over time. Sometimes it seems like we kind of already figured everything out. You can communicate with anyone in the world instantaneously. You have immediate access to every piece of music ever made. You can pay some guy to deliver a cold burrito straight to your door and it only costs $70. This is the peak of humanity, baby. There's nowhere else to go from here. Except backwards. So many things now seem to just invent a new problem so they can sell you the solution. Or if we do create something novel and revolutionary, it's only gonna stay that way long enough for us to kill all our competition, allowing us to ruin our thing and make it infinitely more expensive. There was a time where streaming services seemed like the final frontier of at-home entertainment, a marriage of cost and convenience that made all previous options obsolete. I mean, my DVDs are just taking up space, and even if I wanted to watch something, I gotta get up, dust off my Xbox, navigate a bunch of menus, switch discs every 4 episodes. Netflix is so much better than this. Until, of course, they quadrupled their price and got rid of every show you ever wanted to watch. So slowly but surely, a lot of people are moving away from the unreliable streaming services and going back to physical media. Things like Blu-rays, vinyls, tooth tunes. And I've actually begun that migration process myself. But because I'm incredibly stupid, here's how it's going for me so far. I started watching Friday Night Lights for the first time in December. It was something I had wanted to watch for years but always put off, which is crazy because it's a show about football, which I like, with a bunch of music from Explosions in the Sky, a band I grew up listening to all the time. It kind of felt like they made this show specifically for me, and still I was like, I'll get around to it eventually. It wasn't until a couple of months ago that I finally gave it a chance and got really into it. 12 days before it was going to be removed from Netflix. For the last 2 weeks of December, I binged as much of the show as I could, as quickly as I could, until around 3 a.m. on New Year's Eve. 13 minutes left in the season 2 finale. I was given an abrupt error message telling me that my beloved show was now gone. At this point, I was pretty invested, and I didn't just want to wait until it was maybe on Peacock one day, and I certainly didn't want to spend $2 per episode to digitally own it. So I decided what better time than right now to begin my brand new Blu-ray collection, starting naturally with a show I had yet to watch even half of. So about $37 and 8 days later, my Blu-rays show up at my door and I'm ecstatic. I can't wait to see how season 2 ends. So I pop the disc in my computer, try to play it, and it does not work. Turns out the external DVD drive I bought a couple years ago isn't compatible with Blu-rays, so I'm gonna have to buy another one. No problem, what's another $110? Jesus Christ. Well, I already bought the Blu-rays, I'm not gonna not watch them. So I bite the bullet on the Blu-ray drive. It shows up 2 days later, pop it into my computer, so excited to learn what will become of Brian Smash Williams. Huh, that's weird, doesn't seem to work on VLC. Or the Any DVD app. I guess I could spend $20 on Blu-ray player, play Blu-ray, but that one says in its description that it doesn't play Blu-rays. At this point, I'm a little frustrated, but even more than that, I'm confused. So I go where I always turn to in times of crisis, a Google search with the word Reddit thrown onto the end. And believe it or not, even on Reddit, home of some of the most dedicated people on the planet, every single answer I see is, nah man, Power DVD 23 Essential is your only option. There is one way to watch Blu-rays on your computer, and it is with this app. You want to know how much that app costs? $80. And it's like, I don't want to spend another $80, but I've already spent more than that just to make it to this point. I have to see this through to the end. Anyway, I bought the app,
and it works most of the time. Although I should probably say it's been doing this thing now where it tells me my cloud subscription has expired and I need to visit the Cyberlink members zone for more information. So, money well spent. Long story short, I spent $227 to watch a show that I could have seen on Netflix at any point over the past 7 years. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if I like it that much. Also, I know what you're thinking. Drew, couldn't you have just put the Blu-rays into your PS5, you moron? Yes, I could have. But the whole point of watching it on my computer was so I could second screen RuneScape on my other monitor. What part of dopamine addiction do you not understand?
Sorry, that was more of a story about my own incompetence than a rant about the state of technology. So here's a rant about the state of technology. I live in Orlando, Florida. My favorite basketball team is the Orlando Magic. They play basketball 20 minutes from my house, and I am not allowed to watch them on TV because I live too close. I can sign up for NBA League Pass and watch any other team play except for the one in my city because of blackout restrictions. What do you think, I'm stalking them or something? Whoa, this guy's obsessed. He lives right down the street. I don't understand this restriction, and frankly, I never will. Is the point to incentivize me to buy a ticket to go see them in person? They play 41 home games a year. Am I supposed to go to all of them? And if that was the point of it, they wouldn't also black out road games unless you expect me to travel with the team. Guys, do you want me to follow them around or not? I'm getting mixed signals here. Anyway, here's what I've had to do the past 6 years as a paying customer in order to watch my team play. First, I had to sign up for Sling TV because they were the only ones with the Fox Sports Florida channel. Then those two couldn't reach an agreement, so I had to switch to Fubo TV because they were the only ones with the Fox Sports Florida channel. Then those two couldn't reach an agreement, so I had to switch to YouTube TV. Can you guess where this is going? Yeah, they couldn't reach an agreement, and now I can't watch it anywhere, this time in the middle of a season. So out of desperation, I sign up for NBA League Pass, which again prohibits me from watching my team because I live too close. The workaround here is using a VPN to change my location to somewhere else. So now I'm paying for 2 different services just so I can watch the least popular team in the NBA. Adam Silver should be ecstatic that there are freaks like me out here. He should have a photo of me in his office that says #1 customer. So what do they do to thank me for my loyal patronage? Block the use of VPN 6 months later. Do you guys want my money or not? I'm trying so hard to give it to you. Okay, now we're in 2022, and finally, there's a streaming app specifically made for people to watch their local team play. It's a miracle. It's called Bally Sports, and it is the worst app I've ever used in my life. It freezes during commercials. The feed cuts out constantly, especially in the 4th quarter. Not that I wanted to watch that part anyway. It refuses to remember my login information in between games. Did I mention they play 82 of these every year? I'm getting real tired of typing in my password every night. While all of this is happening, behind the scenes, Bally's parent company is not doing so well. They lose over $1.2 billion in 3 months. What, were they setting it on fire? Fast forward a few more months to 2023, and Bally is filing for bankruptcy. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Nope, they're still going. Somehow. Turns out I don't know what bankruptcy actually means. What I do know is that this probably doesn't bode well for the growing list of technical problems they apparently don't have the money to address. So that brings us to today, where after 3 tumultuous years, I'm excited to report that the app is now a little bit more reliable. But also it's been rebranded to the FanDuel Sports Network, which means every second of every broadcast is pretty much just one big ad for gambling. I should make a video about that. I know that this is one very specific gripe about a very specific problem, but I feel like there's so many things like this now. So many companies that seem to get their rocks off from making us have to jump through hoops in order to do anything. They're constantly merging with some other companies so they can both be sold to a third company. Content bounces around from streaming service to streaming service like a hot potato. We tried to streamline everything and only made it more complicated. I can't keep up. I'm just a lowly consumer. Everything's so confusing now. I need a break. Know that part of the feeling I'm about to describe is just because of my diminished sense of wonder as I've aged, but I feel like there used to be a time when technology was a lot more exciting to me. I mean, what could be more fun than a gadget? Well,
Besides a gizmo, of course. But it seemed like most things that came out had a genuine purpose, that there was more of a collective desire to push humanity forward, to provide solutions to actual problems. And I know that this is all still happening, but it seems like so many innovations now are just new ways to manipulate people, or spy on people, or replace people altogether. I'm not excited about what might be created in the future as much as I'm fearful of it. I'm fearful of what AI is threatening to do to every job on Earth. I'm fearful of all these humanoid robots that keep popping up. What if one of them tries to kill me? Or worse, what if we fall in love? How am I supposed to explain that to people? For every OLED Steam Deck and surprisingly powerful tiny Mac computer, there seem to be 10 wearable AI companions, or a TV that's free because it never stops showing you ads, or what if you could wear your phone on your head so it could never stop showing you ads? I remember when touchscreen smartphones came out, and I practically started drooling at the idea. This device, which I hate more than anything in the world, is incredible. It's truly amazing what this thing is capable of, but now the question is, where do you go from here? The jumps in phone technology have become pretty unnoticeable, despite how hard they're trying to get us to notice them. When we went from landlines to cell phones, that was crazy. When they added a full keyboard so you didn't have to spend 30 seconds typing one word, that was crazy. And then they added email, and a really good camera, and a touchscreen, and a GPS, and the internet, and a compass, and now you can pay for parking on here, and you can download apps that stop you from spending too much time on other apps. Oh man, that line's really starting to slow down, huh? And this phone costs 4 times as much as this one did? No, that makes sense. If you Google "has technology peaked," their AI overview will tell you, no, of course not. I'm getting stronger every day. And consider this your second strike, Drew. That's awfully ominous. And what was my first? No, of course technology hasn't peaked, but it does feel like it's starting to level off a bit. The improvements between video game consoles used to be astronomical. Now I end up on a side-by-side comparison video, squinting as hard as I can, trying to spot any difference. In 1995, video games looked like this. 10 years later, they look like this. 10 years after that, they look like this. And in the 10 years since, they look like, wait, which one is a new one? And I know I'm viewing this from a consumer standpoint. I'm completely oblivious to the strides being made in medicine and science and interplanetary defense mechanisms. But it just seems like whenever a new thing comes out, we have to pay a lot for very little. Technology has gone so far in the wrong direction that people are now trying to find ways to go back. Physical media is making a comeback. Dumb phones are making a comeback. As people become more disillusioned to the future that was promised to us, the best way to break out of it is to recapture a sense of simplicity. And not all of this is just nostalgia. I think some of it speaks to the fundamental difference in how things are made now. You used to be able to own things. Now almost everything is borrowed. You're not buying a product, you're subscribing to a service. I don't own a bunch of music because I'm paying Spotify every month. I'm just temporarily given access to music until I stop paying and then have nothing to show for it. And even if you do buy a physical product, there's no guarantee it's gonna stay in the condition it was in when you bought it. A lot of things now can be remotely updated or even deactivated. The Spotify car thing completely bricked when they stopped wanting to deal with it. A few months ago, Roku forced an update onto all of their TVs, making it so you can't turn the motion smoothing feature off. This company just announced they're gonna start charging a monthly fee so anyone who already bought their thermostat can continue to use it. We're buying things that can be made worse or taken away from us whenever the manufacturer feels like it. So what are we even buying anymore? These things aren't designed to last because the entire economic system in this country is based on perceived shareholder value. If I sell you a product that you only have to buy once and then get to keep it forever, how will I get more money from you in the future? How will line go up if transaction over? So things break or become obsolete. A lot of tech devices are more affordable than they used to be, but they're also more disposable. The interface on your 4-year-old smart TV suddenly takes 10 times longer to navigate. Your iPhone 12 suddenly crashes 5 times a day. No, we're not doing that on purpose. But it does kind of seem like a sign that it's time to buy a new one, right? And this isn't a conspiracy or an exaggeration. Technology is making us dumb. Rarely while using your phone are you in the driver's seat, except when you're texting while driving, which is a lot of fun. But it's mostly a passive activity. More often than not, you don't open an app in order to do a specific thing. You open an app and just see whatever it chooses to show you. Sometimes you like it, sometimes you don't. Either way, the past hour of your life was entirely decided by an algorithm. You're not thinking for yourself, you're not making a decision for yourself, you just turn off your frontal cortex and submit to whatever Mark Zuckerberg has curated for you. And the more we're conditioned to accept this relationship, the easier it is to sell us an AI agent that does all of our thinking for us and that we learn to trust implicitly. I mean, how am I supposed to be excited about technology when this is the direction we're headed in?
It seems like everything is slowly trying to turn into everything else. A new app will come along with one specific niche use and then inevitably get turned into yet another form of social media. Like the Shop app. I've been using this for a couple years because I like the idea of having one account that works across multiple websites. But now, of course, it's just like another thing designed for you to scroll through. I open it up to see how far away my pants are, and it's like, oh hey, you want to buy something else while you're here? You want some Alpha Lion Superhuman Hulk juice? What about Goof juice? Chug juice? Oh, I know what you want. A little cake shaped like Texas. They also give you rewards, but it amounts to virtually nothing and is really just an excuse to send you more push notifications. Hey, don't forget to use that 14-cent credit before it runs out. It only works on this website that sells hoodies for dogs. You open up the Ring app so you can see who's knocking at your door, and they're like, hey, you want to see this funny video of a goat? Venmo defaults to the page showing you how many of your friends had pizza this week. Why do I need to know that? I bought that light in the corner a few months ago, and the only way to control it is through an app. And you're probably thinking, certainly there's no social media aspect to an app that turns lights on and off, and that might just be the dumbest thing you've ever said. Of course it has its own news feed and hashtags. Of course there's a pop-up telling me to take the Govi app user experience survey so I can earn 50 Govi points and a chance to win Govi merch. App is a goddamn joke now. Worst change to an app that could ever happen. Can't even remember my dream view settings anymore. May as well check all my lights and bin if this is only way to control them. What a joke. Well, I wanted to respond to this comment saying that I'm just here for the Govi points, hashtag Govi rewards program, but that feature is only available to savvy users. So I agreed to the savvy terms and conditions, and they congratulated me on becoming a savvy user. You're following all of this, right? Instagram has its own TikTok feature. Twitter has its own TikTok feature. And you probably guessed this because you'd never make the same mistake twice. The Govi app has its own TikTok feature. Everything is the same thing, and I'm tired of it. These apps are all so intent on monopolizing your time that they'll design it in a way that makes it hard for you to leave. You click a YouTube link on the Facebook Messenger app, and instead of just taking you there, it'll be like, oh, I guess you want to open that app instead, huh? All right, here's a button. It doesn't work, though. No, I'm just kidding. It will work if you click it 15 times. And then it will take you to the App Store so you can open the homepage of YouTube and just search for that video yourself. Was that helpful? Good, it wasn't supposed to be. I just noticed the desktop Instagram website has incorporated that thing that's supposed to prevent you from accidentally exiting out of like a checkout screen or a form you're halfway through filling out. But they're just using it anywhere on their website. Literally scrolling through the homepage, I try to leave, they grab my arm and say, no, are you sure you're done with us? We were just about to show you a really cool ad. Are you sure you don't want to see what it looks like? Sometimes I feel like you don't even like me anymore. It's no wonder so many people are trying to turn the clock back on technology and return to a simpler era. Not so far back that you gotta like eat bugs and sleep on a log, but just back to when these modern conveniences were still exciting and didn't feel so predatory and manipulative. Technological advancements don't feel fun anymore because of the motivations behind so many of them. It doesn't feel like we're trying to make life better when almost everything is designed to be as addictive as possible. These things aren't supposed to be fun additions to your life. They're supposed to be a new thing for your life to revolve around. No amount of profit or growth will ever be enough. It seems like there's more thought put into how you can continue to charge people for something they already own than to just expand the experience of it in the first place. But hey, at least we're using all that extra revenue to pay the employees, right? Right? Sorry, I'm doing that thing again where I try to provide catharsis by ranting in a critical yet lighthearted fashion, but just end up spreading more negativity in the process. So I'd like to end this video by highlighting some technological innovations that I'm thankful for.
Number one, fiber internet. In 2018, we lived in a house where it would take me 2 hours to upload a 15-minute YouTube video. And during that time, no other device in the house could connect to the internet because I was using all of it. Now I get like 2 gigs per second and it never goes out. That's a luxury I know I take for granted. Now I should probably say that AT&T almost electrocuted me when they were digging in our front yard, burst into a water pipe, flooded half the neighborhood, and knocked down a power line, leaving live wires dangerously close to the newly installed moat they surprised me with. But they did offer me a $1 credit when I called to complain. So I wish I was joking about that. They destroyed our lawn and then offered $1 single as an apology. And you know what? They're still not as bad as Spectrum. Number two, our Nespresso machine. This is the world's greatest invention. It's all the convenience of a Keurig, except it doesn't taste like burnt garbage, and you can actually send the pods back when you're done to have them recycled. I mean, allegedly. They probably just throw them in the ocean like I do. I can't believe these pods are only moderately more expensive than K-Cups. They taste 100 times better, and you don't have to wait 45 minutes for it to cool off. Side note, how much money do you think Sabrina Carpenter turned down to not do a collaboration with them? They had to have asked, right? That's that mean espresso? It was right there. What are you guys waiting for? Some stupid YouTuber to promote your shit for free? Never gonna happen, bozo. Number three, electric razors. Why was I scraping the shit out of my face for so long? These things aren't just better, but they're cheaper in the long run because you don't have to change the blades all the time. And I can use it on my balls.
Oh, was that it? It was just the 3 things? Sorry, I thought I'd have more time to think of an outro here. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want. As always, YouTube gives me $100 for every new
just
subscriber.
one more,
which I like
man.
to withdraw as cash and use as kindling to help make it through
Just
this brutal Florida winter. So
card
remember,
is
every
all I
time you
need.
subscribe, you're keeping me and my family warm for a couple of minutes. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Just need one more, man. Just one more.
prime player.
I'm versus.
Wait, hold up.
The massively multiplayer online role-playing game genre is in decline. I know this must be true because the internet has been proclaiming it for the past 20 years. I'm old enough to remember the prophesized death of the MMO back in 2003 with EverQuest, before World of Warcraft was even released. And it was a decade ago, in 2013, before World of Warcraft was even
Damn, this is 2008.
released. And it was a decade ago, in 2013, 1 year before Elder Scrolls Online released, that noted MMORPG scholar Professor Richard A. Bartle of the University of Essex published his seminal white paper on the decline of MMOs, predicting the fall of the industry. And yet here we are in 2023 and the MMORPG is still chugging along. Player numbers for old guard MMOs like World of Warcraft remain near peak levels, and relative newcomers like Lost Ark and Final Fantasy XIV Realm Reborn have pulled in big impressive numbers and continue to grow. Why it seems like the demand for MMORPGs appears larger than ever. This video is not about the decline of the MMORPG as a genre per se. This video is actually about Galapagos finches. Just kidding. This video is a lawyer's proposition that the modern MMORPG is not as quote-unquote good as it could be, and as such is not capturing the vast market that wants to enjoy a meaningful MMORPG experience. In other words, it is my opinion that bad design philosophy in the industry is leading to a failure of MMORPGs to meet market demand, to the detriment of even the most hardcore current players. My theory is this: there are fundamentally three kinds of multiplayer online role-playing games. There is the action RPG or Diablo-like, the social RPG or MapleStory-like, and the hybridized power fantasy RPG or World of Warcraft-like. The third category, the hybridized power fantasy, is the optimal category where a top-selling MMO should be, and where the lion's share of market demand resides. But the modern MMO feels unfulfilling, and even antisocial, because the balance between action RPG and social RPG has been so heavily disrupted towards the action RPG side, towards the pursuit of pure power, to the detriment of all players, including those who do play MMOs for the big numbers and the careful builds. In other words, a good MMO is an MMO that successfully realizes both action RPG power-focused gameplay and social RPG community-focused roleplay, without one being overly adulterated to compromise for the other in such a way that the power fantasy aspect of the MMORPG becomes fully realized. If the perfect MMO is a balance between vertical power ascension and horizontal socialization, the modern MMO dev has sacrificed the body of these MMOs, making them inaccessible and hollow. Which brings us to the analysis proper. We'll start by breaking down each of the three multiplayer online RPG categories and identifying their strengths and weaknesses. Armed then with context, we will examine how developer overemphasis on the ARPG side has led to a less fun experience for everyone playing MMOs. And finally, we will look at some proposed solutions to this problem. But first you've had our fill of factor, let us get back to the video games. There are three fundamental types of multiplayer online roleplay.
There's ARPG.
The action RPG, which I will refer to as an ARPG. The social RPG, which for the purposes of this video I will refer to as an SRPG, which I know normally stands for strategy RPG. And the hybrid power fantasy RPG, which I will refer to as the MMO. It is important to have these terms as anchors, but I think it is also helpful to visualize the action social spectrum by creating a chart, with ARPG mechanics on the vertical axis and the SRPG mechanics on the horizontal axis. An online RPG that is more action and less social sits here in the top left section of the compass. And an online RPG that is more social and has less action sits here at the bottom right. The bottom left portion of the axis starts to wander outside of the purview of multiplayer online games. This is a zone of decreasing socialization and decreasing competition, meaning essentially a single-player experience. Online RPGs that increasingly resemble single-player experiences may find themselves drifting in this direction, and that is sometimes a purposeful design decision. Look at this chart. Where do you suppose the perfect MMO goes, the hybrid game? Well, I posit that it's not here in the center, but up here in the top right. The interesting thing about plotting the three fundamental types of multiplayer online RPGs as a spectrum in this way is that we get a much stronger impression of why the MMORPG as a genre is so revolutionary and such a success conceptually. The perfect MMO is not a balance per se of action and social where focusing on one removes from the other. It is a realization of both, the best of both worlds, and not a compromise. In any case, before we really get into the weeds of what a good MMO should be,
He's playing Frontera music.
let us start by considering the fundamentals. I think the most helpful of the three fundamental online RPGs to start with is the ARPG or Action RPG. At its core, an action RPG is a story-driven, role-playing game where a player has real-time control over their character and can directly influence the outcome of a battle, in-game, through their reflexes. However, the way we are understanding an ARPG here is not by the underlying mechanics, but the perception of what an ARPG is. Instead of trying to visualize the abstract, let's just call a spade a spade. The online ARPG is the Diablo-like, and it has the distinctive characteristics that set it apart from single-player ARPG experiences like Xenoblade Chronicles. The Diablo-like ARPG is most easily identified by its pursuit of pure power. The story is secondary to chasing the most effective performance in battle, be it the biggest numbers, fastest boss clear time, etc. The online ARPG, the Diablo-like, is vertical by nature. There is a clear bottom and a clear top of the hierarchy. If your build is poor, or your level is low, or your gear is trash, you are identifiably a worse player than someone whose build is good, whose level is high, and who is all geared up. As such, ARPGs require tight mechanics and mindful balancing. If your game has an enemy that negates the action part of Action RPG by killing you in one shot from off-screen in a way that you cannot action out of, then the mechanics are a failure. And if the patch notes can swing a player wildly into a higher or lower tier of performance, the balancing for the ARPG is also a failure. And the very hierarchical nature of power in an ARPG means that it is always semi-competitive, even if there is no PvP ladder to climb per se. If the point of the game is to be the most powerful, and you are struggling with your Whirlwind Barb to kill Uber Lilith, while the Bone Spear Necro can do it in like 3 seconds, even though you aren't directly competing for some prize, the game feels less fun. When the ARPG spectrum is pushed further past Diablo, we get games like Path of Exile, which are great fun for gamers who are invested in the pursuit of pure power, but which is overly complicated and impenetrable for many a casual player, who will take one look at the skill tree or at the in-game economy and opt to play something else instead of getting a bachelor's degree in Tornado Shot Deadeye. And at the furthest end of the ARPG spectrum is the Korean Hypersweat Deep Grind RPG. These games often attempt social RPG inclusion, but that inclusion is perfunctory. The point of the game is to amass power, and such power requires extreme, almost Osu-like precision, requires everyone to squeeze numbers out of nearly identical optimal builds, and requires an endless, brutal amount of grinding. If you want to do the hardest content and you aren't perfect, you aren't invited. You are literally not able to play as much as a quarter of the game if you aren't willing to dedicate yourself to the pursuit of pure power. As the ARPG advances to the furthest end of the spectrum, the RP, the role-playing, disappears, and the game becomes, essentially, a competitive action game. Let's move on now to the social RPG, but please keep in mind the characteristics and flaws you can already see in the ARPG. ARPGs are simple fun because they have clear objectives. They offer a simple work-reward loop. However, the heavier a game leans into the ARPG direction, the more it focuses on a pursuit of pure power, and the less accessible it necessarily must be, as power is only powerful relative to someone else's lack of power, which therein requires ever-increasing difficulty, and thereby exclusivity. The social RPG, on the other hand, is not about getting to the biggest numbers, and it often purposefully eschews that narrow competitive scope. The social RPG is a way to hang out with friends, instead of being very vertically designed, where those who are higher level have better gear and the best builds are the top players. The SRPG is horizontally designed. It is very possible that the enviable person in your group is not the top level guy in raid gear, but the one with the cool hair and neat angel wing skin that dropped off some rare blob in the starting zone. That's the person that everyone envies. For you see, in a social RPG, doing everything the game has to offer is not the point. Just as how many ARPG players will never fight the hardest bosses in those games, many SRPG players will never engage with a lot of the content the game has to offer, as the content is just a backdrop for socialization. In an SRPG, balance concerns are secondary to content concerns, meaning having that summer beach event with cool new skins, a new place to hang out, and cutely designed crab mobs that might drop some event currency or items is more important to the success of the game than making sure that barbarians and necromancers both have options to kill the game's hardest boss with the same relative difficulty. When this side of the spectrum is pushed to its limits, unlike the ARPG where the RP exits the equation, in the SRPG it is the G, the game, that disappears.
Second Life is not a game.
It's a multi-user virtual environment.
The same evolution of human behavior that you see in emerging societies.
The SRPG taken to its furthest extent becomes Second Life or VR Chat or Habbo Hotel, platforms that aren't really games anymore but are avenues for socialization and for roleplay. There is, I think, an impression amongst the Sweatlord Path of Exile ARPG folks that the gamers in this category are casual gamers, but I think that is a misnomer. There are people who play MapleStory for 12 hours a day just like you do for Path of Exile. They're just chilling with their friends, socializing, hitting stumps with daggers, and wasting time. It is just as hardcore as it involves just as much of an investment of time and maybe even mental resources, but the pursuit is not pure power. The pursuit is community, or perhaps more abstractly, belonging. Likewise, it is inaccurate to look at the SRPG and say, oh, this is a more accessible genre than the ARPG, when I don't believe that this is the case. The SRPG is more accessible to certain players, but as one goes further into the spectrum, it also becomes just as inaccessible. You might be willing to play, say, Ragnarok Online or RuneScape, but how long would you be willing to play Second Life? And at the end of the day, the player count really tells the full story. Yes, MapleStory is still popular, but Diablo 4 is the top game right now, and arguably it is the most accessible by nature of being relatively tame in the ARPG direction. And so, now that we understand the constituent parts of the MMORPG, the hybridized power fantasy, let us look at what makes an MMORPG good, and then we can take a look at why modern MMORPGs don't seem to be resonating with audiences. When World of Warcraft was first released, it accomplished what no other game, not even EverQuest, really managed to do. It completely and fundamentally understood what makes the MMORPG as a genre great. It combined engaging action gameplay with engaging social gameplay in what I would argue is a realization of both, the power fantasy. And whether this was purposeful or accidental, World of Warcraft powerfully emphasized the secret sauce of MMORPGs, the elusive holy grail of the hybrid game, organic, unforced, emergent gameplay. For you see, when the hierarchical systems of the ARPG meet the social systems of the SRPG, what emerges is something resembling the drama of real life. When I played WoW back in the first one, I distinctly remember running my baby-faced Alliance human mage character through a field and getting killed by player-controlled horde rogues. I then came back, this time more carefully, only to be hunted down and killed again, and then a third time. So I went back to Stormwind with my hapless human mage, went up to the toughest looking guy I could find and begged him to help my poor useless self to stop the vile horde rogues. He brought his friends. We went back and the rogues were smushed. Only for the rogues to come back with their own big scary guys and a huge battle to break out where increasing numbers were called in to fight. It was awesome. I think. It's been a while, so forgive me if I'm misremembering how this all works a little bit. But if those well-geared epic heroes weren't hanging around the starting city showing off their cool appearances and spells, this emergent experience would become impossible. And if there wasn't some appreciable power scaling between my hapless mage and the horde rogues and the epic hero, this emergent experience would also become impossible. Old original World of Warcraft back in the day, before the image of WoW became tainted by the pursuit of pure power, was one of the greatest video game experiences that ever existed, and anyone who was around back then can attest to that. The game was satisfying for those who wanted to chill and socialize, and you could do so even while beating up a raid boss to some extent. The game was full of those who wanted to troll, or to explore, or to troll and explore while hanging out together. The game had room for those who wanted to push the limits and go all out, and the game had room for people who wanted to chill in Stormwind all the time and chat. In other words, what made old WoW great was how rounded the experience was. It wasn't here in the center, it was here in the top right. It realized the potential for social and action gameplay and combined them such that each complemented the other instead of clashing with the other. Every MMORPG that has followed World of Warcraft has tried to chase the same dragon, but I would argue few or none have ever caught the dragon as WoW did. There were some games that didn't invest enough into the social aspect but tried to force emergent gameplay. Other games went too hard into the social aspect but without meaningful action gameplay to back it up, and thus felt a bit hollow. I would even argue that one or two modern MMOs hit the mark but slid in different directions due to perhaps not understanding how they hit the mark to begin with. The games that are the most lasting often don't even try to shoot for the golden ratio, they try to dig a niche in their own direction. Consider EVE Online, which is much larger parts social than action in the recipe, but nevertheless allows for emergent if at times deeply inaccessible gameplay. Or a game like Vindictus, which just abandons most of the pretenses of a typical role-playing game and becomes an online action game almost entirely. Or the very many single-player MMO-esque action RPGs which fall into the bottom left corner of the chart but are still beloved and played by many. If one puts aside those niche games for a moment and one looks at the earnest attempts to create the next WoW, I think a pattern emerges which brings us to the crux of the video, the point that all the context reinforces. Many so-called WoW killer MMOs and even WoW itself share one characteristic in common. There is too much pursuit of pure power, and it is ruining the experience for everyone. The action RPG, as we defined above, is characterized by the pursuit of pure power. Big numbers go up, boss dies faster, loot comes quicker, character becomes more powerful. However, let us say you are playing Elden Ring and you're fighting a boss and the boss takes you 5 minutes to kill with your spells. How would you gauge your performance? Well, I didn't take too many hits, the boss is dead, I'm alive, I did great. I get to move on and see the rest of the story. But then let's say you go online and you discover everyone thinks that this boss is a joke. Nobody has ever died to this boss and it takes the average person maybe 20 seconds to kill it, and using magic is cheating. Well, suddenly maybe you feel like you didn't do as good a job as you thought. The pursuit of pure power is ultimately fueled by competition, whether that is competition with others or competition with yourself. There is no drive to pursue power unless there is some definition of weakness that exists relative to power. It feels good to be powerful, it is mentally rewarding to conquer increasingly difficult content, and it is doubly rewarding to feel like you are conquering said content better than everyone else. However, comparison is the thief of joy, and just as the competitive aspects of pursuing pure power can be a motivator, it can also completely remove the joy in an activity. For you see, the harder any online game leans into any side of the spectrum, the less accessible the game becomes. Second Life is opaque and unfun to the hardcore ARPG gamer, and PoE is opaque and unfun to the hardcore SRPG gamer. And while an ARPG leaning into ARPG mechanics can still survive or even thrive, because it is swimming in a pool of ARPG players and vice versa for SRPGs, the MMORPG decidedly cannot thrive if it decides to lean too heavily in one direction or another, because the all-encompassing nature of the MMORPG, the hybrid, power fantasy, requires a realization of social and action together. In other words, players who want to play an MMORPG are here for the masterful blend. If they wanted an SRPG latte, they'd play MapleStory. If they wanted an ARPG double espresso, they'd play Path of Exile. If you boot up World of Warcraft, you are not logging in so that you can play Path of Exile. The modern MMORPG has tilted too heavily towards the pursuit of pure power, at the expense of the social RPG aspects that round out the experience and make it meaningful. Your girlfriend is not going to play World of Warcraft with you if your raid party is full of more dots guy. Do you get what I'm saying? A lot of modern MMORPGs, including World of Warcraft, Lost Ark, and although I'm not quite as familiar with them, Black Desert Online, RuneScape, and almost every single alleged WoW killer MMO, is focusing too much on big damage numbers, ultra-hard endgame content that requires perfect gear and /or technique to beat, and cutting out what they see as fat. This fat, though, is the social content of the game, the body of the game. The social aspects of MMORPGs are what attract a lot of new players. The opportunity to kill a big scary boss and sometimes be carried because you don't know what you are doing is a thrilling experience. It shouldn't be the case that the scary boss is an insta-fail if one person is new, thereby necessitating throwing all new players out. There should be reasons to visit old zones, reasons to hang out in starting cities, reasons to check out lands from prior DLCs, instead of just constantly being railroaded to the hardest and newest thing in the game until the next hardest thing releases. We'll talk more in depth about my proposed solutions to the problem of over-focusing on pure power in the next section of the video. Before we do though, I'm going to close out this section by offering a controversial statement here. MMORPG developers shouldn't be listening too much to their power-focused players. This statement isn't insinuating that these power-focused players are even necessarily a minority or that they are wrong within the specific scope of their balancing requests. It is just that those players have the most to gain or lose through dev behavior, and as such naturally, they will complain the most and they will complain the loudest. When one decides to balance not just the game, but the experience of the game around the sweatiest players, do not be surprised when the game becomes inaccessible to anyone but those players. A developer that is hyper-reactive to only the loudest voices, as opposed to proactive through understanding the community as a whole, inexorably causes their game to become increasingly dominated by an exclusive community of top players who cannot tolerate so-called weaker players. And as those weaker players leave the game, the voices of those pursuit of power players grows louder and more demanding, reinforcing the cycle. And this affects even the experience of those top players who find that their servers feel a bit empty or that the other content they sometimes enjoy, like PvP, is unpopulated. The overfocus on a pursuit of pure power also causes factions to concentrate in certain servers. If the focus of the game is purely power, then why would you play in a server where it is more difficult or impossible to obtain the highest levels of power because of a faction imbalance, or even a faction non-dominance? And ultimately remember, the pursuit of pure power is only interesting because there are people to be more powerful than, and if you scare away all the people, the pursuit of power becomes meaningless and the game unrewarding. Here's where the devs should be stepping in to nip the cycle for the benefit of all players, including the power players. It is the developer's job to predict what the player base, including the quiet social base, actually wants, actually needs, and then to act on it instead of reacting to the demands of only the most vocal players or, God forbid, just randomly implementing whatever changes they want to see pursuant to internal design documents without any conceptualization of what the player base is looking for at all. And speaking of what devs can do, let's take a look at what solutions to this problem might look like. It is easy enough to critique after all, but to offer solutions is a different beast entirely. How can we expand the social aspects of MMORPGs without necessarily affecting the action aspects? How do we fully realize both social and action RPG gameplay in an MMO such that we can hit the sweet spot of power fantasy without alienating either kind of player? Well, the solutions, I think, are myriad if one fully understands the problem. If we assume that an optimal MMORPG is a realization of both ARPG and SRPG characteristics, and that the modern MMORPG leans too far towards the ARPG side, we can observe SRPG games to add that content into the MMORPG to realize the social aspects of the game more fully. And we can observe the ARPG side to pull back the MMO from indulging in the extremes of that genre. Starting then with realization of the social characteristics of an MMORPG, a good first step is to leverage customization to boost the social nature of the game. What do I mean by this? If you sell cosmetics in a real currency item shop, in the manner of mobile games, you are removing the joy of finding that cosmetic in the real world, and in so doing, you are removing emergent social gameplay. Consider the simple social joy of sharing a new rare cosmetic drop with your friends. Getting a new mount or a new great axe skin or a new pretty dress is awesome, but it is especially awesome when that new content is both exclusive due to its rarity and this is my second point, tradable. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever to have items in a game involving drops be soulbound. What is the benefit here? Are the stash tabs using too much memory? When gear is soulbound, cosmetics included and cannot be traded, an important social aspect that distinguishes MMORPGs from pure ARPGs or even offline RPGs is lost. Consider this. If a member of your guild only has like 3 hours to play a week and you love playing your MMORPG of choice with them, it is socially interesting gameplay to be able to grind on their behalf present them with that cool new armor, and then play a raid together where your friend isn't undergeared and thereby a liability. And if that friend happens to get a cool new mount drop from that raid, well, they can give it to you after if they choose to as thanks. That's a core memory right there. That is social emergent gameplay that is unnecessarily lost when items are soulbound. But if the gear isn't soulbound, doesn't that diminish the value of the gear? Doesn't that make the gear too easy for some to obtain instead of playing the game? Couldn't someone just buy the best gear in the game? Well, yes. And I think that this is a sacrifice on the ARPG side of the equation that might have to be made, as obtaining the gear in some way that isn't directly playing the game's content is social and emergent gameplay, and to some extent is healthy for an MMORPG, in a way that it might not necessarily be for an ARPG, where the only purpose is pursuit of power. The pursuit of power places extreme importance on the value of gear pursuant to numbers, but not around the value of the gameplay experiences pursuant to gear. If we can acknowledge that the point of an MMO is not necessarily to kill the hardest raid boss with the greatest efficiency, but that there is some more meaningful social experience also implicated in playing an MMORPG, then soul-binding equipment should be done very sparingly or not at all. And speaking of equipment, I also think that gear-related level or stat restrictions might be a bad idea. Let's say you are playing a low-level mage in a low-level zone, and you work with randoms to kill a much stronger enemy than your level would otherwise allow, and it drops a glowing two-handed sword. You pick it up and can use it even though the stats aren't necessarily complementary. But because it is so strong relative to your level, you can go around swinging this sword destroying things you shouldn't be able to while also casting spells in support. That is emergent social gameplay. It promotes interesting interactions with other players and with the environment. That other party of newbie mages you run into is going to have a blast when they see you cast an ice bolt and then charge a kobold with a two-handed sword. But what about the balance? Won't that make you overpowered for the area? Well, yes. And that's awesome. The ARPG pursuit of pure power cares enormously about how overpowered you might be for an area. A perfectly balanced game is the pursuit of power taken to the extreme, and MMORPGs need to accept that leaning away from perfect balance might be to their benefit. Remember that the fully realized MMORPG is the power fantasy game. It is SRPG and ARPG combined, and thus it is both okay and perhaps even desirable for the player to be overpowered. Which brings me to my next point, level scaling. What is level scaling? Level scaling is a game mechanic wherein the enemies you fight power up as you level so that the game's enemies can constantly provide a challenge to the player. Level scaling is a terrible artificial mechanic that is ARPG pursuit of power balancing at its absolute worst. And if it must be employed, it needs to be used so delicately that if a player can notice it, the mechanic has not only failed, it has backfired by making the game less fun. I understand the motivation behind it. Number one, you want to give players the option to stay in a zone they like so that they can stay there longer and level with appropriate mobs. And number two, want over-leveled friends playing with lower-level friends the opportunity to enjoy combat even though they should be too strong for the area. However, this streamlining of the experience detracts from social gameplay and cripples the capacity for emergent experiences. Level scaling keeps you from exploring the game. It keeps you from new areas, new people, and new experiences. Level scaling prevents you from trying new things on new enemies. It enforces the tedium of the grind and railroads the player experience towards the ARPG pursuit of power. If you don't keep up your power level, however that is measured relative to the enemy level scaling, you are becoming less powerful as you level up, which sucks. And so everyone is required to get with the pursuit of power program to the detriment of the social aspects of the game. I've alluded to the solution to this issue, and that is better game design. Let's consider what a poorly designed zone looks like and then compare that poor design to a zone from a game with masterful zone design in Elden Ring. A poorly designed zone has pockets of enemies, all level scaling, perhaps some a slightly higher default level than others, maybe one or two quest-related bosses, and various NPCs to give quests to kill those pockets of enemies scattered around. If the zone is designed for levels 1 through 15, once you are level 15, there is no reason to ever come back. And if you get to level 15, there is no reason to visit any of the other 6 zones that are also designed for players from level 1 to 15. In Elden Ring, the starting zone has enemies of a lot of different difficulties. Sure, the Foot Knights are easy and don't drop anything too good after a while, but there are genuinely difficult challenges milling around that area as well. The enemies are highly variable.
200
Most
more
players
arrows.
can't take on the big scary tree knight guy upon emerging, and that's okay. You can level in this zone until you feel strong enough to take on the next zone, and that pace is one you set yourself. You have reasons to return to this zone too, be it for meaningful collectibles, rare drops from certain enemies, or to take on the big knight. Imagine an MMO zone designed this way, where instead of these pockets of similarly leveled enemies, you have some of those pockets, but also a big boss with a set path that doesn't aggro and drops a unique weapon or mount. Some bird creatures 10 levels above normal that are non-aggro that have crafting parts, and one part of the zone with aggro enemies about 5 levels higher than the suggested level range, such that you could beat them with a group of friends or with a lot of individual effort in exchange for unique and interesting rewards. Imagine being a new player stumbling into that zone and watching a few level 100 players tackling the big boss. There are thunderbolts flying around and trees getting knocked over. Wouldn't that be an awesome experience? That is social emergent gameplay at work. You, the new player, will also one day want to come back and slay the big boss. Experiences that emerge from thoughtful level design foster an MMORPG's social aspects, and that adds substantially to the wonder, to the power fantasy of the game, as opposed to just the pursuit of pure power. And speaking of coming back to slay the big boss, the pursuit of pure power style of the modern MMORPG also lends itself towards railroading new players to endgame content. It's the ARPG layout: bloated early game, bloated endgame, nothing in between. It is catastrophic for new players to have to play a game Lost Ark style for 30 to 40 hours before they can even reach the real content. Or for new players to be railroaded from level 1 to max level just to do the content in the latest expansion and then wait until the next expansion to play. Why even bother with a leveling experience if it is just there to be a gate to the real content? There's this enormous void that is just not filled out, and better zone design, better enemy design, and more social gameplay aspects, be it loot drops or content, or even events as silly as a beach event in some old DLC area that has a unique currency, associated cosmetics and drops, can all breathe life into the modern MMORPG. Now don't get me wrong, there should be room to chase the endgame hardest content. But there should be room as well just to chill with your friends in some random zone you leveled past months ago to enjoy some casual fishing for a meaningful reward. And I think using developer resources to fill out that middle game, providing rewards in that content that even highest level players will go back for, is a better use of resources than pushing the envelope of pure power over and over again, and then having to reactively tweak those numbers pursuant to the complaints of power players. I'm even of the opinion that the hardest endgame raids could be tweaked in certain ways that allow for more dynamic gameplay and options. If you play, for example, a MOBA, you know that if one of the members in your friend group isn't quite as good at the game, you can stick them in the support role and they'll have a great time. What if there were some raids where you need a specific kind of cleric, warlock, or mage to optimally succeed, but the design of the raid was kind of protect the president style, where the actual job of said mage is pretty easy but very important, and the hard part of the raid is protecting that person. Look, there are all kinds of ideas I could propose, but I think you get the picture. And I admit too, not all of these ideas are fits-all solutions. But by simply pulling the design philosophy of an MMORPG away from the pursuit of pure power, and pushing the design philosophy slightly, not totally, just slightly, towards community building, social RPG characteristics, one opens up all kinds of creative options that can restore the realized power fantasy balance of the MMORPG genre. Which is all to say that it feels like there aren't any good MMORPGs because we stopped making good MMORPGs. We have, what? Final Fantasy XIV, which is in danger of sliding towards the bottom left quadrant, and Guild Wars 2, which is somewhere here in the middle, and that's it. The modern MMORPG has developed into a glorified ARPG. The overemphasis on the pursuit of pure power and design has produced a limited experience tailored only to the players of highest mechanical skill and competitive vigor, which slowly chokes half the content and at least half the player base out of the MMORPG genre. Market research shows that there is a substantial, hungry audience for a good MMO. The demands of this audience, though, are not being met, and the reason these demands...
Wait, what?
Research shows that there is a substantial, hungry audience for a good MMO. The demands of this audience, though, are not being met. And the reason these demands aren't being met is that developers have fundamentally lost sight of what makes the MMORPG a special game. There is a divide between developer design philosophy and what gamers actually want. Not what they say they want, but what they actually want. And for our part, we gamers are playing games so efficiently that we are losing sight of fun in the process. I'm not saying that we have to turn World of Warcraft into Roblox, but I am saying that we gamers and developers both are actively turning World of Warcraft into Diablo. That is a serious mistake. My proposition is not some pioneering new idea. It is merely returning what worked about the genre to the genre, and replacing social content cut due to greedy, mobile game-esque monetization practices with increasing ARPG characteristics is not sufficient to fix this issue, because the ARPG characteristics were never the problem to begin with. There are three fundamental kinds of online role-playing game: the action RPG, the social RPG, and the MMORPG. The action RPG focuses on pursuit of pure power, the social RPG focuses on fostering a feeling of community and belonging, and the MMORPG is not merely a compromise between the two, but a realization of both. And if any game can fully realize and capture that potential, we may just see a second golden age of MMORPGs. I hope this new style of video was interesting for you. Please share your thoughts with me. I am always eager to see what you think. And if you liked this video, why not check out Adam Millard, the architect of gaming's recent video on role-playing games as a whole. It is a fascinating watch, especially if you're a fan of Galapagos finches. In any case, I've been your host, Mooney, and thank you for tuning in to Moon Channel.
Oh, dude, force strength, force Sam leather belt. Level 18. Throw more nuts! Throw more nuts! More nuts! More nuts! Come on, more nuts! Hey, some nuts! Now hit it very hard and very fast. Lee, run to the center! Ogress, run to the center! Forsyth, run!
Still? Shit. Still the same. hard. I'm killed. Yo, 4 grand. Let me just get one, dudes. Oh man. There's nothing. Come on, dude. I think I'm done with this. I've killed what? 4,300. 4,300, not a single one. There's nothing. I guess I have to farm it. Shit. No cards. What is this pocket watch? This is AIDS. Almost like 5K and no freaking drop. I hate this, dude. Ah, I'm sick of it, dudes. I'm sick of this shit. This is insane. It's freaking. Oh. Oh fuck. Whatever. Selling again? No, no one's selling it. How many of the shit do I have to kill, dude? $4,500. This is so over, dude. Yep. Where are you going? Oh, I ran out. These are the only vendors, man. Patience. Patience. No cards at all. Shit. Trading brooch 1 to your brooch. How many of the shit? Holy fuck. I'm reaching like 5 grand now. Shit. Oh, it's a fucking worm. Fuck. There's nothing. What is it now? Oh my goodness. Overtaking now. Let me watch that one. Why do Japanese... There you go. This one right here. Let me watch it.
Have you ever noticed that many Japanese games seem to rather unusually have Brazilian characters, settings, or music? Well, why shouldn't Japanese games feature Brazil, Mooney? Brazil is a large country of many people. Don't Japanese games also feature tons of characters from, say, Mexico? And what do you mean by unusually? Well, Japan is literally on the other side of the world from Brazil, and one would expect Japanese society to have little understanding or concern for Brazilian culture. No other South American country, except occasionally Peru, is almost ever featured in Japanese media. And no, my American viewers, Mexico is not South American. Brazil is special to Japan, and the two countries have a lot of shared history and shared culture that has resulted in Brazilian music like samba and bossa nova being present in many video game soundtracks, and Brazilian characters making their way into Japanese games in a time period when even Europe wasn't represented in Japanese games. Indeed, Japanese society, and by extension Japanese media, seldom concerns itself with the goings-on of many places, including much of Europe, all of Africa, and almost all of South America, due to how insular Japanese society can be. Japan is a pretty curious country to study, in that it is well integrated into the global economy, but it maintains a very distinctive insular culture. Most gaijin, with even a passing knowledge of Japan, know that Japanese society has many rules, and that Japanese popular culture is, we'll say, charmingly different from Western culture. But many in the West, I think, underestimate how closed-off Japanese society can be to the outside world. How Japan exists in a cultural bubble that can often present itself in rather curious ways. Consider, for example, Japanese technology. The stereotypical idea of Japan is that it is this ultra-high-tech country of bullet trains and electronics. But if you step foot into a Japanese office, you may be shocked to discover that every single office in Japan has a fax machine. In fact, a survey run by NHK, the Japanese public broadcaster, found that as of 2020, 34% of Japanese households still have a fax machine. By comparison, in 2019, only 31% of American households still even have a landline. More Japanese households have a fax machine than American households have a landline. You might also be surprised to discover that the Japanese still largely purchase their music not digitally but on physical CD-ROM. In 2019, 70% of music sales in Japan were on CD, and even during COVID-19 in 2021 and 2022, when one would expect most Japanese to have made the transition to digital music sales or streaming in the absence of physical media accessibility, the CD music market generated substantially more revenue than the digital market did. How did this cultural quirk come to be? Well, some say it's a result of the bubble era, or Babaruchi-dai, which you may remember from a previous video on Japan, or that Japan's rapidly aging population is in fact to blame. But the young people are also buying CDs, and CDs are more expensive than streaming. It's not just age, and it's not just economics. This cultural insularity is a product of economics and geography and history and much more. And it is this cultural insularity that combines at times with Japanese history to create certain perceptions of the world at large that can be a bit at odds with reality. That is nothing too unusual, right? Cultural misperceptions and misunderstandings are hardly exclusive to Japan. Every American has heard stories of the European tourist who comes to New York for the weekend, hoping to drive to Los Angeles on Saturday to see Hollywood, only to discover that it takes longer to drive from New York to LA than to drive from Lisbon to Moscow. And many Europeans will scoff at Americans who, depending on their politics, see certain European countries as somehow being either social utopias or too dangerous to even set foot in. But the thing about these misperceptions and misunderstandings is that one expects these misperceptions to get more and more outlandish the further one's culture is from the culture they are misperceiving, and relative to how insular one's own culture is. My personal experiences in Europe, for example, have revealed that there is a not very well developed understanding there of East Asian culture. At least not in the places I've been to, including but not limited to the Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, Austria, Northern France, the UK, and Western Germany. I once stopped to ask for directions at a fry shop in Eindhoven, only to discover that the shop owners didn't speak English. That was my cultural misperception, that the Dutch could all speak English. The owners, however, it turns out were Chinese, and so I spoke to them in Mandarin and got the directions that I needed. During our discussion on their experiences in the Netherlands, they scoffed and told me that the Dutch don't understand East Asian culture very well, but the Dutch themselves insist that they do. This perhaps is a Dutch cultural misperception. Sorry in advance for picking on the Dutch, by the way. I only pick on you because I know you can take it. My understanding is that we here in the colony of New Amsterdam get our thick skins from you. With regards to Japanese misperceptions, you may have heard of Paris syndrome, for example, where first-time travelers from Japan to Paris are so shocked by how unlike the Japanese perception of Paris that Paris actually is, that they have severe panic attacks that manifest at times in the form of hallucinations, fainting, vomiting, and even tachycardia.
What?
KT is a 30-year-old woman presenting to the emergency room in Paris with tachycardia. Tachy meaning elevated, and cardia meaning action of the heart, elevated action of the heart. In any case, just as the rest of the world tends to have some rather strong, rather bizarre misperceptions of life and culture in Japan, Japan has some equally strong and equally bizarre misperceptions of the rest of the world, but perhaps doubly so due to its cultural insularity. This brings us then to the topic of our video, Japanese video games and Brazil. You see, the most common manifestation of cultural misperception and/or cultural awareness is through exclusion. We in the United States are often accused of being very unaware of what happens in the rest of the world and of being very America-centric. We Americans seem to have a vague understanding of other countries only if they have some cultural relevance to the American experience. Japan, being a country of very high cultural power projection and high cultural insularity, also has this same issue. There are places in the world that are so outside of the Japanese cultural scope that the average Japanese person doesn't know anything about those places. And there is no continent of the world that one would expect to be more unknown to the Japanese than South America. It is literally on the opposite side of the world from Japan. Indeed, if one looks at Japanese video games, one sees very limited South American representation therein, except for Brazil, and very occasionally Peru. If one does see South America represented, it is usually in a very mishmashed, uninformed way that often is more representative of Japan's stereotypical perception of Latin America as a whole, and not South America as a region separate from, say, Mexico and the Caribbean. I could tell you about it, but instead let me just make it easy for you and show you what I mean. Here is the opening to the hit game, Samba de Amigo.
$5,000, dude. I'm closing in to $5,000.
You will note this monkey named Amigo is evidently Mexican given his sombrero, maracas, and Spanish pronounced name. Except he's not. According to the game, Amigo the monkey is Brazilian. Keep that in mind as the clip continues. The average Japanese person knows little to nothing about South America. Greater than half of the cultural references in this clip are Mexican, and everything else is Brazilian. Unless that big smiling sun counts as a reference to Argentina and Uruguay, which I strongly doubt. Brazil is the one South American country whose culture often finds its way into Japanese games, and it happens with surprising frequency, albeit often in a perhaps culturally mixed up way. You may also be familiar with Splatoon 3's Anarchy Rainbow, a song that combines Japanese odori and Brazilian samba, delivered in-game during Splatfest, a festival which itself combines the style of Japanese Matsuri and Brazilian Carnival. In fact, Big Man, noted ambulatory manta ray and hero of the people, is often said to be Brazilian. Another perhaps more traditional example of such a video game character is Brazilian video game icon Blanca, the electric green ape man who debuted in Street Fighter II. Now you might see Blanca as a bit of an insulting caricature, but I mean, this was the 90s. Street Fighter II only had 8 characters in its playable roster. Japan was represented twice with Ryu and E. Honda. The USA was represented twice with Ken and Guile. The Soviet Union, China, and India each got a character. And these are all very important populous countries with a lot of cultural relevance to Japan. And then there's Brazil with Blanca, seemingly out of nowhere. Consider how odd that is. If you exclude the USSR, the entire continent of Europe doesn't get a single character. The entire continent of Africa doesn't get a single character, and it loses Madagascar. Australia doesn't get a character, and New Zealand doesn't even get to be on the map. Or Iceland, or any part of Denmark, including but not limited to Greenland. Nowadays, of course, the Street Fighter roster is much more diverse. Africa and Europe have characters now. New Zealand gets to be on the map. And according to the Street Fighter wiki, we have, like, something between 7 to 11 whole characters from South America. Including DJ. And who is this? Rick? Guys, you know that Jamaica is in North America, right? It's okay, let's take a look at the other characters repping South America. We have Blanca, of course, who is from Brazil. Carlos Miyamoto from Final Fight, who's from Brazil. Peter Zonta from Brazil. Shun from Street Fighter Alpha, the animation, who is, from Brazil. And finally, Sean Matsuda, the Matsuda family, and his sister Laura, who are from Brazil. That's right, the Street Fighter Wiki has 11 entries on South American characters, 2 of which are North American, and the rest of which are Brazilian. This is not unusual for Japanese games or their representation of South America. South America is basically only Brazil, and sometimes Peru, to the Japanese. But why? What makes Brazil so special to Japan? Is it the beautiful beaches and people? Is it the warm, sunny weather and sunnier dispositions? Is it the commenters in all of their YouTube videos constantly asking them to go to Brazil? No, it's actually a curious quirk of history. That's right, this is a history video, and it's actually quite a fascinating story. Once you've learned the history, you will come to understand how strongly linked Japan and Brazil really are, and how that cultural heritage manifests itself in all kinds of ways you may not have previously noticed. Our story begins someplace Moon Channel viewers might find familiar. The year is 1854, and Commodore Matthew Perry of the United States Navy has just forced Japan to open its ports to American trade by negotiating in the traditional American fashion: give us what we want or be subject to incredible violence. The shogunate, the Bakufu, is in total disarray, and a complete economic collapse is looming on Japan's horizon. You see, prior to 1854, Japan had adopted an isolationist foreign policy called Sakoku, which prohibited trade and foreign relations between Japan and most of the rest of the world. There were some exceptions which my previous video didn't get into, like Rangaku or Dutch learning, but the Western innovations that came to Japan through Rangaku did not come close to preparing Japan for the unimpeded influx of Western ideas, technology, and capital thrust upon Japan by Matthew Perry. In other words, nobody told Japan that life was gonna be this way, and the consequence was their tech's a joke, they're broke, and their foreign relations are DOA. So let me ask you, if you were in the Japanese government's shoes here, how would you get yourself unstuck from second gear when it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year? Well, the first thing you'd probably want to do is get yourself caught up, catch up technologically, catch up economically, and build a foreign presence. But how does one go about that? We'll get back to this question shortly. In the meantime, we need to take ourselves to the other side of the world and see what is going on in Brazil. The year is 1850. It has been only 28 years since Brazil declared its independence from the Kingdom of Portugal. The first Emperor of Brazil, Dom Pedro I, suddenly abdicated and left for Europe, leaving his son, the 5-year-old Dom Pedro II, as the child emperor of Brazil. The Empire of Brazil appears to be on the very precipice of collapse, and yet, despite all odds, Pedro II, Pedro the Magnanimous, one of modern history's greatest and most noble leaders, manages to turn the country around. Brazil is beginning to stabilize, and the global market for coffee brings a period of new profit and industry into Brazil known as the coffee cycle. The railroads are expanding, the ports are being developed, the absolute value of Brazilian exports are the highest in Latin America, triple those of Argentina at the time. Brazil's future is bright. How bright? Well, by 1880, the Brazilian per capita income was similar to that of the United States, and many economists of the time predicted that Brazil, under the leadership of the very people-minded Pedro II, would become as wealthy and developed as the wealthiest of the Western European countries. But we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Returning to the 1850s, the coffee trade at the time was heavily reliant upon slave labor. But Pedro II abhorred slavery, and he made it his mission to abolish slavery in Brazil even if he had to do it without any public support. In 1850, Pedro II made his first move. He threatened to abdicate the throne unless the General Assembly declared the Atlantic slave trade illegal. Having stopped the flow of new slaves from abroad, Pedro II then sought to end slavery by birth, and to do so, he spoke openly about the eradication of slavery in speeches and pushed a bill which would consider all children born to slaves freeborn. This abolitionist stance was deeply unpopular amongst the Brazilian people at the time, and Pedro II was heavily criticized for his insistence on abolition. Slavery supporters claimed that higher labor costs might lead to job cuts and worse production and weaker harvests, but the emperor's skilled leadership would prevail over his detractors, even as his own health seriously declined. The late 1800s saw Brazil's economy grow to new heights. Women gained unprecedented rights in Brazil during this time, and slowly but surely, the edifice of slavery was also crumbling. By 1888, the emperor was so ill that he was lying on what many presumed to be his deathbed in Europe, being treated by the very best physicians available in Milan. Yet even while deathly ill, he pushed for the abolition of slavery, and when slavery was finally abolished in Brazil on May 22, 1888, it is said that the emperor wept tears of joy. Perhaps this moment helped to heal him, as he recovered enough to return to Rio de Janeiro from Milan in August of 1888, where he was greeted with never-before-seen enthusiasm and love from his people. The predictions of economic disaster and labor disruption that were supposed to come from the abolition of slavery never happened, and the coffee harvest of 1888 was bountiful. You would think then, with the Brazilian economy soaring to never-before-seen heights, the international prestige of Brazil reaching an apex, and the people of Brazil totally unified behind a kind and brilliant leader, that the former harshest critics of slavery, the wealthy, land-owning coffee farmers, would fall in line and enjoy the fruits of a Brazilian golden age. Instead, though, the wealthy landowners were furious at losing their free labor, and these landowners organized a coup d'etat in hopes of instituting what they called a republic. When the coup happened, it is said that those in attendance believed it to be a joke. The rich, elite landowning revolutionaries seized the prime minister and instituted the Republic of Brazil on November 15, 1889. The emperor himself, old and tired, having given everything of himself for his country, lacked the will to resist. He foresaw the bloodshed and suffering that civil war would bring to his beloved people. And so, when the revolution came, Pedro II merely said, "If it is so, it will be my retirement. I have worked too hard, and I am tired. I will go rest then." Historian Lydia Bessuchet writes on the coup d'etat, "Rarely has a revolution been so minor." We'll stop here for a moment before we get into the consequences of the First Republic. Keep these takeaways in mind though. Number 1. Brazil in the 1850s had just abolished the slave trade and was on its way towards abolishing slavery for good. Number 2. Brazil's economy was developing at an astonishing rate under the guidance of a brilliant leader. And number 3. Brazil was rapidly industrializing with a standard of living that appeared to be approaching Western European standards. It is with this context in mind that we now return to Japan. Japan had just been forced out of a greater than quarter-millennium-long period of isolation from the rest of the world, and its agricultural techniques and economic systems were completely unprepared for global trade. Japan suffered simultaneously from severe famines and massive unemployment. Attempts at agrarian reform and mechanization of agriculture left thousands upon thousands of peasants unemployed, just as new Western diseases also swept across Japan. Do you remember the question I asked earlier? Given all of this chaos, how did Japan manage to catch up both technologically and economically while also stabilizing its foreign relations? Well, you catch up by learning from others. You build up by bringing the pay you get from others back home. And you stabilize foreign relations by building a foreign presence. All three of these things can be done if you send your people abroad as immigrants. Now, immigration in the late 1800s and early 1900s is quite a different animal than it is today. And back then, it was not only okay, but encouraged to do the racism part of the calculus out loud. The Japanese of the time were poor, unskilled at Western labor, and decidedly not white. The United States, for example, barred Chinese immigration in the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, and Japanese immigration to the United States as per the informal terms of the Gentleman's Agreement of 1907, which was later formalized in the Immigration Act of 1924. Australia at the time had implemented the rather on-the-nose White Australia policy. But it just so happens there was one country out there, one shining city on a hill, one bastion of liberty that chose to open its doors to specifically permit Japanese immigration. And that country was Brazil. But it wasn't necessarily for the most noble reasons. You see, after the abdication of Pedro II, the fledgling Republic of Brazil was plagued by corruption and poor economic management, as one might expect when your coup d'etat comes not from the people, but from wealthy landowners. The rich got richer, the poor got poorer, and the shortage of slaves in an economy now run by former slave owners meant that a labor shortage had developed where there had not been one before. The Japanese government was eager to send its people into the world to learn and bring money and technology home to Japan. The Brazilian government was eager for cheap expendable labor, and so in 1907, the Brazilian and Japanese governments signed a treaty permitting Japanese migration to Brazil. In 1908, 781 Japanese people, mostly farmers, sailed from Kobe across the Indian Ocean and south around the Cape of Good Hope before finally arriving in Brazil. And not long thereafter, the floodgates opened. By 1914, an additional nearly 15,000 Japanese arrived in Brazil, many bringing with them their whole families. And the outbreak of World War I saw even more Japanese coming to Brazil to work on Brazilian coffee plantations. By 1940, there were already nearly 200,000 Japanese immigrants living in Brazil. But life was not easy for the Japanese in Brazil. Many Japanese imagined that they'd be going to Brazil to get rich before going home to Japan newly wealthy. The Brazilian plantation owners, though, you must remember, were looking to replace the labor of slaves. And the previously high wages these Brazilian plantation owners had to pay to Brazilian laborers, the very same wages responsible for Pedro II's expanding economy, were reduced to nearly nothing. You can pay whatever you want if your worker has no better option. Japanese immigrants to Brazil were worked to the bone for little to no wages. Oftentimes, these immigrant workers had to buy their food and goods directly from the landowner, company store style, such that instead of wealth, the immigrant workers would slowly work themselves into debt.
Damn.
The immense poverty of the Japanese immigrants also caused the average Brazilian person to view them with contempt. After all, to the average person, these immigrants appear to be coming en masse without their consent, taking their previously high-paying jobs for almost nothing, and reducing the prosperity of their country. We know now, of course, with the benefit of hindsight, that it was the landowners enforcing a slave-owning mentality, with massive violations of already limited labor laws, vanishingly low pay, exploitative business practices like company stores, and threats of physical violence, all but enforcing poverty amongst the Japanese population. The Japanese, though, would very slowly crawl their way out of this desperate situation. Some Japanese would very literally crawl, escaping their indentured servitude by fleeing their plantations in the dark of night, a process which would become known as yoniga. Other Japanese had the fortune of encountering landowners who had more land than greed, and so offered more hands-off contracts to Japanese immigrants, wherein these immigrants would deforest land and grow coffee for their landlords, a little bit like a feudal peasant. But these immigrants were able to accumulate a bit of capital, leading to the first land purchased by a Japanese person in Brazil occurring in 1911. As more and more Japanese people began to purchase land together, forced to do so really as they were seen as undesirable by the Brazilian population at large, they developed ethnic enclave communities known as shokuminshi. And the Japanese, finally able to work their own land for their own benefit, proved to be very productive indeed. Historical documents show that in 1940, despite the Japanese making up only 3.5% of Sao Paulo's population, they were responsible for nearly all of the production of silk, peaches, strawberries, mint, tea, potatoes, assorted vegetables, and eggs. The Japanese also controlled a not insubstantial portion of the market for bananas at 50%, cotton at 40%, and even coffee at 20%. But again, these communities of Japanese were still seen as troublesome, unwelcome, poor, outsiders, and so many Japanese children born in Brazil would be educated in the Japanese language run by the Japanese community. Many of these immigrants never learned to speak Portuguese, and almost none of these Japanese in Brazil would marry outside of their ethnic enclaves. Not because they wouldn't have liked to, but because the Brazilian population at large considered them detestable and undesirable. The Brazilian media at the time called these Japanese enclaves quistos raciais, racial cysts, like a cancer. The Brazilian public opinion of the time was that Japanese were too different, too zealous, too uneducated to be integrated into the more sophisticated and worldly Brazilian society. With the Brazilian government unwilling to provide any assistance to these Japanese communities, the Japanese government stepped in and provided funding to these enclaves. By 1933, there were 150,000 Japanese in Brazil, and almost all of them lived in these ethnic communities where they spoke Japanese, ate Japanese food, wore Japanese clothes, and learned in Japanese schools funded by the Japanese government. Which brings us now back to Brazil. The Brazilian Republic, with its slavery-supporting, plantation-owning leadership, pulled its policies away from the more progressive thinking of Pedro II. Where under Pedro II, Brazil saw the abolition of slavery, more rights for women, celebration of diversity, and massive growth in both economic prosperity and quality of life, the landlord leadership of the Republic encouraged divisions in society that last in some capacity even to this day. Attempts were made by Brazilian representatives to prohibit, and I quote, the immigration of individuals from the black race to Brazil. Other attempts were also made to limit Asians. And by the 1930s, the government of the authoritarian President Getúlio Vargas, who has a mixed legacy in Brazil, we'll say, instituted forced assimilation of immigrants, stating, and I quote, the concentration of immigrants anywhere in the country is prohibited. The law should govern the selection, location, and assimilation of the alien. As Brazilian nationalism grew under the leadership of Getúlio Vargas in the late 1930s, many of these so-called Japanese cysts were systematically assimilated. Japanese newspapers and teaching the Japanese language in schools were banned. All Japanese would learn only Portuguese.
What?
The Japanese had a much higher level of education than the average Brazilian by this time, with nearly 90% of Japanese being able to read newspapers while the average Brazilian was illiterate. Yet still, the Japanese were considered undesirable. Oliveira Viana, a Brazilian historian, describes the Japanese as being like sulfur, insoluble. The Brazilian magazine O Malho compared Japanese people in Brazil to a disease and described the Japanese as a race diametrically opposed to ours. In 1941, the Brazilian Minister of Justice, Francisco Campos, wrote concerning the Japanese, their despicable standard of living is a brutal competition with the country's worker. Their selfishness, their bad faith, their refractory character makes them a huge ethnic and cultural cancer located in the richest regions of Brazil. And once Brazil declared war on Japan in World War II, well, you can imagine that the treatment only got worse. Japanese Brazilians were simultaneously not permitted to live in ethnic enclaves, but were also not allowed to travel the country without special permits.
What?
Hundreds of Japanese schools were forcibly closed, and the government outright seized certain Japanese companies. Japanese Brazilians were prohibited from driving any motor vehicles even on their own property. Thousands of Japanese were arrested and even deported without cause on suspicion of espionage. Many Japanese lived in what were essentially concentration camps. Their former enclaves turned into prisons with armed guards. Brazilian politicians even called for all Japanese in Brazil to be directly transferred to American-style internment camps. Yet, in spite of this, throughout this entire period, there was never a single confirmed act by any Japanese against Brazilian national security. Not a single one. Mooney, I can hear you say. This is not what I signed up for. I wanted fun Brazilian stuff. This story is so sad, so heavy. How could the Brazilians do this to the Japanese? Did the Japanese ever manage to successfully integrate? Well, let me set the record straight for a moment. Brazil is a beautiful country with beautiful people and a beautiful culture. It has historical problems, absolutely. But these problems, this othering of a whole group of people, this cruelty, it is not unique to Brazil. In fact, I hope that in the upcoming portion of the video, as we explore how Japanese Brazilians eventually did integrate into Brazilian society on their own terms, that you non-Brazilians in the audience might reflect upon the history and present circumstances of your own countries and your own immigrants and your own ethnic enclaves, and the ways divisions develop in your societies, sometimes by the purposeful design of people who can profit from those divisions. Although the past few sections were very tough on Brazil, I consider this video myself to be a celebration of Brazil, because this period of persecution, of genuine cruelty, is not where the story ends. In fact, in many respects, this is where the story actually begins. After World War II, Brazil began to move away from militant nationalism, only to replace the rigid order of the authoritarian junta with a disorganized new republic. It was this disorganized, chaotic time that saw Brazilian populism propped up as a means of maintaining some state identity, before it inevitably collapsed into authoritarianism again with the military dictatorship of 1964. This period of the dictatorship was an odd one, and it has two names in Brazil. This period from 1964 to 1985 is simultaneously called the Brazilian Miracle and the Years of Lead. It is called the Brazilian Miracle because Brazil experienced an unbelievable period of nearly 10% annual GDP growth, with its peak in the years of 1969 to 1973, fueled as it was by cheaper oil prices and massive government investment into both infrastructure and state industry. This period is also called the Years of Lead because of the horrific human rights abuses committed by the military government, including persecution and torture of dissidents, violence against journalists, press censorship, suppression of ideological adversaries by force of arms, and more. Brazil was fighting a war to understand itself, and it would not be long before external causes forced Brazil to come to new terms, as the Brazilian economic miracle came to an abrupt end. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, although Japan had been devastated by World War II, the Japanese were rapidly rebuilding. With some help from the United States and a lot of very clever economic leadership, Japan experienced its own post-war economic miracle, the story of which I've covered in a previous video. It was ultimately the same single event that brought the Japanese and Brazilian economic miracles to an end: the 1973 oil crisis. In 1973, conflict in the Middle East, which we won't get into, led to members of the Organization of Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries issuing an oil embargo targeting certain nations, including the United States and Japan, thereby seriously raising the cost of oil for everyone everywhere. The global price of oil increased from $3 a barrel to nearly $12 a barrel, which seriously stifled industrial output and energy supply. Brazil was immediately devastated, but Japan persisted a little longer, building a bubble economy which itself would collapse nearly a decade later. In Brazil, the rising economic power of Japan corresponded directly with a change in the perception of the average Brazilian towards their Japanese population. For nearly a century, the Brazilian government harshly persecuted its Japanese immigrants, and Japanese Brazilians were seen as non-assimilable and undesirable, good for nothing but cheap labor. But now, suddenly, Japan had money, and people were buying Japanese products. Japan was projecting its culture and expanding its soft power, and the Brazilian people seemed suddenly to realize, well, wait a moment, our Japanese Brazilians might be more desirable than we thought. The Japanese, after all, were very educated and desperately wanted to be integrated in spite of harsh treatment by the Brazilian government and the Brazilian people. Once the mental picture of a Japanese person shifted in the Brazilian mind from slave replacement farm laborer to hard-working agriculturalist from an economically powerful motherland. Once the Japanese were invited to live in Brazilian communities amongst Brazilians and not pressured to live in their own enclaves for safety and security. Once the Japanese were welcome in Brazilian schools as friends and peers and not as burdens to the school system. Once the Japanese were given fair opportunities at work and access to government funding and support and opportunities to intermarry and share their own culture, the Japanese integrated. Where the Japanese were once all but confined to rural enclaves, by the 1960s, the Japanese Brazilian population in urban centers surpassed the rural Japanese Brazilian population. By 1977, the Japanese Brazilians, who made up only 2% of the population of São Paulo, added up to 13% of the student body at the University of São Paulo, and by 1995, 53% of Japanese Brazilians had a college degree compared to only 9% of the general Brazilian population. Gazeta do Povo, a Brazilian newspaper, published an article stating that common sense is that Japanese students are studious, disciplined, do well at school, pass the admission exams more easily, and, in most cases, have great affinity for the exact science careers. 60% of Japanese Brazilians are now Roman Catholic, where once nearly none of them were. The Japanese Brazilian branch of martial arts, which you may know as Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, spread throughout Brazil and into the world. The astonishing success and efficacy of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the pride of Brazilians everywhere, and it comes from the Brazilian Japanese. And as recently as 2017, a survey conducted in Brazil revealed that Brazilians of Japanese descent were the wealthiest group of people in Brazil.
Damn.
How does a group of people go from undesirable, impossible to integrate and hated, to the pride of the country, the wealthiest and most educated and a model minority in what is really only about 20 years? How did these Japanese immigrants go from Japanese in Brazil to Japanese Brazilians? They were always themselves. That's all that they could be. It is the Brazilian people that grew, not the Japanese. It is Brazilian society that evolved past manipulative narratives of nationalism and populism, past divisive manipulation designed to create an impoverished replacement for slaves, and arguably, that remembered the teachings of its great leader, Pedro II, and his own vision for a diverse, inclusive Brazil that once looked as if it could be the world's first nation. Brazil isn't perfect, it has a long way to go, quite frankly. And although Brazil moved past nationalism and populism and manipulation when it comes to the Japanese, there are still difficulties of this nature to resolve. And I think many Brazilians are all too familiar with their chaotic modern history and feel embarrassed or guilty about the seemingly lost potential for greatness that Brazil once had. Here's another lesson, though, that the Japanese have for Brazil. In East Asia, one is generally taught that history is not a straight line from beginning to end. It is a cycle. Good and bad, ebbs and flows. One's civilization is sometimes great and it is sometimes small. This is the nature of things. Times might be hard for Brazil right now, but there is a greatness inherent to the Brazilian spirit, a destiny forged of Brazilian character that sits just over the horizon, awaiting a Brazil that can remember its heart, while also progressing towards the future. Thanks for the Brazilian pep talk there, Mooney, but we haven't talked about Japanese games in Brazil yet. I know, we're getting there. Remember what I said just now about cycles? Well, in the 1980s, Japan's economy had grown to unbelievable and unsustainable heights. Japan, you see, weathered the 1973 oil crisis better than most countries, but in doing so had flated a massive economic bubble. You may recall from the JRPG video that at the height of the Babaru Jidai, the bubble era, the Greater Tokyo area had a GDP larger than the entirety of the United Kingdom put together, and that the 1.15 kilometer grounds of the Tokyo Imperial Palace had a land value greater than the entire American state of California. Brazil, in the meantime, was struggling economically, as many countries were, in the aftershock of the 1973 and subsequent 1979 oil crises. The Brazilian economic miracle ended in abrupt disaster and political upheaval, and it seemed that the Japanese were only on the up and up, potentially even ready to overtake the United States. Does this situation sound familiar to you? What do you suppose happened next? Well, the Japanese Brazilians, seeing the vast economic fortunes being made in Japan, decided to return to Japan, bringing with them many non-Japanese Brazilians. In Japan, needing cheap labor to fill its needs and happy that the cheap labor happens to also be culturally and linguistically Japanese, welcomed these Brazilians to Japan with open arms. The Japanese Brazilian Japanese were called the dekasegi, a term that means one who works away from home, but that has the same connotations, one might say, as gaijin does for a foreigner. Not necessarily pejorative, but still establishing that these people are different from us. and it is this massive influx of Brazilian-Japanese immigration back to Japan in the 80s and 90s that brought Brazil into the scope of Japanese culture, just as Japan was developing its fledgling electronic entertainment industry. By 1998, around 222,000 Brazilians were living in Japan, and they brought with them their food, their music, their traditional dress, and more. Have you ever wondered why the Japanese seem so smitten with bossa nova or samba? This is, in part, why. Now, the Japanese government hoped that the Dekasegi might be more easily integrated into Japanese society due to their Japanese roots. After all, the Dekasegi had spent decades in Brazil being thought of as too Japanese to integrate, and so they must still essentially be Japanese, right? You can imagine what happened next. The Dekasegi did not fit in very well with Japanese society at first, and the children of these Dekasegi in particular were treated no different from complete foreigners. The Dekasegi were accused of being not Japanese, and of being too Brazilian. Many native Japanese even took offense to the idea that these Dekasegi were learning Portuguese as a first language, and that many could not even speak Japanese at all. With the Japanese labor shortage only getting worse, thereby requiring more Japanese Brazilian laborers, many smaller industrial regions in Japan became increasingly populated by these Japanese Brazilians. The New York Times quotes Toshinori Fujiwara, an elderly Japanese community leader whose community hosts a public housing complex for Brazilian Japanese called the Homie Estate, as stating, "I never imagined in my wildest dreams that this would ever become a multi-ethnic neighborhood." Which, if you understand the nature of East Asian high-context language use, you may recognize is just as much a condemnation of the Dekasegi as, like sulfur, insoluble might be in Portuguese. Many Japanese, particularly the elderly, do not understand the Dekasegi. They condemn the Dekasegi for playing extremely loud music and for not sorting their trash properly, and for being always late. Japanese shop owners will even follow around Dekasegi, whom they can allegedly immediately recognize, to make sure that these Japanese Brazilians aren't shoplifting. Meanwhile, even to this day, the children of Japanese Brazilians do not automatically get citizenship, as Japan has no birthright citizenship, and thus, the cycle of misunderstanding and division continues. So, thus far, this video has been very heavy on the history. That's right, I've tricked you again. But there is a lot of direct relevance here to video games as well. Now that you know that Brazil and Japan have this unique cultural link, like magic, you are going to see Brazilian influences in Japanese games and Japanese media everywhere. It is inevitable. It is so prevalent, in fact, that we can actually observe Japanese popular perceptions of Brazil and Dekasegi through the portrayal of Brazilian characters and Brazil itself in Japanese video games. Now, although the modern interaction between the Brazilian Japanese and the mainland Japanese begins around the mid-1970s, video games back then were still primitive, and the video games industry was undeveloped. Sure, there were games like Donkey Kong which ostensibly represented New York, but even that wasn't made very clear in the game itself. It wasn't until really the late 80s and early 90s when more powerful arcade machines and home consoles were able to support more complicated games. And you will recall that it was the year 1990 in which the Japanese government first authorized legal entry of the Dekasegi through special visas. This influx of Brazilians into Japan very substantially increased awareness of Brazil in Japanese society, and this phenomenon can be directly observed through the genre of fighting games. Fighting games were really the first genre of video games that necessitated an international cast. Fighting game developers figured out very early on that a game where everyone fights with the same karate or kung fu fighting style, wearing the same outfits, is visually and mechanically boring. Let's look at some fighting games of the late 80s and see what those character rosters looked like prior to the arrival of the Dekasegi to Japan, and for that matter, prior to more widespread immigration into Japan itself. The earliest fighting and beat-em-up games in the 80s, like Data East's Karate Champ and Irem's Spartan X, featured only a single playable character who fought with either karate or kung fu and often had an American name. By the late 80s, the rosters of these games substantially expanded but limited to the narrow scope of Japanese perception. Let's take a look at some case studies during this time period. We'll start by looking at Street Fighter I, an arcade fighting game released in 1987 by Capcom. There were only 2 playable characters in Street Fighter
Another
1.
one.
There was Ryu,
Another
a Japanese
worm.
martial artist, and Ken, an American martial artist, with the same fighting style as Ryu. Their enemies were Retsu and Geki from Japan, Joe and Mike from the United States, ostensibly New York, but that might be a topic for another video, Lee and Gen from China, Birdie and Eagle from England, and Adan and Sagat from Thailand. It's an interesting cultural selection. No, this is us, Japan. This is our biggest trading partner, the United States. This is our closest cultural relative in China. This is our biggest trading partner's closest cultural relative in England, and this is Thailand. Look, that's its own enormous can of worms that I really can't get into for this video. But to make a long story short, there was a period in the 60s where top-level Japanese kickboxers held competitions between themselves and 3 Muay Thai fighters, which ended up legitimizing Muay Thai as a fighting style in Japan, but with the stigma of it being a sort of a vicious, almost uncouth fighting style which has its own complicated history concerning Japan and Thailand's friendly interactions in World War II, contrasted against Japanese society's general stigma against Southeast Asians. It's all very complicated, but don't worry about it. Just don't be surprised if you randomly see a lot of Muay Thai and Thai fighters portrayed as scary thugs with scars and eye patches. We can also look at Final Fight, which was released in 1989. The characters in that game feature almost exclusively Americans, albeit with a playable Japanese American for good measure. And because the game is set in ostensibly late 80s New York, the enemies include a Dominican named Damned and a Cuban named El Gato, who seems to have a thing for knives. And Abigail, the Mr. T stand-in. There were a lot of those too. No, we're not going to get into why in this video. Once the Japanese government starts courting immigration though, and particularly immigration from Brazil, the rosters of these games begin to change quite substantially. Street Fighter II was released in 1991 for arcades, and already we can see how the arrival of the Dekasegi just 1 year prior influenced the roster of this game. There's Japan, 3 countries of great cultural and economic significance to Japan, and also Brazil, which you now know is also of great cultural and economic significance to Japan. The game's non-playable characters include Balrog, the American boxer, Vega, the Spanish assassin, Sagat, the eye-patch scary Muay Thai guy, and Mbus, who is allegedly also from Thailand.
Balrog?
Let's return a moment though to the character of Blanca, because the design and story of Blanca tell us a bit about how Japanese society of the time saw the Brazilians entering their country. Blanca was once a regular boy named Jimmy whose plane crashed in the Brazilian Amazon. After the crash, he was exposed to electric eels, which gave him his appearance and electric powers. Blanca is portrayed as this sort of barbaric ape man, strange and alien in his ways, the product of a regular person, mutated by a strange place, to become something less than human. This is not an intentional comparison, I don't suspect, but this is how Japanese society saw the Dekasegi at the time. Remember the JRPG video? The Japanese don't voice their issues or controversial perspectives bluntly. They do so subtly, and often subconsciously. Blanca's stage is the Amazon River Basin. Many of the people in the stage are without shirts and some are without shoes. They live in thatched huts. They've caught what appears to be a piraruku or arapaima gigas to eat. Another game we can take a look at from this same time period is Fatal Fury, which was also released in 1991. The main characters of Fatal Fury are Terry Bogard, his brother Andy Bogard, and Joe Higashi, a Muay Thai champion from Japan. Of the CPU-controlled characters from the Versus mode on SNES and Genesis, we receive the character of Richard Meyer, a Brazilian capoeira master who loves to dance and founded a nightclub called the Payon Café. Take a look at this Payon Café stage. You will note that everything about this stage looks Chinese. It's less pow pow and more Macau. Except for the dancing music men who aren't wearing shoes or shirts playing what I'd guess are capoeira instruments. That's how you know that this ostensibly Chinese ballroom is actually Brazilian. Portrayals of Brazilian characters in Japanese games then split along these 2 archetypes, the Blanca archetype and the Meyer archetype. We see Brazilian characters portrayed as almost bestial or primitive like Blanca in games like Breakers, which features a Brazilian character named Ryla Estancia, who has rippling muscles, crazy hair, sharp fangs, and long, painted claw-style fingernails. She also talks like a caveman. Ryla says, "You weak. You can't live in the forest." We see the Blanca archetype itself split into different directions, with the characters of Rikuo from Darkstalkers, and the more problematic Golrio from Fight Fever. Darkstalkers and Fight Fever were both released in 1994. Rikuo is a merman, but one based on the creature from the Black Lagoon. Despite his origins, he is quite handsome for a sea monster, and he is shown to be a compassionate, caring person who keeps his promises. And of course, Darkstalkers is Darkstalkers. Everyone is a monster in Darkstalkers. Golrio from Fight Fever represents the more dark side of this archetype. It is the quiet part spoken out loud. The problem with Blanca back in the day isn't that he was a beast man. I don't think Rikuo is very problematic at all, for example. The problem with Blanca is that his design as this half-ape, half-man monster is arguably a negative and harmful representation of a culture that is subject to discrimination in Japan projected into the form of media. The problem with Golrio isn't that he is dressed like an indigenous warrior, it is that this big fat native man ostensibly only exists in the game because of the awareness of his culture which therein comes from this immigrant community. In other words, although this portrayal almost certainly isn't intended to offend, it does represent how large parts of Japanese society viewed the Brazilians in their midst as tribal jungle people. Another example of the Golrio subtype of the Blanca archetype is Lisa from Taito's 1994 Kaiser Knuckle, who is dressed in a tribal chic leopard skin bikini and can throw both a parrot and a monkey at you as a form of special attack. The Blanca archetype and even the Golrio subtype never really die out, as we can see even in more modern characters. Hi Zarina, we'll get to you later. It is the Meyer archetype, though, that would break through and become the common portrayal of Brazilian characters in Japanese games moving forward. If the Blanca archetype can be recognized through its portrayals of Brazilians as being more primitive and even animal-like, the Meyer archetype can be recognized through a few simple characteristics. Number 1. Meyer Brazilians are hot-blooded and charismatic. Number 2. Meyer Brazilians love to dance, and their hobbies almost always include samba. Number 3. Meyer Brazilians fight with the power of dance, usually in the style of capoeira. And number 4. Meyer Brazilian men are often allergic to shoes, shirts, or both. Meyer Brazilian women always have bare midriffs. Let's take a look at a few examples of these Meyer Brazilian archetypes and see how they develop as time goes on. Here is Bob Wilson from Fatal Fury 3, released in 1995. Bob is described by the SNK Wiki as a cheerful man who loves to combine dancing with his Brazilian style of capoeira. Let's weigh Bob against our 4 elements of the Meyer archetype. Bob is, number 1, a cheerful and charismatic man. Number 2, he loves to dance, can't get enough dancing. Number 3, he dance fights using capoeira. And number 4, he has no shoes and a bare midriff. In 1997, we have Tekken 3's first Brazilian character in the form of Eddie Gordo. Eddie is a character that starts to break away a little bit from this archetype. While it's true that he loves dancing, that he fights using capoeira, that he has no shoes and a bare midriff, he isn't a particularly cheerful guy. He's portrayed in the game as cool and collected. This is a cultural step forward for Japanese portrayals of Brazilians, and we start to see more balanced portrayals of Brazilian characters as time goes on. But not in Tekken. In Tekken 4, we see Cristi Monteiro, Eddie Gordo's apprentice.
Damn, look at that.
Lighthearted and joyful, with a playful side to her, often teasingly asking her opponents if they hurt themselves during her win poses. She loves to dance, and in Tekken 6 even, she can do a short samba step as a gap closer. She fights using capoeira, and she has a bare midriff, and she doesn't wear shoes. The early 2000s, though, also gives us one of the more flattering portrayals of a Brazilian woman in any Japanese game, and that is the character of Pupa Salgueiro from Rage of the Dragons. Pupa is a tomboyish and cheerful girl who loves to dance, and fights in her stylized version of capoeira. She also has a bare midriff, but she is not egregiously sexualized in the way that all of the other Meyer archetype characters have been so far. Meanwhile, back in Japan in the late 90s to early 2000s, the presence of the dekasegi in Japan stops being something between an annoyance and a novelty, and starts evolving into the more complicated relationship that we've already discussed. Now, there are still quite a few Meyer archetype characters that get released into Japanese games, but we can't possibly cover every single one. As you play these games, you'll see them and know what they are. But the 2000s started to see very distinctive breakthrough Brazilian characters in Japanese games. I have one particularly distinctive character in mind, a character that is designed with such intention to overcome the stereotypes the Japanese have towards the Dekasegi in Brazil at large, but done with such nuance, such subtlety, that this character could only be the product of a once-in-a-generation genius. I am talking, of course, about Samuel Jetstream Sam Rodrigues, the Japanese-Brazilian cyborg swordsman designed by Hideo Kojima himself, and appearing in Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Jetstream Sam is cool and collected, but not particularly cheerful. He is very Japanese, but also very Brazilian. He is, in fact, a Dekasegi. We don't know if Jetstream Sam likes to dance or not. Why should we know that? Why, Jetstream Sam even wears shoes, and there is nary a midriff in sight. Kojima is truly a mastermind. Now, according to the Metal Gear Wiki, Kevin, whoever that is, reveals that Jetstream Sam incorporated capoeira into his fighting style. Which, way to ruin a good thing, Kevin. But it goes to show you that even Hideo Kojima is not perfect. Nobody is. In modern times, Brazilian characters and portrayals have become second nature to the Japanese, to the point where, as I suggested in the beginning of the video, the rest of South America is completely overshadowed. King of Fighters 14, for example, released in 2016, has a Team South America, which consists of Nelson, a Brazilian, Bandeiros, a Brazilian, and Zarina, who is supposedly Colombian. It says here that she lives in Brazil, loves to dance samba, and fights with a style resembling capoeira. And of course, she has a bare midriff. But no, despite being dressed in the literal colors of the Brazilian flag, wearing what appears to be a carnival outfit, with a pet that is very clearly a common toucan, or Ramphastus toco, on her shoulder, a species of toucan, I might add, that very specifically doesn't live in Colombia, a country of otherwise many different toucans. She is, indeed, allegedly, Colombian. Her wiki page lists her hobbies as singularly dance, parentheses, samba. In fact, the only quote-unquote obvious reference to Colombia that I could readily see is from a nightmare that Zarina has in a victory screen from SNK Heroines Tag Team Frenzy. Can you spot the Colombian reference? That's right, those fighter jets are clearly highly stylized F-86 Sabres. No, it's not a MiG-15, look at the tail. And specifically, these appear to be Canadian-built Canadair Mark IV F-86 Sabres. As we all know, the Brazilian Air Force never procured F-86 Sabres, as they opted for the British Gloucester Meteor before replacing those with F-86 Shooting Stars, and those largely with Northrop F-5 Tiger IIs. But what's this? The Colombian Air Force did in fact acquire 6 Canadian-built Mark IV F-86 Sabres in 1956, which were then retired from service in 1966, meaning that this dream ostensibly takes place in Colombia between the years of 1956 and 1966. This is indeed the only conclusive evidence that we have in support of Zarina being Colombian and not Brazilian. Sorry, what were we talking about? Oh yes. Well, we can see that Japanese games do indeed love to feature Brazil, and that Japanese portrayals of Brazilian characters slowly become more culturally sensitive, or more Colombian as the case may be, as time goes on, reflective of the Japanese coming to better understand their own Japanese-Brazilian population. Which brings us finally all the way back around to the newest Brazilian character in a Japanese AAA release as of this video, Big Man the Manta Ray from Splatoon 3. Big Man is very chill, but is also highly charismatic and loves having fun and a good time. He loves to dance, and he fights in the style of, Super Mario Sunshine? And he of course has the barest of midriffs. His musical input into the songs of the game have Brazilian inspiration, and his dancing style is described as Brazilian. Big Man is beloved in Brazil and in Japan and around the world. He has some archetypal issues, sure, he's a bit of a Meyer with his love of dance and bare midriff, and he's a bit of a Blanca, being a Brazilian-coded manta ray, and a band that otherwise consists of a Japanese-coded octoling and a South Asian, ostensibly Indian-coded inkling. But who can look at Big Man and not think the world of him? Modern portrayals of Brazilian characters in Japanese games are becoming more respectful, which is in line with the status of Dekasegi in Japan itself. As Japanese Brazilians continue to arrive in Japan and as they slowly re-assimilate, they are embedding Brazilian culture permanently into Japanese culture in a way that is both processed and celebrated through Brazilian characters and settings and music in Japanese video games. Japan and Brazil have a special cultural relationship that spans over 1.5 centuries. It is a relationship that at times has been very complicated and even antagonistic. But in spite of it all, it is this cultural relationship and the people involved in that relationship, the Japanese Brazilians, that we have to thank for the unique presence of Brazil in Japanese video games. The Japanese Brazilians struggled in Brazil for decades, but slowly they have become more accepted, integrated, and even beloved members of the Brazilian community, with Japanese culture having mixed thoroughly with Brazilian culture to create something very beautiful in the process. We are now seeing, through video games and Japanese media alike, the struggles of the Brazilian Japanese as they seek their own acceptance and integration in Japan. We then are privileged to experience the fruits of a beautiful cultural intermarriage, one that has produced some of the most beloved characters, settings, and music in all of video games.
Damn, dude, just give me
I've been your host,
card, man.
Special thanks to my good friend, Piercing Sight, for his assistance in proofreading and pronunciation, and to viewers like you. Thank you. The description has a playlist for this video soundtrack, by the way, which is in my opinion the best one we've ever had, so please enjoy that. And thank you for tuning in to Moon Channel.
Dude. What is it now? It's freaking, I'm almost 6K. Jesus. It's just not there, man. Still. Where are the fucking cards?
The year is 2005. It's Friday night, you've just finished your shift, and you open up your flip phone to a text from your guildmate. Want to tank Strath? Little did you know, this was the best that life was ever going to get. The MMORPG was once a genre that was thriving. To enter an always persistent online virtual world filled with millions of other like-minded adventurers was a concept as mind-blowing as it was exciting, and today people are left with fond memories that are built to last a lifetime. However, as time has passed, it's become more and more apparent that their unique appeal has dwindled, and many lament that the magic that had once captivated them has faded, but they never seem to extrapolate why. Well, probably because they're just looking to vent and they don't want to fully commit, lest they come off as a no-life nerd. But luckily for you, that is something I have no problem with. So, what exactly is the magic? Well, in the context of the MMORPG, it's a combination of things. It's what you felt the first time that she stepped into this unknown world, and that's the word of the day here. The systems are unknown, the characters, the quests, abilities, spells. The magic is the feeling of wonder and mystery that you get from a world of discovery filled with other people to discover it with. You see, MMOs are a lot like fluid exchange. Everyone remembers their first time, you're level 1, you don't really know what you're doing, and you're also paying for it. It's that moment in the Ocarina of Time when you first enter Hyrule Field, or Final Fantasy VII, you exit Midgar, or you leave your house to refill on Hot Pockets. It's the adventure and even the intimidation that comes from the unknown. And as soon as you lose that, you lose the magic because the unknown disguises the treadmill. And to understand this, we must first examine how games function on a fundamental level. So, why do games exist? They don't serve any purpose that's critical to our survival. They were created as mediums from which to draw entertainment. Every game ever made is constructed to reward you for outperforming or outwitting an opponent, whether they be a robot or a person. In chess, the problem is capturing the enemy king without losing yours, and the solution is to outwit your opponent by busting out that queen on turn 2, yo. In XCOM, you have to make a 99% shot to kill an alien, and then you break your keyboard over your knee when you of course miss.
I quit. I quit! I quit!
And in life, the problem is to not starve to death, and the solution is to work, making a large amount of money for someone else and a fraction for yourself until you die. And as for the MMORPG, much like life itself, you are handed many problems. If you are level 1, you must reach level 2 by killing enemies and completing quests. If you don't have enough money to buy things, you must extract it from the world by killing enemies and completing quests. Or by completely skipping the entire point of the game to begin with, by purchasing currency. To advance to the next PvP rank, you must kill other players in-game. To unlock this vendor, you must farm reputation. And to upgrade your questing gear, you must clear dungeons. And to upgrade your dungeon gear, you must find 20 other people with nothing better to do and sit down with them for 4 hours a day so you can raid. The MMO is a special case though, because there's some complexities and variables at play. First is their multiplayer, meaning that user experience is wildly variable. Two people who pick the same race in the same class will have two extremely different experiences. And as for number two, they are of course long form. This isn't a Zelda game where you just pick up the controller and you have a relatively predetermined amount of time before you hit the credit screen. Content, character progression, and ways to pay real money for character progression is constantly added in order to extend or even erase the finish line entirely. And not only that, but even the direction and quality of the content changes as the people developing them and those playing them change. But even though they are perhaps the most complex genre of game, they can all be broken down into the following. Whether it be PvP, raiding, currency accumulation, collections, or even things such as social status, the goal is to extract advancement from an online world where each day, no matter how minuscule it may be, the player is able to progress in some way. And the method for delivering this progression is known as the carrot and treadmill system, where the rewards are represented by the carrot and the method of obtaining them by the treadmill. And it's the very tough job of the developer to create both the rewards and also the obstacles that the players must traverse through or around to obtain them. And while a skilled developer will be able to create a treadmill that's fun and rewarding, an exceptional one will be able to disguise it such that the player is completely unaware of what lies beneath their own feet. Or, alternatively, you can just sell the player the carrot. So, for everyone's first MMO, not only are they unfamiliar with this design, they aren't even aware of its existence. They barely even know how to play, let alone the mechanisms running behind the scenes that drives them to play. It's the goal and desire of the developer to manipulate their game such that when the players look at it, they don't see a treadmill. They see a fun and exciting adventure, because that is the feeling of wonder and mystery that everyone remembers from their first MMO, and that is what is associated with what is colloquially known as the magic, where new things are learned and skills are honed with each passing day. That is how most every MMO is designed. It's likely that's how they'll always be designed, at least in some way, but it holds one fatal flaw. When the appeal is derived from the unknown, it means that it's also fleeting. In fact, it degrades at a rate inversely proportional to how effective it is. The more fun you have, the more you play, and the more you research how to play or what you're going to be playing before it even releases on websites such as YouTube or Twitch, for instance. And so the player base is continuously drawing from this amalgamative pool of the unknown. It is a resource that is expended faster than it could possibly ever be replenished, because it functions similarly to everyone's favorite thing after MMOs: drugs.
This is your brain. This is World of Warcraft. This is what happens to your brain after playing World of Warcraft. This is what your family goes through. Your friends and money. And your job. Any questions?
World of Warcraft. Try it for free at warcraft.com.
Yeah, it's that good shit. A good old dopamine orgy. But like with any drug, you build up a resistance to it, and to obtain the same high, you must incrementally increase consumption. Over time, achieving the same level of satisfaction requires a greater and greater level of commitment.
Get the mascot involved, that's right. The guy in the bear outfit. I'm so desensitized. It's gotta be just completely bananas to get me off.
And developers have it tough, to say the least. Capturing the magic in the late 90s and early 2000s was a far simpler feat for a variety of reasons. Today, when you say MMORPG, anyone even remotely familiar with games knows exactly what they are. You can safely shut down your MySpace, because this isn't 2004 anymore. The genre has sort of been done, even more so than your mom. And it hasn't just been done, much like your mom, it's been redone and watered down and re-watered down 1,000 times over, and the player now knows more, both as a whole and as an individual. And just as how this has progressed slowly over time internally by experiencing them, so too has it externally, as the world around them has also, of course, evolved. Yeah, you know that other MMO known as Life, where you get one character, PvP is always enabled.
I'll get you, bitch!
If you die once, that's it, and you have to keep doing this preventative maintenance on your food and drink bars. It's a little too hardcore for me. But as far as knowledge is concerned, social media in the late 90s and early 2000s was different than it is today, I suppose. Pictures loaded like this. eBaum's World was the most popular video sharing website, and thought was a word associated with a database website. And as for YouTube, it didn't exist. We now live in an age with data mining and streamers and YouTubers doing their blow up doll thing at some amazing, oh my god, piece of news that you just have to see because this is so insane. Oh my gosh. The purpose of alphas and betas have shifted away from testing to advertising vehicles. And no matter how complex or intricate the systems are, no matter how many months or years they take to design, they are solved before they even release. Something that MMO developers have learned over the years is that the player must be protected from themselves. To create a treadmill that doles out rewards in a fun and healthy manner is a delicate procedure, as in a way, the player will fight against it. The treadmill must be as entertaining as the carrot is valuable, as a large discrepancy between the two will not stop them in their pursuit and sabotaging their own satisfaction in the process. If it is more efficient to tumble down a flight of stairs to obtain the carrot, that's what they'll do. They'll cast aside their own enjoyment of what is supposed to be a fun journey in exchange for this hypnotizing carrot, and going through any means necessary, even spoiling the actual experience in the process by doing horrible, unfun shit. And what's more, even if you, the individual, consciously avoid this, you're still affected by it because it's, of course, multiplayer. Knowledge is power. But knowledge in all forms is power. The availability of information creates a compulsion to obtain it. A player who knows the optimal rotation of their class, the strategy to kill a boss, or the best way of farming currency, or the best strategy in PvP will vastly outperform a player who doesn't. They will get more opportunities, they will progress faster, and even putting that aside, the entire genre today is designed assuming that players are obtaining all of this information not from the game, but from third-party websites. I mean, it's to the point where you have World of Warcraft GMs just telling you to look it up on Wowhead. The person who blinds themselves to information and optimization for the sake of desperately trying to recapture the magic that attracted them to begin with is ostracized by their guild as dead weight, lazy, they will always be behind, and they will always have to have a bit of slack picked up for them. So, whether it be forums, streams, YouTube, Discord, information is as available as it's ever been, and combined with the fact that it's human nature to play games as efficiently as possible, what used to be an ocean of the undiscovered is now a puddle that's desperately lorded over by a player base with a full belly and a question in their head asking, where's the magic gone? And that's not even getting to the worst part, and that's the fact that it is not going to change. The MMO is also on the decline because it's a genre that encourages iteration over innovation. But before you paint a target on the back of modern MMO developers, the true source can be traced back to the year 2004 with the release of an MMO that you may be familiar with. The success of World of Warcraft both reinvigorated and doomed the MMORPG genre, as it brought in an audience so large that it ended any questions regarding the magic formula. Up until this point, MMOs were in their growing stages. The genre was as popular as my Tinder profile, and while some saw moderate success, partly due to their expense and large time commitment, there had yet to be one to find a formula popular enough to break into the mainstream. But because of this, experimentation was rampant, as developers were still trying to find what did and what didn't work, and as a result, uniqueness, ironically enough, was commonplace. However, when World of Warcraft hit store shelves in November of 2004, the answer from then on was theme park at the expense of sandbox, linearity at the expense of open-endedness, and handcrafted developer-made content over player-made content. The solution was discovered, and with it came the end of experimentation, and consequently, what followed was stagnation. Lord of the Rings Online, Warhammer, good luck with the second one by the way, Age of Conan, Aeon, Star Wars, The Old Republic, Final Fantasy, whatever. You level to the max through a mostly linear campaign of quests, do dungeons, after dungeons you raid, PvP, maybe cyber, and then complain on the forums that there's nothing to do until the next patch comes out. And it's pretty easy to understand why. It's because experimentation most often results in failure. MMOs are extremely expensive to develop. The ongoing support that they need is astronomical. The worlds they demand are massive. The systems are complex, as their effect largely depends on the ever-changing community. These aren't single-player games where developers can create these contained experiences to be played in a very controlled and specific way. In a Mario game, Person A is going to relatively have a similar experience to Person B, and this can be said for most any single-player game, with the exception being the more open-ended ones, such as Elder Scrolls or Elden Ring, for example.
What in oblivion is that? Yeah!
But still, most people that finish a game do so in a pretty similar and controlled fashion. However, in the world of MMOs, there are hundreds of different activities and different ways to play, whereas one player primarily raids, another PvPs, another collects, another gathers resources, or maybe this other guy just quests, or cybers, or maybe a little bit of everything. And due to the fact that they are generally designed to be experienced with other players, an uncountable amount of variables are introduced that have drastic effects on player experience. A new player in Scenario A may get into the game and happen to run into someone whom they become friends with, join their guild, become friends with them, raid with them, and before you know it, it's 20 years later, and you're about 30 pounds fatter and 50% balder. Alternatively, in Scenario B, this very same player, maybe instead of meeting a friend, instead met an asshole. Maybe they only last a few weeks. The game is exactly the same, barring add-ons. When they're installed, everyone has the same files and the same interface, and the same problems, and the same tools with which to solve them. Yet, the experience is so drastically different, and systems that are designed to be played one way may be played in a completely different way, and as a result, designing them becomes extremely fucking complicated. So, in an effort of avoiding vagity, let's go over an example from everyone's favorite MMO. It's the third expansion, you know, the shitty one, the Cataclysm. There was a PvP island called Tolbarad, and it was an open world PvP zone, much like Wintergrasp or later Trash Can, and it was designed to be a form of battleground back when the game actually had two factions. The goal was to capture a fort, and the side that won had to defend against the other side that previously lost. So, that's how it was intended to be played. But, as it turned out, because attacking was way harder, it was made to be more rewarding. Makes sense, right? Nothing could possibly go wrong with this. But, uh-oh. carrot shiny. So what happened instead is that both factions came to a mutual understanding. Because winning through attacking was so much more lucrative, it was much more efficient for both sides to trade wins by losing intentionally when defending and avoiding a long, drawn-out battle that results in fewer rewards for everyone. Because who in their right mind plays video games just to play them, right? What are you, a casual loser? So, because of this broken system, it was very difficult to get in when your faction was attacking because, while no one is going to queue for a fruitless guaranteed loss while defending, everyone is going to queue for the fruitful guaranteed win while attacking.
Dude,
so because of this, the number of attackers vastly outnumbered defenders, so much so that there wasn't even enough room for them. But you could cheese it if you were technically in the zone when your side won. And that's what this madness is about before you. This was the bridge dance that people would perform when they're trying to be in the zone when their side won, while trying to avoid being teleported out due to the battle being full. And not to stick on WoW too much, pretty much this exact same scenario would also be repeated in Ilum in Star Wars The Old Republic on its release. So not only does this cost a lot of time, it also costs a lot of money, so resources are more often dedicated towards the systems that are proven to work, as opposed to the systems that might work if the players fucking behave. Which is why you get another copy-paste of the Timeless Isle with every fucking expansion. And that is why most every MMO has a simple formula of level to the max, dungeon, raid, PvP, and then pumping microtransactions through every possible orifice. Straying away from this proven financially winning formula is an enormous risk, and you need to look no further than New World as one of the most recent victims of deviating from it. And so, after like 30 minutes of monotone narration, we finally arrive to the truth that's about as depressing as my voice. If experimentation is absent, so too is innovation, and without innovation, there is no unknown, and without the unknown, there is no magic. And what you're left with is a generation that's very intimately familiar with the genre that is not going to change as safe iteration triumphs over the volatile innovation, and as a result, the player base collectively are more aware of this carrot and treadmill system more so than ever before. Regardless of all of that, always remember that the most important thing is to like this video and to subscribe to my Patreon, because I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Yo, where's the freaking...
Farewell for now, mortals.
And I like...
Hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
I DC'd. What? Where's that? Oh, this one right here.
I'm sure you already know what an MMO is, a massively multiplayer online game, usually followed with an RPG at the end. It's an old genre and one of the hardest to manage, requiring consistent dev support to stay alive, which of course requires consistent monetization. After all, people need to be paid for the work they do, and keeping an online game alive with substantial updates requires a lot of work. Monetizing games has become standardized now, but during the life cycle of a lot of earlier MMOs, there wasn't a clear-cut way to handle it. This of course has led to a huge majority of them, regardless of their popularity, to get shut down by the developers. Let's take a look at a few that I found interesting, starting off with the Matrix Online. Of course, what other major IP wouldn't benefit from an MMO? A series where the entire concept is focused on being in a virtual world? It's a no-brainer, and fans at the time agreed. After all, when watching The Matrix, who didn't wish that they were Neo, allowed to choose to take the red pill and take control of the virtual world everyone was living in? When you first load in, you get a cool little mini cinematic of someone watching from inside a security camera looking for their new red pill, which is where you get to select your search criteria. The game is using the character creator as an in-story means of identifying the player, as if you creating your character is actually someone explaining who your character is to someone else, if that makes any sense. Your search criteria is just your base attributes. There's a few interesting options like troubled intellectual and detached spectator. I, of course, went with the fanatic self-improver. You trained your mind and body into top condition. No pain, no gain. You hit the limits of physical perfection in the Matrix and went beyond that limit. This option buffing your vitality at the cost of your belief. Honestly, I just picked it because I liked the name. After that, you get to actually make your character. I was blessed with the Duma as a preset, so I of course ran with him. The character creator is okay. It has decent variety and the default clothes options are definitely very Matrixy, though I'm not sure why they locked different eye colors to these weird facial detail options. You can get some cool colors here, but at the cost of having super obnoxious face paint. More power to you if that's your thing, but I can't say it's for me. After you've put yourself together, you can create your handle, which I'm assuming is for other players to use to identify you, and your blue pill normie name. Let me introduce you to Big Jeff, name Jeff Joey. He's a big fella. There's a cool detail here where you can see your character now on the security camera from before. There's obviously been a lot of effort put into the experience of the MMO to immerse you in the world. With our character created, we're now ready to jack into the Matrix. Okay, here's where I have to be honest with you. The Matrix Online shut down back in 2009, which probably makes you wonder how I'm even playing it right now. That's because I'm using a fan-made and managed emulator, one that's currently only being worked on by a single guy. This means that a lot of actual features that would have been available during the game's lifecycle are missing, including combat and missions. Currently, the emulator is just a means to explore the game's environments, see what the world had to offer, which is still really cool, and we'll use it to have a look around the game in just a bit, but it means I can't show you how the game was exactly. Instead, we have to look back on what other people have said when talking about the game. First of all, there were a few introductory cutscenes that explained the beginning of the story the game had to offer. This was a story MMO, meaning it progressed real time, and players had to participate in timed missions and live events to unlock the full story. It was ahead of its time, that's for sure. The most interesting thing about the story is that it's the canon continuation of the series. It takes place directly after Matrix Reloaded, and, spoilers for The Matrix, is where the story of how Morpheus dies is told, which is ambitious for a game tie-in. Not many would go full throttle and allow a limited time supplementary media to contain canon story beats of your blockbuster franchise. If you're interested in the story, you can actually watch all the cutscenes in order on this emulator before you jack in, or you can watch a re-upload on YouTube if you want. The saddest part is seeing the game's slowly fading budget as the cutscenes turn from being fully animated with the in-game models to simple black and white slideshows with no voice acting. Getting back to the game, you'd also play through some beginner missions. What these were exactly is hard to say, but apparently missions followed a pretty standard formula. You'd use your cell phone to speak to a contact who'd give you an objective of either finding someone or some code at a specific location. You'd go travel there, fight off whatever enemies that were present, collect what was needed, and report back to your contact through phone booths located around the map. If that sounds repetitive, then yeah, I'd agree. The mission variety is a big complaint from old reviews at the time. Once the tutorial was completed, you'd pick your organization, either Zion, Machines, or Merovingian. There's not much on how the gameplay would be affected by your organization choice, but I can only imagine it would change the direction of the missions you did and how you'd be able to engage with the evolving story. I didn't mention it before, but one of the coolest features of the game was that you could interact with the main characters in the story and they would talk to you in real time. A staff member who worked on the game would appear as certain characters and interact with clans, answering questions or inquiries about the story. You could quite literally encounter Morpheus while playing and talk to him in real time, and he'd give clues and exposition on what would happen next in the story to you. This level of interactiveness is unheard of nowadays. I can't think of any other game that's gone as far as having actual people roleplay as the main NPCs to provide context for their players. Now, saying that, I get why a lot of companies wouldn't do that. Having someone employed as a full-time role player just to increase the immersion for a handful of the player base isn't the best financial decision, but that doesn't stop me from thinking it's really cool, that's for sure. Alright, we've looked at the story, let's take a gander at the combat system. After all, the epic fights is what a lot of people love about the Matrix. Surely they nailed it in this MMO. Well, to start off, you had the choice of 3 separate base classes to pick from: the Coder, the Hacker, and the Operative. The Coder could make new abilities for you to unlock yourself, as opposed to having to purchase them. They could also create simulacrums to fight for them. Think like a Summoner or Necromancer. The Hacker could manipulate the code to use long-range attacks, like buffing allies or debuffing enemies, like a mage almost, but code instead of magic. And the Operative was your standard fighter class. You could learn martial arts, gain skill with different guns, your common soldier, and probably the one most people opted to go into, seeing as it was the closest to allowing you to have Matrix-style combat. Each class had subclasses that you could branch into, like the Spy class for the Operative, allowing you to focus more on stealth attacks, letting you use throwing knives, that kind of thing. There were apparently 21 subclasses you could build into, and the game was set up in a way so that you could easily swap what class you were playing, as to not lock anyone into a specific playstyle. Speaking of playstyle, the game had 2 different modes of combat. Now, quickly, I will say the descriptions provided for how these worked is lacking. There's not any detailed explanation of combat anywhere I could find. That made sense to me at least. So I wouldn't be surprised if I'm way off on how this worked. Just a disclaimer, in case any old heads who played the Matrix Online back in the day stumble upon this video and are aghast at my horrible explanation. I've tried my best with what I'm able to deduce. We have Free Fire, which was predominantly for range combat, allowing you to change who you're focused to on the fly, mainly when combating large groups of enemies or when you're involved in a larger scale of battle. I could imagine a hacker staying in this combat mode most of the time, so that they could heal teammates and debuff enemies without being locked onto a specific target. And then you had Interlock, or Close Combat. This one forcing 2 people into a 1v1 scenario. They'd be played in rounds of 4 seconds. Each combatant would use different sets of abilities during the round that had their own resistances and accuracy, and whoever won the exchange would do damage or defend against damage based on how their stats stacked against each other. There was a level of randomness added as well. The game would affect your stats with a luck roll to, I suppose, stop any stalemates if 2 people were similar in level. During a round, there could be 3 different outcomes. One being a hit-hit, where one player hits the other, however the other player is able to get off a counter-attack. The hit-miss, where one player will damage the other while they're blocking or dodging. Or the miss-miss, which is where both players parry each other, doing no damage. And again, damage dealt was dictated on each player's defensive or offensive stats. If that sounds confusing, then yeah, it was to me as well. But I'm assuming it played out in a simpler way when actually playing the game. A big issue this game faced was that the combat was repetitive, a complaint you'll be hearing about a lot of things the game has to offer, and doesn't match the expectation a Matrix game would have. The fights in the Matrix are one of its highlights. High-octane fights with quick combat, larger-than-life attacks, that sort of thing. That's not what's conveyed in this game though. They tried, but the click-based combat of an MMO doesn't translate well to what the Matrix should be. No matter how flashy you make the moves look, it doesn't stop the game from feeling like a click spam contest, which is far from the experience someone would want from the Matrix. And I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing, but the menus look obnoxiously busy with the amounts of abilities covering the screen, and that would also dampen the experience. I'm sure for those who liked it for what it was fun. But if you were coming to the game for an immersive Matrix experience, you weren't really getting it when it came to the combat. So, with what I can't experience out of the way, let's take a look at what I can. First of all, I really enjoy the loading animation the game does every time you jack in or go to a new location. All the textures being replaced by the Matrix code looks super cool. I was also really surprised with how good the game looked for being from 2004. The textures are decently crisp and the models are actually nicely detailed. The render distance is far enough where you're able to get lost in the cityscape and not feel as if you're running around a game environment. There's NPCs walking the streets and cars driving around, again helping the world feel real. You can talk to the NPCs, but they just spout nonsense.
Whoa, deja vu.
Now, because there's no missions or combat, you'll find lots of random groups of NPCs just standing around that won't do anything when you approach them. I can only assume these guys are related to specific missions or events. I try to get some sort of interaction out of them, but the best you can do is read up on their in-game description. One of the most impressive things about the map is that it's not only huge, but every building can be entered and explored, and there's no loading screen required to do it. You can just walk in and look around. That's including the huge skyscrapers you see. You can take elevators all the way up to the roof and jump right back down. And when you're inside the building, you can look out the window and see, in real time, the ground below. That being said, the floors of each building are lackluster, generally just the same room repeated ad nauseum until you reach the roof. Now, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt because I'm very sure a lot of these buildings were used for missions and would have had enemies to fight instead of just being empty, so the average player wouldn't notice the repetition too much. After I had enough of the starting location, I decided to use the hard lines to teleport around and see the rest of the map. I chose the very first option from the drop-down, Bathari Row in Westview, which was a good choice because I immediately came face to face with this cool huge code monster guy, the Wasteland Corruptor. I can only guess that this was some mid to late level boss that posed quite the threat to players at the time. I did try and see if I could get him to do something, but alas, I couldn't. All I was able to do was be in awe of his presence. The scenery change around the guy was nice. Well, not nice in the looks aesthetically pleasing sense, more nice as in different than skyscrapers and not poorly made. It looked like some sort of abandoned warehouse or something, and there were these corrupted guys standing around everywhere. How all these guys tied to the Wasteland Corruptor is anyone's guess, but I'm sure it was a fun experience for those who got to have it. I found my first mini quest giver, Ethan, the Collector. He wanted me to get 16 blood drinker teeth and my reward would be the mother coat. Sadly, no matter how much I wanted the alluring coat, I had no way of getting the teeth, so I had to walk away from Ethan in shame. I was shocked to find straight up zombies just roaming the streets. Maybe my Matrix lore needs to be brushed up, but I don't remember zombies being a staple. Of course, they didn't do anything, and it was funny seeing cars just casually ignoring these grotesque fellas. The dead eyes of this gruesomely revived blue pill look at you hungrily. I like how often the game uses the term blue pill derogatorily. I get why they do it, but it's funny to look back on with the modern day culture surrounding the term. Looking around further, I found some vampires just chilling. Guess that's where I would have gotten their teeth for the mother coat. Again, I don't remember vampires being in the Matrix, but hey, creative liberties and all that. It's an MMO after all, you've got to concoct some kind of enemy variety. They are fitted up though. The starter jacket and bare chest is definitely a look. Of course, when I stumbled upon Club Succubus, I had to see what was in store for me inside. Surely it'll be bustling with activity. The vendor at the counter I thought would try and charge me for entry or something, but no. He was just there to sell me guns, which I bought after forgetting that I couldn't use them. I was able to just walk in, none of the NPCs care what you do. I'm sure this area was tied to some mission, and I'm just assuming there was a prerequisite to gain entry, but that's non-existent in this emulator. You can just go anywhere you'd want. Now, I wasn't expecting too much from Club Succubus, but a completely empty club with no music and at most 4 NPCs standing around was disappointing. Again, I'll give the game the benefit of the doubt and assume there's probably more that's meant to be happening here. I'll be honest, so far the game hasn't felt empty like you would think. I suppose the surplus of NPCs hanging around help, but once I got into this quiet, empty club, the feeling of isolation set in. I'm sure this area would have been filled with players at one point, all having a good time and talking to each other. To be here now, when there's nothing, was weird. I tried to talk to some of the NPCs to see if they had any special dialogue, but I was just told to go away by everyone. The absolute strangest thing about this place though was the background noises I could hear every once in a while that I couldn't find the origin of. One was the sound of a door closing. The other was an ominous phone ringing. In both instances, I couldn't find the origin, so I just chalked it up to random background noise, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little spooked. The final area I decided to explore was under the international dropdown, Shinjuku. I'll be honest, I was already getting a bit bored of running around skyscrapers, so I thought having a look at the Japanese scenery would be a good change of pace. And it was. They didn't skimp out too hard on the Japanese aesthetic. The sky was even a pleasant pink as opposed to the grey it has been. Now, don't get me wrong, there was just skyscrapers everywhere like before, but they had their own aesthetic, so it helped alleviate the feeling of monotony. I'll be honest, I don't know if this is actually meant to be Shinjuku itself, or if this is a little Tokyo situation, because one, I found an Eastern grocery, which I don't know about you, but I feel like a place in the East wouldn't advertise itself as Eastern, and two, the NPC's dialogue didn't change to reference the location. One of them complained about
now?
Cleveland
Yeah,
too.
6K.
I suppose that's a nitpick though. The buildings all had cool
6K,
themed interiors,
no
and
cards.
the area was just as sizable
Insane,
as every
dude.
other location, so I can't act like they didn't try and commit to the aesthetic. I had fun looking around this game, but I can get where the complaints for it came from. Most people said the missions and combat were repetitive, which is the main core of any MMO, but the locations feel like that as well. I mean, there's only so much you can do with a city. Most MMOs don't have this to worry about. If they want a new location, they can add an enchanted forest or desert or something, but a game set in the Matrix doesn't have that flexibility. It's gotta be set in a city for the game to make sense. If they deviate too far, it loses a core part of its identity. Even with its declining budget, the game did a lot. It told an expansive, evolving story, had unique live events, and was around for 4 years before it eventually shut down. That's a respectable amount of time, if you ask me. I think the biggest issue was it was too ambitious for its time, trying to tell a story with a scope as large as it wanted, and also doing its hardest to keep the player base immersed. It's something games today would struggle with, and is probably why no one's attempted it quite like it since. How the developers shut down the game is the entire reason I chose to talk about it. After announcing the time the servers would be shut down, players loaded into the Matrix and would have this happen. This is hands down the coolest, most unique way a game has shut down its servers I've seen. They really tried to keep everyone immersed all the way until the end. The Matrix Online had an impact, enough of one to warrant a dedicated group of people to still want to jack in and play it, even in an incomplete state. The emulator I'm using will be linked in the description, and there's a Discord community to go along with it that is active right now, hosting meetups and parties for the surviving members to have fun in. If you like the Matrix at all, give it a look. The map is huge and you're missing out if you don't explore it. We're talking about LEGO now, LEGO Universe to be exact. Originally releasing in 2010, LEGO, like every other IP at the time, was trying to capitalize on the genre and had a crack at releasing a kid-friendly MMO. I won't yap about this one too much, we'll just get right into it. You get to make your minifig to start off. To keep things consistent, I tried to make another Doomer. Here's Big Jeff. The game also makes you set up a temporary name made up of preset options while you wait for your username to be accepted. Kids game and all. So for now, Big Jeff is Massive Sad Face Soybean until the name gets verified. We kick off on a ship called the Venture Explorer that's under attack by the Maelstrom, that being the main antagonistic force for the MMO's loose plot. We're instructed by a cool space soldier guy called Jet Moonshot to talk to the strangely normal looking Bob on what to do. This is our tutorial of all the basics, narrated to us by the Patrick Stewart for some reason.
To move around, Press these keys.
There's not a whole lot to it. We collect some imagination that lets us build things. Building works in a few different ways. Generally, around maps, you'll find loose collections of Lego bricks that you can interact with. Your character will quickly put together whatever it is at the expense of some of your imagination, and you'll get some coins, etc. once you complete the build. These smaller builds will break after a few seconds once you've used them, but they can always be rebuilt as long as you have some imagination in your meter. You can also find and earn parts to build certain key items that you'll need to progress through different areas. During the tutorial, you're instructed to find pieces of a rocket ship to put together that we can then use to escape before things get too dire. After we do so, we land in Avant Gardens. That's also under attack by the Maelstrom. We've got to talk to Epsilon Starcracker from the Nexus Force on what to do next. A lot of epic names here, except for Bob. And it's here we get to experience the MMO side of the Lego game. Epsilon gives us a weapon of our choice and explains how to equip it from our inventory bag, and we're tasked with smashing 15 Stromlings. This is generally how every quest or mission plays out. You'll talk to someone that'll give you a basic objective like kill X amount of enemies or collect X amount of items dropped by enemies. You'll report back to them, then they'll give you another mission that follows a similar formula. I'll be honest, it got boring and annoying fast. Especially later on, there's areas where you have to go back and forth numerous times, and the locations, while they look nice enough, get annoying to traverse the second or third time the game makes you do it. I get why missions are like this. Most MMOs have this kind of mission setup, but the drawback that makes this game specifically such a slog is how slow you move. It takes forever to get anywhere, so having to run back and forth across numerous locations is a huge pain. I haven't mentioned it yet, so I might as well say it now. The game looks nice enough. It has that aesthetic every Lego game had, where certain key locations and interactables were made of definitive Lego bricks, while the general terrain was more realistic. I don't like that aesthetic too much myself, but it's not particularly bad or anything, and is par for the course for Lego games, so I can't act surprised. They use actual Lego bricks where it matters, and the two aesthetics blend nicely enough. One of the cool things the game's got going for it are these interactable builds. Scattered around certain groups of enemies, you'll find loose bricks that you can use your imagination to put back together, and whatever is built will help you take out whatever enemies are nearby. Some larger enemies also fall apart into bricks that you can then put together to make turrets to help you out. I guess they realized that there's some tedium in having to kill a bunch of enemies, so they added small elements like these to spice up the gameplay a bit. After proving our worth, we get to meet the Sentinel Commander Beck Strongheart at the Sentinel base camp nearby. I like the mixture of night and sci-fi aesthetic these guys have got going on, especially the guards posted up at the entrance with straight up rifles but regular medieval helmets. Old Mate gives us some more missions to expand a bit more on how some base mechanics work, directing us to a vendor for some more armor, consumables that heal any damage our armor takes, or whatever else we could want. Eventually, we get to attempt the Survival Challenge, a game mode where you just fight waves of enemies for as long as you can. You only need to survive for a minute to prove yourself, but from what I could tell, you can go on for as long as you would like. The interesting thing about it was that it prompted me to party up with another 3 people. I can only assume that it's a game mode you could play with randoms or friends to pass the time if you didn't want to focus on missions. I have no friends, so I did it on my own. After this, we have to do more collection-based quests, talking between different NPCs. Apparently, the people here accidentally created a Spider Queen from Maelstrom-infected bricks. The devs try and mix it up a bit. One of the quests have you using the Maelstrom vacuum to suck up loose bricks that appear around the area, but honestly, it doesn't stop the experience from being tedious. We use the bricks collected to reattempt an experiment and end up making a little spider. I'll be honest, I was a bit confused as to what's going on. The game doesn't really explain why we're attempting to redo the failed experiment that happened, or if it did, I wasn't really paying attention. The experiment works, and Wisply is happy about it, I suppose. We report back to Epsilon, who apparently is also happy with whatever we did, because I've now been welcomed as a member of the Nexus Force. Epic. Of course, that doesn't mean we're done. We still have to deal with that pesky Spider Queen that was created. Now that we're a part of the Force though, we can borrow some faction gear from Melody Foxtrot to help aid us in defeating it. You get 4 different options to pick from. I end up going with this cool night setup, and we're again instructed to kill more things to look for clues. The clues being postcards that were sent by the Spider Queen. Don't ask why the Spider Queen was sending postcards, but they do reveal the location she's hiding in. The Blockyard property. Before we can get to that location, we have to talk to Rusty Steele. The game doesn't tell you why you need to talk to this guy, besides the fact that he's on the way to the location we need to go to. So, when he gives us a handful of beyond repetitive missions, all relating to this one enclosed area, it gets annoying. Destroy some machines, go back and tell the guy. Repair some stuff, go back and tell the guy. Scare off birds all over the monument, go back and tell the guy. I wouldn't even mind doing all of this if I could do it all at once, but the fact that the game makes you go back and forth so many times was very irritating. And I still don't even know why we did all this for this guy, because once we're done, he just tells us to talk to some other guy up ahead who tells us to hurry up to the Blockyard property. I feel like Rusty Steele was just taking us for a ride, getting some free labor or something. Crash Helmet tells us that the Spider Queen is responsible for creating the maelstrom fog that's surrounding everything. They tell us that Vance Bulwark has headed to it already, but hasn't come back. So they instruct us on how we can use our rocket from the start of the game to head there. Now we can fight the Spider Queen. Vance lets us pick another set of faction gear to help aid in the fight. I didn't mention it, but we had to give our set back to Melody Foxtrot after we found all the postcards. Because I went with the knight armor before, I decided to change it up and select this biker armor that gives you 2 cool guns. The Spider Queen is our first actual boss fight, and for what it is, it's pretty fun. Every other enemy we've fought so far has died in at most 2 to 3 hits, so I was surprised to see how little damage I did to the Queen in comparison. It's got different stages and attacks. It's not as simple as just pummeling it to death. It'll launch these energy balls at you, stomp on the ground, make bullets rain down from the sky. It was fun. Eventually, after you've done a chunk of damage, it runs up this small mountain and you have to fight off smaller spiders that it awakens before it comes back down. This boss gets a ranking of big thumbs up on the enjoyable enough scale. With the Spider Queen dead, the Maelstrom Fog clears as well. Our reward for the feat is we get to use the Blockyard property for ourselves. This is where we get to do some actual building in the LEGO game. Some of the rewards we've received have been models for different constructions. I myself have been collecting pieces from the castle set, and here we can put them to use. You've got different parts that you can rotate and put together to create whatever construction you'd like. From my understanding, there's a lot of different themes and pieces you can find exploring around. Of course, I didn't have much to work with, so I put together a shoddy wall, but you get the point of what you can do. I'm sure once you've put ample time into the game and gotten your hands on a larger variety of models, what you can pull off expands greatly. From my understanding, you could join other people's properties and explore their builds as well, which is cool and is the closest thing to building with actual LEGO pieces that the game offers. You are limited because you don't get to make the models, but I don't think that's the end of the world. A game that lets you build LEGO sets with every piece imaginable can't even be done today. LEGO Fortnite has a system just like this one, and that only came out a year ago. With the Spider Queen dead and the Maelstrom pushed back, Avant Gardens is saved. We talk to Sky Lane, who congratulates us on our efforts, giving us an epic tan Aussie hat as a reward, and wants us to talk to Nexus J so that we can become a true member of the Nexus Force and join a faction. From here, we can leave Avant Gardens and fly off to the Nexus Station. The Nexus Station works as the hub world for the MMO, allowing you to traverse all the different worlds the game has to offer. Getting here marks the end of the tutorial part of the game, and what was the free section. I say free because you had to still buy the base game. You just couldn't play past Avant Gardens unless you also paid for a membership, which is why Avant Gardens has so much to do in it. They wanted to push people to pay for memberships after all, so why not give them a little taste of everything the game had to offer? There's actually quite a lot to do in Avant Gardens alone besides the main story. There's other NPCs you can talk to and do quests for, collectibles to find, that sort of thing. I can see a kid being able to put a good chunk of hours here alone before they progress to the Nexus Station, which is, I guess, okay if they couldn't afford a membership. At least they still had something to do. There's a couple things we have to do here before we really get left to our own devices, and that's prove ourselves to members of the other factions. We talk to Mardolf the Orange, who gets us to build a new rocket with a special part, which is apparently enough for his approval. Then we have to talk to Johnny Thunder, who gets us to look around the station for some treasure chests. After doing that, we finally get to join a faction of our own. We've got 4 options: the Sentinels, Paradox, Assembly, and Venture League. Each faction has 3 different specialties with their own ranks and gear. When picking, you want to be really sure of your choice because you can't change it afterwards, and the faction you decide on will dictate your playstyle. Picking the Sentinels gives you the options of specializing as a knight, samurai, or space ranger. Paradox lets you be a space marauder, sorcerer, or shinobi. Assembly allows you to be an engineer, summoner, or inventor. And finally, the Venture League lets you play as a daredevil, buccaneer, or adventurer. Each faction and faction specialty is seemingly inspired by existing LEGO themes, which is really cool. Each specialty gives you a set of armor and weapons unique to it. I won't go into detail on what every single specialty does, but they can be grouped into specific focuses. The Sentinels specialties are strength and combat based. The Paradox specialties are more suited for group engagements with ranged, widespread attacks. The Assembly specialties are focused more on support, with an increased imagination, allowing them to build or summon things to aid in combat. And the Venture League specialties seems to be a mix of support role and aggro role, having abilities to take down enemies fast and evade combat to assist allies. I've generalized a lot, and there's definitely variety in the specialties that doesn't fit the descriptions I've given them exactly. I mainly wanted to give you an idea on what to expect. As you level up and do more missions, you can rank up your specialty and unlock new armor and weapons. There's not really an ability tree or anything like that, no specific leveling certain things. The game's more broad to be easier to understand. You pick a specialty to dictate a playstyle, you play how you'd like and level that up. I love how all the final ranked armor and weapons look for all the specialties. Seeing endgame gear in MMOs is one of my favorite aspects. I love how over the top some developers go, and something about this game's direction really hits all the right buttons. Probably the saddest thing about it is that I don't think any of the pieces for the sets are real at all.
Man.
You've got all these cool designs limited to a now defunct game. I'd like to own some of these minifigs if I could, but I don't think LEGO would ever go back to these designs and release them. While we're on the topic of playstyles and abilities, let's talk about the combat, because I haven't really yet. Now, I didn't get much experience with the combat past Avant Gardens, so I'll say that there's a chance things work a bit differently, depending on how far into a specialty you are and what weapons you can use. But I did find the combat being okay, if a bit boring to engage with. I think it's pretty standard for LEGO games, being fair. I'll release some hidden lore about myself that might make some of you hate me, but I didn't really play any of the LEGO games back in the day. I wasn't the biggest fan of the mixed aesthetic, and all of them were IP based, which I didn't care for, so I wasn't interested in playing them when I was younger. Sorry if you hate me, I understand. So, from my limited knowledge of other LEGO games, this one does appear to play in a similar fashion. While it's passable and I enjoy building things on the side to help kill off enemies, I found myself getting annoyed using any weapon besides a sword. I think the game could have used a lock-on system or something. Sometimes it feels like I should be hitting an enemy, but I miss, or I'm not 100% on the range I meant to have. During the Spider Queen fight, when I was using the dual pistols, I had to be right in front of her to do damage, even though I assumed it was a ranged weapon. And if it was a ranged weapon and I was just missing, I couldn't tell because something about the animations was off looking. That could just be a me issue, and I'm sure if you enjoy how normal LEGO games play, you'll have a blast with this one. It just wasn't for me. After picking our faction, we're free to do whatever we want. And there is a lot, so I can't show it all obviously, but I will cover the basics. Instead of one big map, there's multiple worlds you can travel to, as I'm sure you've probably figured out. There's the Gnarled Forest, which was based on LEGO's pirate theme. It's got a bit of a jungle vibe going for it, filled with, of course, pirates and ninjas. The Pet Cove, a smaller world made specifically to introduce pets to players. You probably saw dogs and other weird creatures walking around while I've been playing, and if you had visited this island, you could come back and tame those pets. Each pet has its own ability, and there's a bunch of them to tame. Just another layer of collectivity and player engagement. The Forbidden Valley, based off the ninja theme, not Ninjago, but we will get to that, don't worry. This one being more rocky and scenic, with dragons to fight and enchanted looking forests to explore. Frostburg, a seasonal world visitable during winter, obviously very Christmassy themed with matching unlockables to find. I believe this was only playable once because the game shut down before the next winter. Crux Prime, which is a quest-specific world tied to the story about the Maelstrom and the Nexus Force, with the Nexus Tower situated atop it, the tower also being tied to the game's story and being used as a way to explore further worlds if the game was to continue development. There were tons of worlds planned to be released and even almost finished, but couldn't come to fruition because the game was shut down before they could. The idea was for worlds to correlate with existing LEGO themes, which is really cool. I'm sure if the game continued to get support, we would have eventually have possibly seen a Star Wars tie-in world, probably something tied to the LEGO movie. The ambitions were high based on the information I could find. The only world that did release that matched an existing theme was the Ninjago Monastery. The world itself is one of the nicest, if you ask me. There was a lot of effort put into it. Ninjago was around its peak at the time, so I can see why they went as hard as they did. From my understanding, you could do missions themed around the sets and story, talk to characters from the show, and they'd give you missions, that kind of thing. Each world also had its own set of properties to unlock for you to build on, as well as earnable models to create different structures, so the variety was there if building stuff was your vibe. The game eventually shut down during January of 2012, lasting a full 2 years, not including its beta and alpha stage. There was no cool shutdown event or anything like the Matrix had, the servers were just turned off. Apparently the game just wasn't generating enough revenue to be viable to continue support, which is a fate most MMOs face. It is a shame. I feel like the game could have lasted for ages if the suits gave it more time to pick up. MMOs are slow burners. It takes a while for them to start paying the big bucks, so if LEGO just waited another year or so, I'm sure they would have seen an increased profit. Add tie-in LEGO sets around the factions and story, and I'm sure they would have had a gold mine on their hands. But hey, what do I know? I'm not an executive or anything, so maybe the game would have been a money sink no matter what. Thankfully, there's a community of dedicated fans focused on keeping the game alive. While I can't give you the exact way I was able to play it, there is the LEGO Universe Community Hub Discord that has a bunch of information on how you can create your own server and play the game itself. Keep in mind, you do need to own a copy of the game. Unlike the Matrix MMO, LEGO is still pretty serious about their copyright around the game, so there's no simple emulation or anything like that. So if you are interested in playing the MMO, assuming you have a copy of the game, I'll have the Discord link below so you guys can get on giving it a crack, which I do recommend if you enjoy LEGO games and want something to sink your teeth in. There is a lot of content here. Ouch. I'm gonna need you to bear with me for this next one, because unlike the other games that have a wiki with extensive coverage on the story, detailed descriptions of abilities, events, that sort of thing, this next game has nothing of the sort. Hold on, editing Diazzle here. Just to clarify, Bots does have a wiki on the OkaBots site. You'll learn what that is in just a second. I was just dumb and didn't realize it existed until after the fact. In fact, if any of the games I've covered here have been largely forgotten, it's this one. I'm talking about Bots, created by the now defunct game studio Acclaim. Originally released in 2006, Bots is an MMO completely different to what you'd expect. There's no skills to level up or abilities to learn, no large-scale quests and NPCs to interact with, no traversable world to explore. While the other games have been MMORPGs, Bots is just an MMO. When you first loaded up Bots, you were greeted with the most banging OST of all time. And 2, ask to pick your bot. There's 3 to pick from, and each will dictate how you play the game. We've got Patch, Surge, and Ram. Patch is the heavy hitter choice, having a high damage output and increased defense, but slower movement speed. Surge is the most agile, being able to quickly glide across the map, however it's the weakest because of it. And Ram is the middle ground, having decent attack and movement speed, but not nearly comparable to the others. Where it does excel is its transformations attack power. I'll cover what I mean by transformations in just a bit, don't worry. I went with Surge because I like gliding around the place and because it has the potential to look the coolest. I'll show you what I mean by that shortly as well. With our bot selected, we can load in and be immediately greeted with a kinda confusing menu screen. Like I said, this game's not an MMO like the others. There's not a world to explore, not in the same way at least. Instead, you've got 3 different game modes you can play, and through those do you level up and earn money to buy upgrades for your bot. We've got Player vs Virus, the PvE game mode, and the main game mode created for the game, PvP, which is exactly what it sounds like, and Base vs Base, a 4v4 team-based PvP mode that works as the game's competitive mode, the goal being to destroy the enemy's base. I'm not going to focus on the PvP and base vs base mode because it's next to impossible for me to get a match anyway, and also because they're not the focus of the game really, at least for the most part. The PvE is the core game mode and what I'll be covering. Before I get to that, I've got to explain how I'm playing this now because it's necessary for us to proceed properly through the game. Bots was shut down in 2010 after Acclaim was bought out by Playdom, who a couple months later were bought out by Disney, who didn't see any worth in keeping the game alive. Since then, a company called Xylon Gaming brought it back, exactly how it was, which is what you're seeing now. However, around 2020, I think, the support stopped. You can still play the game, the website is still active, but they're no longer performing maintenance. Then, around 2021, a new project was created called Ochre Bots to breathe new life into the game. This is what I'm going to swap to playing because it's still getting support today with an active, if small, community. The game is exactly the same in how it plays. The only difference is the UI. The main reason I'm swapping is because this version of the game is still getting updates, and it has a functioning, if simple, quest system that'll help explain how you're meant to play the game. The version created by Xylon Gaming doesn't have this feature, and without it, we're not getting the full game experience. Normally, I'd refer to a wiki to get information on how quests were played during the game's original run, but like I said, the wiki for this game is lacking, so I have to assume Ochre Bots is currently handling quests how the game did originally. So, here's the new UI. Looks good, but to be honest, I am more partial to the older layout. I will say this new UI has better readability, but it's lacking the source the older style had. As you can see, we've got a notification of active quests. If we do the command add quests, we can see what is required. Again, it's not much, it just wants us to clear the training circuit, but it's better than nothing. To complete this quest, we've got to beat the training camp and the training ring. Alright, yapping and yammering is out of the way, let's play the actual game and get cracking on these quests. To do that, we've got to make a new room. If you'd like, you can set a password to stop randoms from joining. You see, this is meant to be a co-op game. They want you to party up with people. Again, because I've got no friends, it's just gonna be me. With our room made, we can select what map we want to play through. We can see them all, but obviously I can't play them all because they're tied to a certain level requirement and quest. We'll start off with the training camp, of course, and we can finally get to see how the game plays. Bots is a scrolling beat-em-up game. As you move across the map, enemies will spawn in, and you have to wipe them out to proceed further. You've got a basic attack that you can press multiple times to combo, a jump, and a block. Pretty simple, but there's a large amount of skill from those inputs alone, not even accounting for upgrades and power-ups we'll get later. I'm not going to pretend I've got the keenest eye or ability to explain the potential nuances the combat in this game brings, but I will give you the general vibes that I got playing. The enemies will use their numbers to swarm and overwhelm you. If you aren't careful, you'll get stun-locked and take heavy damage. So, you've got to play more strategically, kite their attacks and punish them during animations, charge in and smack them down before they can attack you, that kind of thing. I was surprised at how much the game offers in terms of approach when it comes to the combat, especially when you start getting abilities and different unlockables. Initially, I thought I could just run in and spam my attack button and be good to go, but due to the number of enemies in each area, even if you start doing that, one of them will be out of your range and will hit you out of your combo. Let's talk about those transformations I mentioned previously. Just below our health is a transformation bar that slowly fills up. Once it's full, you can activate your transformation. It doesn't happen instantly. There's a small meter you have to wait to fill up before you'll transform, and if you take any damage during this period, you'll get knocked out of the transformation sequence, which adds a nice layer of strategy to the ability. Once you do transform, you'll become a huge upgraded version of your bot, capable of moving faster and dealing substantially more damage. The transformations don't last long, and are meant to work as a trump card for the player to take out large swaths of enemies, or take down heavy hitting bosses. Playing around your transformation is a key part of the game, timing when you activate it and when the sequence finishes to ensure you're getting the most out of the ability. If you play safe and activate it too early, you might not use your time to its fullest potential, and run the risk of losing a fight because of it. Though if you're too greedy, you might get knocked out of the transformation sequence just before it activates. I really enjoy playing around the mechanic, and the game makes it fun to do so. The sound effects and animation, the payoff for timing a transformation correctly and taking down a boss that you might not have been able to beat without it, I love it a lot. Now, the actual map itself is pretty simple in layout. It's just a straight path with beginner enemies along it. I like the desert aesthetic it has going for it. They could have easily made the beginner area a generic sci-fi looking pathway, but they chose to add nice details and a unique design just to enrich the map. There were these barrels along the map that at the time I didn't realize I could break that would give me drops.
I never gotten
because they aren't necessary for the starter area. I do break them in later maps, and they generally contain trans refills, which fill up our transformation meter, or recharges, which are used if you have a gun equipped. More on that later. The starter map ends with us fighting our first boss. He's not hard at all, but you've got to be careful because he does have a small army of little bots around him that can overwhelm you. Once we beat him, we get a special item. There's a chance that'll happen after every boss encounter. Next up, we have the training ring, which aesthetic wise is definitely more generic. Instead of walking and fighting enemies along a path, we have to fend off waves of enemies that spawn inside this room. And surprisingly, I struggled with this even though it's only the second map of the game. There's way more nuance to the combat than you'd think. You actually got to play around the enemies, your health, abilities and combos to come out victorious. I could only imagine what high level PvP looks like in this game. I almost feel like it could play out in a similar fashion to fighting games. Now, remember how at the start I said Surge has the potential to look the coolest? Well, let me show you what I meant. If we head to the shop, we can see every piece of customization available in the game. It's a bit confusing, but we'll get there. Each bot has three main points of customization: the head, the body, and the arms. As you level up and earn gigas, you can purchase different pieces of armor to upgrade your bot. Once you complete a full set, you get a matching transformation. So while the base set for Surge isn't the coolest, the later armor pieces look sick. Specifically the level 85 armor, Palladium. I'll be honest, this was the only game I actually used to play back in the day, and I was in love with this set and wanted it so bad. Something about the angular sharp aesthetic hits all the right notes for me. Each bot of course has their own sets of armor, and the game does a really good job of making them all feel distinct and different from one another. The only downside about this system is that if you're partial to a certain look for your bot, you'll have to eventually swap off it because it's not the optimal choice. The armor isn't just aesthetic, they boost your base stats, so continuously upgrading your armor is key to beating larger stages. Not that it's a requirement, of course. You could beat the maps with the starter armor, but you're putting yourself at a huge disadvantage doing so. But the customization doesn't stop there, as I'm sure you can tell from looking at this menu. There's coin heads, which all have the same stats but different aesthetics. These slot over regular head armor, so it won't affect your base stats. I'm not the biggest fan of these, mainly because they give your bot such a big head, but it's another layer of customization, which is always welcome. They're called coin heads because they generally only can be purchased with separate premium currency called coins. Because the game is free to play and doesn't have a membership system, the premium currency is its main way of earning revenue. Decently ahead of its time actually. This was the system that PlayStation had during its original release and matches how a lot of games handle microtransactions now. Keep in mind, ahead of its time isn't a good thing. I remember being so upset when I used to play this game because I didn't have any money to buy this sort of stuff. To give credit to this remake though, you can earn the heads from quests, events, or crafting sometimes. So you're not 100% locked out of them if you don't have any money. Besides that, you've got guns, which you saw me get from that first boss. Guns can be equipped by any bot, but do vary stat-wise depending on the bot you're using. For example, Surge has boosted range attack stats, meaning guns will do more damage. The base damage of the guns are the same, but how effective they are will vary depending on your bot choice. They've got a limited amount of uses per play session, with those aforementioned recharges reloading them. Just like the armor, the guns have increasing level requirements. The higher level the gun, the more base damage. And just like the armor, there's also a set of guns that you can only get through coins. Now, unlike the coin heads, which all have the same stats, the coin guns have varying stats. Now, I didn't mention it before, but these premium currency items can be seen as a bit pay to win, especially because they're usable in PvP. There's no level requirements for them, so if you made a new account and decided to splurge, you could come out with a level 1 bot that's doing damage way out of its league. Not too much of an issue in a PvE mode, a big issue in keeping a balanced PvP mode. Other customization include wings. These are locked behind coins, events, and quests. They're predominantly used to increase your bot's speed, and most of them have the same stats, just differing aesthetics. There's flags, which again just boost your base stats. These seemingly can only be purchased with coins. Probably the coolest thing about these is that the game has awarded flags for specific noteworthy players that only they own. I guess having such a small community, it makes sense to award those that are still investing time into it. You've also got shoulders and shields. These can be purchased with Gigas, so no spending money required. Just like the other earnable items, they have increased level requirements. The shoulders increase your health and transformation defense, and the shields increase your health and transformation gauge, meaning you can stay transformed for longer. There's also mini-bots. Majority of these are events, quests, or coin items. These are little robots that'll fight for you and provide different stat boosts and abilities. Some increase your luck so you get better drops, some increase your health, that kind of thing. And finally, when it comes to customization based on lockables, you've got different transformations. Besides your transformation,
Look at him. Ooh. changing depending on what armor you equip. You can also buy certain transformations that have their own unique abilities and aesthetic. These transformations work on any bot and look super cool based on their icons. Sadly, it's impossible for me to preview these. Hopefully, I can find some footage of people using them. Besides customization that changes your bot's aesthetic, there's also abilities you can both buy and earn. There's energy fields that do a plethora of different things, from increasing your base health to giving you a higher critical hit chance. And you've also got skill packs. These will give you new abilities you can use during battle. When I started the game, I was gifted a mystery box that gave me 2 of these, a charge attack and a counter attack. They have a limited amount of uses, 100 matches if earned or bought with Gigas, and 1,000 if purchased with coins. I'm glad the game gave me some, because they came super in handy later on. The counter attack skill is really useful when going up against bots with a higher damage output than mine, and the charge attack was great for taking out large groups of bots huddled together. I'll stop talking about the customization and abilities because there's a lot. Just know that there's even more that are specific to the PvP game modes. I really love that you can preview what items look like on your bot before you earn them. It's definitely a tactic to get you to buy the premium items, but it's still a feature I remember loving when I was younger. I would spend hours just moving through the menus and creating different sets of armor and weapons. I love bots, if you can't tell.
I wish I had more to say about it, but it's not the kind of game with a story to look into in the same way as I did the other games. Though I will say, if you were to play any of the games I've mentioned in this video, this is the one, because it's the only game that's actually still functioning as intended and is still getting updated. And it's actually the only one I've kept playing after my initial session. Something about the game is addicting and enjoyable. It'll be linked in the description, as well as all the other featured games, so give it a play. I'm sure you won't regret it. I'm not done yet though. If you want to see me cover another MMO, you can become a channel member or Patreon for $1 a month. With every upload, I'll be doing an additional video, so if that interests you at all, please consider joining up. Special thanks to my King of Bones tier channel members Quiltman, Day, and Burf. Your support means the world. If you enjoyed watching, please consider subscribing and liking. I've got a Discord server now as well, so if you want to come have a chat, feel free to join. It'll be pinned in the comments. And with that being said, thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next upload.
I'm about to farm undersea dungeon. Maybe I'll get the card for you. Dude. I mean, hopefully though you can get one, because I've been farming this shit. I've killed almost 7 grand, dude. Not a single drop. It's insane, dude. Yep. My bird's now malnourished. I cannot wait to get the hell out of here, dude. 100 arrows left. Hopefully this 100 arrows give me one at least. Come on.
Dead game. 0 players online. Abandoned. All terms you would have heard over the past couple of years when talking about unpopular MMOs. However, no game is truly dead, what with the ability to play most games on a private server. However, in today's video, we are going to take a look at games that are so dead, not even I can find a way to play them, and that's sort of my speciality, finding dead and irrelevant games, playing them, and then making video essays about them, which no one seems to watch. Please like and subscribe. I have rent to pay. So in today's video, we are going to look at 10 MMOs that are well and truly beyond saving, unless some sort of miracle happens. And feel free to let me know in the comment section below if I've missed any really obvious MMOs that are dead. So, in no particular order, let's start with our first very much unplayable MMO. First up is Roma Victor, a MMORPG based on the Roman Empire. This PvP focused MMO allowed players to choose between being a Roman or a barbarian, and fights would take place on a 30 by 30 map based in Little Old Britain.
Good morning, Glenn!
Released in 2006, this MMO had stiff competition from, well, everyone. And unfortunately, it's really hard to find any sort of information around this game other than Wikipedia and the low resolution YouTube videos. The official Roma Victor website is not what you think it is, and Red Bedlam, the developers behind this title, I mean, they have a LinkedIn page, but I don't think they've created anything recently. In January 2010, it was announced that the purchase of new accounts would be blocked as of May 5th, and that the game would remain online for another year after that, at Red Bedlam's expense. However, the game was shut down almost 6 months early without warning. As far as I can tell, there are no private servers for this title, and no one seems to be working on one. Unfortunately, it just wasn't that popular. Although, with that being said, if they were to remake this game today, a Roman MMO with melee combat and fighting barbarians, I'm sure a lot of people will be invested and it'll be super popular. Anyway, on to the next dead MMO. Gloria Victus is a melee combat MMO with a focus on PvP.
I said, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
It had a very short life because it was released in 2023 and closed down in 2023. Did I just say that melee combat MMOs would be popular? Admittedly though, this title did spend 6 years in early access, so it didn't quite die all within the same year. The idea behind this MMO was that you had 3 factions to choose from, and you had one map that you all played on, and you had to go and capture castles and duke it out and siege and all that good stuff. Amazingly, I actually got to play this title before it closed down, and do you know what? It wasn't bad, it just wasn't great. The combat was similar to Bannerlords, and you didn't have to do PvP. There were PvE objectives you can do as well as a main story questline. However, if you do want a PvP, you had to go and craft your gear and just kit yourself out ready for battle. And when you died, well, you lost all your gear. The best feature about this game were the siege battles, but unfortunately they were far and few between due to the lack of population. There was a battlegrounds mode you can do where you didn't lose your gear, and that was seemingly more popular than some of the siege battles, but unfortunately they were quite sweaty, and any new players, well, it just wasn't enjoyable for them. I should know because I lived it. Sadly though, I get the feeling that there won't be any private servers for this indie MMO. Although it was enjoyable, I just feel like people will just try and improve on the concept rather than try and bring this one back. And with a player base which was quite small anyway, it's very unlikely anyone's trying to set up a private server anytime soon. Just when you thought the internet couldn't get any more weird, there was indeed a Family Guy MMORPG. I'm not joking. Don't believe me? Well, here's the trailer.
Would you like to come inside for a cupcake and a glass of wine?
Take on extreme challenges.
The evil monkey lives in my closet.
And endorse your own brand of Law and Order.
Well, if it isn't King Lardass.
Sign up now at FamilyGuyOnline.com.
Whose leg do you have to hump to get a dry martini around here?
I know Family Guy's been accused of copying The Simpsons quite a lot, but honestly, this game gives me Simpsons hit and run vibes. It did, however, try to be a MMO. It even had different classes to pick from based on the main characters. So for instance, Stewie was DPS, Peter was a tank, and Chris and Meg were also a type of DPS. The game was in beta access, so unfortunately the Brian class wasn't available yet. Although the game was free to play, would you believe it, there was indeed a cash shop. Although surprisingly, when the game did close down, they did offer to refund everyone's purchases in the cash shop, assuming it was within the last 60 days. So why did the game close down, you might be wondering? Well, due to a lack of content, players just weren't that interested. Feedback was that you can get to endgame within a week. The combat system wasn't great and was constantly being reworked. And do you know what? Maybe there's just not a player base for a Family Guy-centric MMO. Unsurprisingly, there are no private servers for Family Guy Online, although the source code is out there in the wild, and if you're smart enough, you might just be able to view the game still. But as it stands, unless you're clued up on game design and game coding, then you're not going to be able to view this game anytime soon. What's this? A MMO published by NCSoft and then abruptly closed a few years later? Shock. You might see this game referred to as Richard Garriott's Tabula Rasa rather than just Tabula Rasa, and the reason for that is because Richard Garriott was somewhat of a high-profile player in the MMO world. He was the inventor of Ultima Online after all. And with his name attached to this title, what could go wrong?
Well, that was fucking dreadful.
It was a sci-fi shooter MMORPG with the premises that aliens come to Earth, wipe out pretty much most of humanity, but a small subsection of them escape, and then they seek revenge by trying to kill the aliens, who obviously did all the bad stuff. I know I'm butchering the lore, but do you know what? The game's dead anyway, what does it matter? At the time of Tabula Rasa's release, NCSoft had a few other MMOs in the work, such as Payon, Wildstar, and of course Guild Wars 2. NCSoft were already performing a juggling act, moving resources around from MMO to MMO. They'd already moved some of City of Heroes to help with Tabula Rasa, and it's likely they were doing the same with the other MMOs in development. NCSoft are notorious for having strict deadlines and targets that need to be met, and Tabula Rasa wasn't meeting their requirements. NCSoft fired Richard Garriott in November 2008, but publicly claimed that he left the company voluntarily, resulting in a lawsuit against them in July 2010. To put it simply, when you secretly fire the person whose name is literally on the title of the game, you can tell things are going to end badly. Not for Garriott though, he got a boatload of money and I'm sure he was pretty happy with that. There was attempts to keep the game alive after it officially shut down. There was a private server called Infinite Rasa, but unfortunately the website, the official website for it, doesn't work anymore, and I couldn't find any hint or inkling to there being a second private server, so I think it's safe to say it is dead. But despite the messy history and the very short life cycle, people do speak highly of this game and even compare it to a less modern Wildstar, which is also dead. Believe it or not, there's actually been quite a few driving MMOs over the years. You've had Test Drive Unlimited, Need for Speed Online, and obviously The Crew, which is now shut down. Released in 2014, this game has been going for quite some time, but unfortunately it suffered from one fatal decision, which was to be online only, a live service game. And Ubisoft, the developers behind this, decided to cut all ties with its online part of this game, which basically renders it useless. Ubisoft has since learned from its mistakes with The Crew 2 and The Crew Motorfest having a offline mode, but the original one, well, you can always use it as a coaster, I guess. But what makes The Crew so special was that it was the catalyst which started the Stop Killing Games movement, which is a consumer movement and campaign that aims to prevent video game publishers from making games unplayable by pulling online support, effectively destroying the games as purchased goods. There was even a class action lawsuit against Ubisoft in the United States. The lawsuit claimed consumers were misled into believing they owned the game data either physically on a disc or via digitally downloaded files. Instead, the data was stored on a remote server that the physical and digital copies of the game provided access to. Essentially, they bought a key, a license to a game, as opposed to a physical copy. I don't think Ubisoft realised what they'll be starting when they decided to close down this 10-year-old MMO. But you know what? Fuck them. They're a shit company anyway. There is a slight caveat to the death of The Crew, which is a private server is being worked on. It just hasn't been fully released yet. But the problem is with private servers is that unless it's abandonware or there's some real like loopholes you can find, a lot of the times the company still owns the IP and they'll just sue you or send you a cease and desist. So as to how long the private servers will stay up for, I'm just not too confident it'll be too long at all, especially considering they got sued over this game. I feel like it'll be a bit of tit for tat on this one, but hey, let's wait and find out. Wild West Online was a MMO designed for people who were just too impatient to wait for the release of Red Dead Redemption 2, which was released in the same year. The game was released under notorious developer Sergei Titov. I think that's how you pronounce his last name, but quite frankly, I don't care because he is a massive tit. He has a reputation for developing games and then abandoning them a week later, taking everyone's hard-earned cash with him. Like I said, a complete and utter bellend. Games that Sergei has been associated with and abandoned include War Z or Z 2012, Infestation Survival Stories 2013, Romero's Aftermath 2015, Infestations The New Z 2016, Shattered Skies 2016, Last Man Standing 2017, and there's probably many more. Get this video to 1,069 likes and I'll go review one of these monstrosities. Some of these creations are still online and accessible, but they're just in a really bad neglected state. Whereas Wild West Online, it's no longer on Steam. If you have a copy of the game, you can't connect to a server. He took the money and ran. Which is a shame because the concept of a Wild West Online MMO actually sounds kind of fun. It sounds like what Red Dead Redemption Online should be, but it isn't because they stopped supporting it. Roll on Red Dead Redemption 3? I'm just as shocked as you are that this game exists, especially considering that the last movie came out in... Oh, there's a third movie? Okay, didn't realize there's a third movie. But yeah, somehow this movie franchise got a whole MMO dedicated to it many years later. And would you believe it, it was web-based and didn't look too bad. Like, there have been some hideous movie adaptations, but this one actually looks like a fairly okay ARPG. It was based around the same time as the original Mummy movie, and players had the option to create a character and choose between two factions, the Raiders and the non-Raiders. It was an open world with tombs that players could go investigate, and believe it or not, there was even PvP. However, from what I've seen on the reviews, there was no social aspect to this game simply because no one was playing it. It's hard to be a successful MMO when you don't even get people playing your game. I'll be completely honest, I can't even find a news article saying as to why the game closed down. I'm assuming the fact that no one's ever heard of it is probably a good reason. Big Point were the developers behind this title, and they're still going strong with a whole list of different games which all have a very similar feel about them. Let's be honest, no one ever knew this game existed and no one cared that it died. In it goes into a tomb never to be opened again, otherwise you'll be cursed with a really bad game. Sociologotron, I believe that's how it's pronounced, was a game I covered off recently under one of my most disturbing MMO videos. Shameless plug, I'll put a link in the top right, please click it because it did really bad when it came to getting any views whatsoever. But I digress. This might be the very first occurrence of a game dying because the owner of the game passed away. Patrick Lagney was the sole developer and creator behind Socialotron, and when he passed away, the game went with him. The website to sign up no longer works, and you can't create a new account, you can't go to the servers, it is inaccessible. The game, dubbed the Sex MMO by some, was a sandbox, open world, PvP, random assortment, is all I can really say. You had the ability to basically do and be anything. You had different professions from blacksmith to, well, prostitute. And with that, you had PvP
This is
in the sense
brutal,
of
man.
you could obviously fight people or make sweet love to them, with or without consent sometimes. The issue with a game like Socialotron is that it
This
lets
is
you
brutal.
do anything.
Holy shit, am I
Don't get me
60?
wrong, the pixels are so pixelated
Yo,
that you can't
7K
really see
kills.
what's going on.
Not
and
a
it's very
single
inoffensive,
card.
but it's the thought
It's
and mindset
insane.
behind it. To some, it's just a game and harmless fun, but to others, they see it as a moral outrage, and probably rightly so. But then you have games like Grand Theft Auto, where you can quite literally get a prostitute, make love to her, and then shoot her afterwards so you can get your money back, which is quite frankly outrageous. I didn't even know you could do that in real life. And because of GTA, I've now saved hundreds and hundreds of pounds. No, just me. Anyway, moving on. Crowfall joins the long list of failed MMOs that had a successful Kickstarter campaign. With an initial goal of 800,000, they achieved this in less than 72 hours and went on to secure $1 million. It's currently the number 18 most funded Kickstarter video game in the history of Kickstarter. Development started in 2015, with the Kickstarter being funded in the same year. By 2020, the game released a beta, and by 2021, it was fully released. And somehow, 1 year later, it had closed down and shut its doors forever. Many people went on to praise the game, they enjoyed the PvP, they enjoyed the combat, but one of the problems was the actual mechanics around the game itself. One of the features of the game was that the world was procedurally generated, which seems all well and good until you stick over 200 plus players in a certain area where it's being procedurally generated. This caused players to experience frame drops and lag, and if there's one thing PvP players don't like, it's having more than one excuse as to why they died. The game was also badly marketed. A lot of the people who backed the MMO didn't even realize it released. But one of the biggest issues that the game had was just the fact that it was just too much of a Zergfest. Player numbers really did count, so if you outnumbered teams by 1 or 2, that was enough to turn the tide of battle. So what this resulted in was that the game closed down after a year. It was then bought out by another company called Monumental, who have since sat on the title and done nothing with it for a good couple of years now. So, is it dead? I would say so. I doubt this will ever see the light of day again, and now some other company has the IP. Did you know there's about 5 different LEGO MMOs, and all 5 have been abandoned or shut down? I actually played LEGO Universe the other month, thanks to the work of some dedicated fan. But there is one in particular I can't play. That is, of course, LEGO Minifigures, a LEGO ARPG MMO designed by Funcom. You know, the big devs doing the Dune Awakening game. It's okay, don't panic guys, I'm sure Dune Awakening will be fine. They've come a long way since making LEGO titles, okay? But anyway, I digress. LEGO Minifigures was shut down due to the fact it didn't make enough revenue. It seems like little kids aren't the cash cows everyone says they are. Well, not in terms of making microtransactions and paying the wages of the Funcom staff. The game lasted a year before the plug was pulled, which seems kind of harsh when their main player base must have had an average age of about 8. Mum, can I play LEGO minifigures? No, sorry hun, the plug was pulled because it didn't meet Funcom's revenue projections, and now you have to go outside instead. The stupid thing is though, even though I'm not 8 years old, I do think this game looks pretty decent. There was an in-depth class system and skill progression with a variety of LEGO figures to choose from. But unfortunately, there just isn't enough savvy 8-year-olds who feel nostalgic enough about this game to try and put onto a private server. So with that, this game is well and truly dead. Guess we all have to go play Diablo now. Congratulations, you've made it to the end of the video, and what that means is you tolerate my voice for at least 18 minutes, and now you want to see what my final thoughts are. Well, it's simply this. I'm so thankful that a lot of games that have died have private servers so that we can still play them today. Even the janky games that die, I still want to play them just to see what they were all about. I didn't have that nostalgia growing up because I was too busy being cool and playing Counter-Strike and Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, Yuri's Revenge. But what I find quite surprising is that even the older titles, sometimes the data is lost and they can't be backwards engineered, just like the newer titles are too technologically advanced that they can't be put onto a private server. I feel like there's a Goldilocks of MMOs out there which will forever be about, where some of the more older and newer ones have that potential to be lost forever. But anyway, on that bombshell, I'm going to end the video there. If you do think I missed off any MMOs that are well and truly dead and don't have private servers, comment below. I'd like to know which ones I missed. I promise you, there's more private servers out there than you actually realise. And hey, feel free to suggest any MMOs that are technically dead, which I should probably check out. And if you do want to check out more of my content, feel free to subscribe. And a massive thank you to my Patreon and YouTube members. Just a reminder as well, if you are a Patreon member, this video is available for you to watch ad-free on my Patreon site. Isn't that something? Anyway, that's enough from me. Catch you in the next one. Bye-bye for now.
Where's the card, man? Need one, man. Just give me one, dude. Do I need to kill like 10,000 of these? Jesus. To get that? Fuck. Kukri card, man. Deal. Fuck. Still not dropping one. Fucking worm, man. Stop giving me worm, man. Freaking worm, man. Jesus. I didn't expect it would be this fucking bad, man. Shit. This is insane, man. What the fuck? Oh, jeez. Hold up. Let's watch this one.
What up? I think we've got a special video today for a couple of reasons. One, because I've not made a video on this channel in probably months at this point. And two, because we've got a 2-hour, 24-minute long audio recording of your boy Caspian. Which somebody sent me, actually multiple people sent it to me, and they wanted me to take a look at it. This video might be like a chop up of, you know, the most interesting parts, the greatest hits as you would, or I might just do like a whole no, there's no way I'm going to do a whole 2-hour, 24-minute react, because it'll end up being like 5 hours long. I'd probably end up jumping off my balcony.
We had our core team, which was continuing development with, the other one was Chris Holtorf. So we were trying to move forward with the adventuring mechanic, or actually we were succeeding in moving forward with the adventuring mechanics, while then also trying to move forward on the domain settlement and land management mechanics through Kingdoms of Valyria. Well, after March, I didn't have the resources to do both anymore, and in fact, there was supposed to just be a small team of people who were working on Kingdoms of Valyria, so that we could continue to move forward on that and get answers to those questions, while also
the problem is as well, we're kind of jumping mid into conversation, because I think the first 10 minutes in this recording are missing, but I assume he's talking about after March. I think March was it March 2020 when they went into the abyss? I lose track, honestly. It must have been 2020 because of COVID, right? Yeah, it was March 2020, so he's talking about after they closed down the studio and stuff like that at this point.
Generating revenue for the studio. And that's what we're doing right now. So all of the mechanics that we're implementing around domain settlement and land management mechanics, which I call the holding mechanics now, those are also Kingdoms and Chronicles of Elyria mechanics. The same mechanics are actually used in both games, and we only have to implement them once. I'm also working a lot on the Soulborn engine right now, the networking component of that, which while we did implement in 2017, was implemented in a completely different environment. It was
I actually saw this going on live, and I was so tempted to join the channel and just start asking unhinged questions and being a nuisance. The like 20-year-old me that used to join people's random Discord servers, well, back then TeamSpeak and Mumble, while they're raiding in World of Warcraft, and just start playing, you know, Doom soundboards and stuff like that, it almost took over. Realistically, I probably would have joined and asked, like, where's the game? Can somebody play the game? Can you show us the game? And not being a complete weirdo. But I decided against it. I just woke up and I didn't think it'd be very polite for me to do so, and I've been trying to be more polite recently.
I'm not going to get technical because I know you said that's not what you wanted, but it was implemented before in a way that was not super scalable, so I've been working on re-implementing that, and that is also fundamental to Chronicles of Elyria. In fact, if anything, that networking side is more important for Chronicles of Elyria than it is for Kingdoms of Elyria, because Kingdoms of Elyria is not intended to be multiplayer initially, though it will be. So, all that said, I'm working on mechanics for both. Most of the adventuring mechanics are done, actually, at this point. But I'm working on the holding mechanics, and then also working on the back-end network, so that we can get this up and running as an MMO again, because it's not been an MMO.
Why are you saying again, though? What do you mean again? Nobody's ever played the game. We need to get it up and being an MMO again. Again, would say that it used to be an MMO. No one's ever played it. For something to even be an MMO, you'd have to have massive numbers of players online. Not a singular fucking person has played this game.
For quite some time, in the sense that we have not been using the client to connect to the server. So, anyways, hopefully that was informative.
Yeah, and so where exactly are you on the process then? Because like with the new updates and stuff, and you being a one-man show, unless Snipe Hunter and a couple other people are, you know, helping you out, freelance or something, do you feel like you're stretching yourself out too thin again? Because like you're delving more into what is it, spatial?
I just can't help but laugh when somebody says, do you feel like you're stretching yourself out? Just makes me think of Goatsy. Just greater times of the internet.
I'm working with them about that, so.
Oh, so I think you mean Stride? That's probably what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. That's a hard one to answer. So let me answer it this way. I am always stretched too thin. There's no question about that.
I've always stretched myself out real good.
I'm a one-man person, or one-man show right now trying to build an MMO. So there's no question that I am stretched thin. That being said, I know a lot of people have their thoughts about me as a leader. I have thoughts about me as a leader, and they're not all positive, but they've gotten better over the years. That being said, programming is something I have always been good at. And when I estimated how long it would take to develop Chronicles of Elyria, I did it with the assumption that I would have 6 other developers like me working full-time for 18 months. We were only able to get our second programmer after about 6 months, so it took a long time to even get our second programmer, and we never had more than 5, and only for a very short period of time, and they were not 6 versions of me.
The problem is, I'm just too damn motherfucking good, says Caspian, man who perpetually has never released a video game. The problem is, I just couldn't find anyone who's as good as me, and I'm sick. I'm absolutely amazing. So if I had 6 of me, 6 Caspians, mate, I'd have knocked this game out of the park in 18 months. That's crazy, bro.
So that's not. I'm not trying to. That's not a humble.
He's glazing real good.
Brag. What I'm saying is that progress is actually going faster than most people would expect for just a single individual, because I am good at that side. And so progress is being made, and it's being made faster than people would expect for a single individual, but it's never going to be as fast as people would like. And it's not going to be as fast as I would like either. In terms of Stride, I will confess, I got a little excited about it. last week and a little bit this week. I joined the community while I was investigating the different engines during the Unity stuff, because Kingdoms of Valyria is based on Unity. It had always been planned to be built on Unity. We did try and experiment with Unreal and it didn't go well. But even if you go back to 2016, when you talk about Kingdoms of Valyria, we even back then said this will probably be a web or Unity interface. The problem is that the license changes that Unity made would have made developing Kingdoms of Valyria prohibitively expensive for us. And that's not something we can really do. Like, the whole part of the goal, like 50% of this is to generate a revenue stream for Soulbound Studios so that we can get back on track. Because I know a lot of people, I mean, I'll say it. I know nobody believes it. There's nothing I can do to change that. But my reason for suspending development in March of 2020 and the layoff was to stop crowdfunding. I didn't want to try and continue to move forward with the company using crowdfunding.
Fuck off. Mate, don't piss on my face and tell me it's raining. Nobody was giving you... this is literally like your boss walks in and goes, "You're fired," and you go, "You can't fire me, I quit." Like, no, you've already been fired. Like, you can't quit, we've already fired you. You can't say, "Oh, the reason I closed the studio," which I didn't close, by the way. He said repeatedly he didn't close the studio, and he was just, you know, it was a turn of phrase that he used accidentally. The reason he was forced to do that is because there was no money left. He said this. There was no money left. No investors would give him money. Crowdfunding had completely stopped. Nobody was giving him money enough to keep the studio running. Maybe there was like drips and drabs from like the recent events that they'd done and stuff. But obviously, if oh my god, this just breaks my brain to even think how logically anybody could believe this and why he's saying it. Okay, if you're crowdfunding for, I don't even remember how many years it was, because it's just, my brain is soup of Chronicles of Valyria information. For an example, let's say you crowdfund for 3 years, just go with the numbers. You're crowdfunding for 3 years. If you are spending more money than you're bringing in month by month, what you raised in the beginning is eventually going to run out. This is just common sense. This is numbers make sense in this way. So if you're crowdfunding and you're getting less and less and less and less money to the point where you have to close your studio, you didn't choose to stop crowdfunding. The crowd decided to stop funding you, and then turning around and going, "I just didn't want to crowdfund anymore." You fucking couldn't. You couldn't crowdfund anymore. You had no money. Mate, the fact he's saying this is just blowing my fucking beans.
Crowdfunding. I needed to find another path forward that didn't rely on crowdfunding. And so that's what this whole thing has been about. It's just trying to find a path forward that doesn't rely on crowdfunding. So
you had years to do this, pal. You had years to do this, and you couldn't. So what makes you... that's the thing, like, that always confuses me, how anybody could believe this. And there are people that do. For some reason, there are people that do. If you had money, a team, ostensibly like a reputation of, oh, this game might come out at one point, and some people are excited for it, and look at how many people crowdfunded it, and blah, blah, blah. If you had all that and nobody else would give you money privately... why would they do it now? It just doesn't make any sense. Obviously, you've got to release the game, and it's got to be good, and people have got to pay for it, and then you use that money to parlay into running the MMO. But I just don't think that's realistic. I really don't, especially from what we've seen, at even a competence level, but from the game that we've seen as well, the Kingdoms of Valyria thing. I can't believe anyone would play that.
Not getting any revenue off of Kingdoms of Valyria then would be a problem for us. And so I was investigating other engines that we could use, and Stride was one of them. I got excited about it. I joined the community. I'm using my own personal money to donate $25 a month towards it to help. I'm now silver, what they call a silver strider. And I have kind of checked in a couple things and fixed some bugs in the last 2 weeks, but I need to back off from that. As much as I'd like to participate with them, and there is value in doing so in the long term, in the short term, it's not something that I can really afford to spend my time on. So I don't expect I'll be doing much more of that in the short term.
If you don't know what he's talking about, by the way, Chronicles of Valyria was supposed to be being built in Unreal Engine. Kingdoms of Valyria is being built in Unity, and then because the Unity terms of service changed, where they were going to be charging people a bunch of money, he then went and started looking into whether they could use Stride and swap the games over to a new game engine, which would be the third game engine being used in the game nobody's played. you know, just believe, guys. Trust in the process. Nobody's talking.
Did I answer the rest of your question? I was going to move down the list. I saw some other people asking some questions, so I just wanted to make sure I could address some of them. But
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Let's see. Okay, Adam. Hey, Adam. Licensing deal. I can share pretty much everything except for information about who they are and kind of their projects, because it's not for me to say.
Wait,
that's
he's got a
under
licensing
the
deal.
non-disclosure agreement. Not everybody wants to advertise that they are using a licensed engine, and even fewer people want to admit that they're using my engine.
Bro, I knew this was going to happen eventually, but I didn't want to believe. So obviously the Soulsborne engine that he's been spending a bunch of time obviously getting ready. This is the thing with crowdfunding. I've always said this, and it's like I guess you could say an insidious element of it. And it's the same with things like Camelot Unchained. You fund these people, they might never make a game, but they'll probably make a game engine, like a back-end engine, something like that, something networking. And then even if they fail, they still own all that technology, and they can sell it, they can license it out to people, and you've essentially just funded somebody doing that, and then they just have this thing that could be worth millions, tens of millions of dollars. I don't think obviously many people are going to be like, oh, Soulsborne engine, definitely want to use that and associate my brand and my name with that thing. Also, there's no proof of concept for it because nobody's seen it work. But I guess that's what he's talking about here, and that's something that he owns. He owns the Soulsborne engine that he created using other people's money.
So that's not really for me to say anything. But in terms of, let's see, your question was, can you share whether or not it will result in being in a better position to bring on additional staff in any capacity? I certainly hope so. I don't know how much revenue it's going to generate, and it's certainly not going to generate any for some time because they're just starting development on the project that they're planning to use this on. I don't know what the life cycle is going to be for it. I think they're expecting it to be 6 to 9 months, something like that. It's a mobile. I think I mentioned this before, but they're doing a mobile MMO. And so they're going to be using the Soulsborne engine for the back end for their mobile MMO. But until that happens, I'm not going to see any revenue off of it. And even then, I just don't know how profitable it'll be. Let's see.
Caspian.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, brilliant! I've just finally realised that my push to talk button wasn't set, so I've been talking to myself for.
Oh no!
I don't want to hijack this, but now I'm here. I sort of feel like I've taken a step too close to say nothing. I'm one of the moderators on the class action lawsuit, so full disclosure there. And to your point earlier about getting death threats and in either direction, I would like to say that I speak for at least the moderating team on our channel, that nobody there has any truck or patience with anyone that threatens violence or wishes violence or verbalizes violence towards you or anybody that works or supports the Soulbound, the Soulborne engine or Chronicles of Valyria, etc.
Sure.
That's not what anybody there is about, and we'd have short truck with anybody that starts trying to articulate that stuff. However, obviously there is a lot of strong feeling on both sides.
So yeah, I've said this a million times. If you're the kind of individual who will send death threats, who will harass, who will abuse people, like, some people are going to say, oh, you do it by making videos. I don't link these videos to Caspian. He doesn't have to watch them. These are for my audience. Like, I'm not going after him personally. There's no personal insults about him. There's no, like, calls to action for people to do anything. I think if you're somebody who does anything like that, you are an actual bottom-feeding cretin, like just a pure loser. You need to get a hobby, you need to get friends, you need to find somebody to hug you, go outside, touch grass, do all the things, because sending death threats to people online about about anything, unless they've come over to your house and kicked your dog or done something crazy, like, just seek help. Sincerely, get help. Don't be sending people death threats. Don't be like, I get enough as it is. So I understand Caspian definitely would have done, because nobody gives me money. generally, other than donating on Patreon or whatever, and they don't expect to get anything back from that. But if somebody gives you money for something, then they think that you scam them. Of course, people are going to send death threats. I've seen loads of people all the time whenever I cover anything like this. They'll say, oh, he's just making up the death threats because he wants to get sympathy or whatever. You give a negative opinion about a video game online, people send you death threats. Like, literally, I could get a message tomorrow that'll be like, oh, I saw you walking around the other day. I'll go, oh, cool, did you? Where was it? And they'll say, oh, next time I see you, I'm going to kill you. Like, get those fairly frequently. So the idea that people think he doesn't get them definitely does. And if you send them, you are a fucking loser.
But for me, when I was listening to you list all the plans for Chronicles of Illyria, Kingdoms of Illyria, the Mud, etc. Honestly, the thing that bugs me most about this, I am a technical person, I'm not a developer, but I do work in IT, I work on databases, so I talk to developers all the time, and you get to distill things that are worth paying attention to when you're listening to people say things that you don't always 100% follow. And one of the things that I've learned to flag early on is evidence. Whatever somebody is saying, there's got to be evidence for it. It's got to be credible. And that's the thing I see that you suffer from the most, is a lack of that. You had it at the beginning when...
You've got no... I'll translate this for you guys. You've got no credibility. Show me the money.
Everyone's dreams were not necessarily grounded in reality. They were what we wanted them. They were what we wanted the game to be, and you were telling us that was what we were going to get. And then over time, as often happens, reality bites and compromises need to be made, etc. But the dream that we were told at the beginning we were going to get via the marketing that we saw in the Kickstarter and at the early stages of the game, they bore no resemblance whatsoever to what we saw at the later stages. Plus, we never actually saw enough of a game to be able to say that we were on the way.
Nobody's seen any game. Nobody's seen shit.
To see launched. It was like tech demos and things that was spun together in such a junior fashion that literally people on the internet were copying and exceeding what you were putting forward with like a week or a month of effort, and that's quite a difficult thing to square the circle on. You know, when you're meant to be the developer, CEO, and sort of creative head of a game studio, and then there are people on the internet effectively mimicking and exceeding what you're releasing as something to be taken seriously. They're doing that same work and doing it better within a week. Now I know that the response to that is going to be, yes, but there's a lot of stuff going on in the back end that they're not trying to emulate. But again, there's people who've written their own MMOs.
I understand the point he's trying to make, but the problem with this is, like, the core focus for this question and this tangent should have been, you've never shown us anything, but the things you have shown us are things that anybody can make. Like, if you were going to put this in as few words as possible, what he's trying to say is, the things that you have talked about, nobody's ever seen. The things you're talking about now, nobody's ever seen. And the things that you showed us, people can make in a week. One person can make in a week. We've never seen any of the stuff that you've said takes all the time and effort. So where's that? And why should we believe you now? I believe this is what he's trying to say.
And come onto the channel with nothing but Patreon accounts, and done that with one or two people within a year or so, or a couple of years, granted. But they've got more credibility, again, than you have. And everything that you've described at the start of the call to, I think it was Commander Taggart, apologies if I've got that wrong. It's okay. It's exactly the same as what we heard way at the beginning. It all sounds reasonable, but it only sounds reasonable and credible if you have not yet been on that journey, and we have. It's like you're describing a holiday that we should have had 3 months after it turned into a mitigated disaster. We've already been on this journey now. that plan doesn't hold water anymore, and that's all I'm going to wrap this up in a bit. Thank you for listening so far, I guess, but that plan isn't what's going to convince us anymore. There needs to be some actual results, and at this late stage, I think that's the problem. You had us at the beginning, but now, bearing in mind the journey we've all been on and the money that we've lost, and we have lost it, you are not going to be releasing the game that we initially wanted. You're going to be releasing something else, which may or may not be.
Yeah, again, this is the problem. Whenever you crowdfund somebody and they start making... Because they never tell you this shit, man. They never... Nobody comprehends or understands or is told. Or if they are, they simply... They just can't conceptualize it. If somebody makes an engine instead of just making a game, like, they have that thing forever. And on top of that, like, you just won't get the game because it takes so much money to make that stuff.
Where is the
like,
card?
You should have just used tools with anybody making your first ever solo project, because this dude Caspian, I'm fairly sure, worked at like Microsoft and stuff. He has actual legit... I've seen people say, oh, there's no evidence he can actually code or blah blah blah. He has actual credentials for working at good studios and things that would give him accolades for being able to do this stuff. Not project manage, not manage a studio, not do all that back end and leadership stuff. But in terms of coding, he can code. But when you're making your first ever solo gig, right, your first ever project, you shouldn't be making your own engine. Unless you've done that before and you're confident you can just knock that out of the park, like, even if bare minimum it's just you. But the idea that you're now this far along and nobody's seen anything you've said that you've worked on, like, in terms of an actual visible game being played. I think that's the issue. It's always the same. People say like, oh yeah, we're going to make this game. Make the game then. Don't be making any other shit behind the scenes. Just make the game.
Good enough. It may or may not be even the same scope. It might be Kingdoms of Illyria, and that's it. It's hard to take you seriously now, and I don't mean that harshly. I just want you to be aware that we're not all gunning for your guts, but we do have serious issues in taking you credibly.
I wish I would have joined and just said, Caspian, why don't you just load up a live stream right now? If you give the code out to 5 people and have you all log into the game now and play it and show us. Because I'd love to know what the response is. I don't know if anyone asked, because apparently this was over 3 hours long and there's some missing. But how is nobody asked this very simple question? Like, why can't you just show us you playing the game? Nobody's ever seen it. Like, they saw what looked like RuneScape, people running around in what looked like RuneScape a couple months before they closed down the studio. But nobody's actually seen, like, actual good graphics. Nobody's seen a multiplayer element of this game, ever.
When you say you've got all these plans, and these plans are the same plans that you had 6 years ago, if not more. I think I'll let other people get a word in edgeways now, and thank you for putting up with that.
No, there's no need to thank you for putting up with that. I want to thank you, actually. First of all, it doesn't matter to me that you're in the lawsuit Discord.
He's a mod.
I've not gotten really a chance to express my thoughts on the lawsuit. So I'll do that here, because I feel like this is a good audience for it. I think that it is important for people to be able to take a stand for what they believe in. And I think it's important that there is a legal system in place that when people feel that they have been taken advantage of, they've been defrauded, they've been, any of those things. I think it's important that there is a system in place for them to have a recourse. So I do not blame anyone, and I hold no ill will towards anyone who is in or has been in the lawsuit Discord. I am not. I don't know of anybody who is. I occasionally hear rumors of conversations that are going on there, but I don't have any direct access to it, nor do I think it would be healthy for me to. But that being said, I don't mind. So you don't need to, you know, that's not something that you require as a like disclosure, because it doesn't actually change my thoughts of you or anything that I was going to say. You know, that being said, while I understand, most people don't understand what the lawsuit is actually about. They don't understand the causes of action, and they don't understand what the claims are that are actually being made as part of that lawsuit. And I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to try and tell you guys what it is. What I can say, though, is what most people think that Soulbound is being sued over is not what they're actually being sued over, and as well as the reasons or the motivations behind the lawsuit, if they are genuine, which I think they are by the vast majority of people. You know, they're saying, we don't believe this is ever going to get done, we want our money back, etc. And that's fine, that's understandable. I am not sure that that is the motivation for everybody. My understanding is that for some people, this is not about recovering their money. They know that Soulbound has no money. They know that, you know, we don't even have the ability to give refunds. We are not the merchant of record. We are not the publisher. We don't have your credit card information. We don't have the ability to deposit.
What you're talking about here is Exola, the company that they were using. And unfortunately, when you do like my job, I guess, there's a lot of things I hear behind the scenes that are completely credible, but I can't talk about publicly. So I've got some information regarding, like, I think I've talked about it briefly before, but I can't remember specifically what I said, and I don't want to like throw anybody under the bus accidentally. But Exola were very unhappy with Caspian, and there was talks of essentially shopping his game around to other studios to try and get people to finish the game. But just allegedly, that is something that has happened, and obviously Exola feel like hard done by. You know, don't have any sympathy for Exola, fuck Exola generally, but they feel hard done by because they got dragged into this based on the fact that they were the merchant vendor facilitating the transactions between the people giving money on the website of Chronicles of Valeria for all the crowdfunding, and then people obviously are saying like, oh, in your thing here it says you can get refunds, but they'd already paid the money out to Chronicles of Valeria and it had been spent, so people are trying to hold Exola accountable. So that's what he's talking about.
Money on your credit card. Even if we had the money to do that, it would have to be Exola that does that. So we would have to give money to Exola, and then they would have to do that, because we don't have your credit card information or anything like that, which we do not have that money. It was used in development, but even if we did, it would not be us. That being said, it has been communicated to me, again, not directly, but many inside of the lawsuit don't care that we don't have the money. They don't care that they're not going to get back their money from the lawsuit. Their intention is not to try and recover their losses, but solely to sink Soulbound Studios and to punish us for their perceived wrongdoings. And that's a problem for me, because it's not putting the best interest of the community at heart.
Okay, I understand what he's trying to say, but let me give you I don't have like a hard opinion on this either way, because I'm not involved. Despite what people may think, oh, you've made loads of videos about Chronicles, blah blah. I spent no money on this. Literally, I've only ever made money from making videos about Chronicles of Valeria and chronicling the Chronicles of Valeria. So I didn't lose anything from this. I have no dog in the race. I literally couldn't care less, other than providing brevity and whatever else to the people who still want to keep up with this saga that have been doing so for years and years since I started covering it. Basically, the idea, he's talking about, oh, if people have like this intent of punishing me because I took their money and I'm not going to deliver this game, they're wrong in doing that. I don't think that they are, because at the end of the day, you were the only person, you paid yourself money, their money, to do a thing you said you could do, and you haven't done it. If they believe you're never going to, why would they not want to punish you for doing that? Now, I'm a live and let live kind of guy. I personally wouldn't do this. I'd just move on with my life, especially considering the money going into the lawsuit is money that more money people are spending. But I also don't think that they're wrong for doing so if that's their prerogative, if that's what they want to do. Because at the end of the day, again, you do own something from this. You Caspian, are the sole beneficiary of this entire circumstance. You gained. Every other person lost, other than the other employees that got paid and had gainful employment for however long they were there, months or years that they were there. But you are the only person now who has an ongoing potential gain from other people's loss. So the idea that they want to punish you and you think that's a problem, from their perspective, I can see why. From your perspective, I can see why you'd say that. But at the same time, I think it's just a reasonable, like, middle ground. Everybody, you know, can have their opinion on this one. I wouldn't hold this against anybody for doing, because you gained. Like, you're the only one who did at their expense.
Whether or not people have faith in us or believe in us, I have made a commitment to delivering something to the backers that is, you know, and we'll talk about what it's actually going to be or not. You made some statements there that I wanted to address, but the point is nobody here is trying harder to make sure that the backers got what they want than me. And that includes trying to create ways for them to recoup their money that doesn't involve, you know, trying to materialize water from a stone. Which is why, you know, previously we talked about allowing people to use their packages and their titles and stuff like that as part of a you know, NFT system at some point, so that they could buy and sell and trade them with other players, because they're
I knew he was gonna say it, but I almost forgot that this was a thing back in the day, where he was like, yeah, we're gonna allow you to put your packages so you can sell, like, I'm a duchy of this area in a game that doesn't exist, and you can turn it into an NFT and sell it. It's just perfect. It's perfect for crowdfunding. It's perfect for NFTs and the Web3 and blockchain gaming space. This is just distilled down all the problems with everything I've just said, and this is it. Amazing, fucking amazing.
There are people who will want accounts, and there are those who want to keep their accounts but move to a different location, etc. And so I'm trying to find a way to give people their money back. Furthermore, if I had the money, I would just give refunds, because having to check my locks every night because people are still threatening me and following me around on the internet and calling me a scammer, and, you know, I've been uninvited to events in the industry because somebody happened to watch a YouTube video from somebody and believed it to be true without any evidence, and so, you know, I'm blocked from participating in other industry events now. Like, I don't want that. If I could just get people who are unhappy with the product or unhappy with...
I will say loads of people do call him a scammer. I think I'd have to go back and check my earliest footage, but I want to say I've been pretty consistent in telling people he's not a scammer and there's nothing malicious about what he did. Because I still, to this day, for some reason, get people who watch my videos message me and be like, oh yeah, he ran off with all the money. Guys, I don't know where you've heard that. Like, even my first ever video where I was talking about the studio's going belly up soon, they've got no money left. I literally did the math. I found out where they were renting their office. I found out roughly what they were spending on payroll from records and stuff like that. And I figured out they're about to run out of money, and their fans would show up and be like, oh, you're a liar, blah, blah, blah. A couple months later, out of money, studio closed, you know, that's the history. The whole time, they've spent the money on trying to develop the game. The problem is that he's not good at doing it, like, and they failed. Like, there's no, as far as I'm aware, there is no malevolence here. There's no malicious intent from his part. There was no scamming and running off and doing crazy shit. He just wasn't good at his job, and he wasted your money fucking around. I guess it's a different way to put that. Not fucking around, but making decisions that wasted money and didn't materialize the game that it should have done. For the amount of money that they raised, they should have been able to get, like, an alpha into people's hands. Bear in mind, companies like, even if you look at Camelot Unchained, which is an absolute fucking mess, people have been playing that game for years. It's shit, and it's probably never going to come out. Crowfall, people were playing that game within months of their crowdfunding. They just had an alpha client you could log in and play, and they just perpetually updated it. There's, like, a different school of thought where you can have games like that where you think, like, oh, we're putting too much time into maintaining the live environment, and it's actually
where is the card
to develop the game at an efficient rate. which you can. There are workarounds of just not
Damn.
bug fixing. Basically, if it goes
AC
on
top.
the thing, then it's going to probably be broken, and people should accept
8K
that.
now.
Or you can just never put anything up. So that's always been the question mark of if there is actually stuff there. But every person I've spoke to, which I've spoke to some people who have worked at the studio, they were getting paid and they were developing a game. Like that is it. He isn't a scammer. He's just somebody who took people's money to do a thing and didn't manage to do the thing. That's it. So people still maintaining he like took all the money and he spent it on coke and hookers and he's living in a huge mansion. I don't know where you've got that from. Obviously people use like scam as like a tagline of videos and stuff like that, but yeah, it's not a scam. I don't know where that's coming from.
With this, or who just want their money back, if I could give them their money back, I would do that, because that would make my life a fuck ton more easy, right? Like that would be easier for me than trying to do what I'm doing. So anyways, that all being said, like again, the point is like, I don't mind that people are trying to get their money back. I don't mind that there's the lawsuit. I just wish people understood that there is no money to give, and that the process is actually making this a lot harder than it needed to be. You know, you talk about how there's no progress, like we're not seeing anything, but what you're not understanding is, yeah, but like almost $500,000 of money has come out of my personal pocket over the last 3 years in order to keep the privilege of being able to continue doing development. That money could have gone towards development. You know, like, this is a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. I get attacked in some cases, for not delivering anything, and the attack causes me to have to funnel resources into defending myself instead of development. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. I don't want to delve into that too much, because it's sad for me more than anything. I wish that I had those resources to just deliver what I'm trying to do. But anyways, again, what I wanted to say first and foremost was thank you, actually. I think you said more eloquently what you are thinking, and what I think most people in this channel are probably thinking than anybody else could have. Also, your accent's just really cool. I like your accent. That made it softer.
Glazing.
You know, Americans, we like the kind of European, British, Australian accents. They come off as softer. So I don't mind. I appreciated you having the courage to speak up and say those things. I don't think that everybody would have the courage to say it, and I appreciate that you did, because that gets it out of the way, and it means that people have now heard
the cards, man.
the opportunity to
Just give me the cards, man.
So, anyways, in an attempt to address the things that you have said, I can't change history. I'm not trying to change history. In 2016. I came to the community and said, actually in 2015 I started a company. I worked on a bunch of prototypes. I came to the community and I said, here's what I'm going to build. It's going to take these resources, and we got the financial resources and then not the development resources. We had only one programmer for 6 to 8 months. Then we had 2 for a month or 2, then 3 for a month or 2, and it kept, going up until 5, and then suddenly we were back to having no developers again, and I had to pivot and make sure that my designers were technical enough to offset, and I had to jump in and start doing programming, and we just kept trying to make sure that we were moving forward as best we could, and I can't change that. Meanwhile, we always had artists and animators and other people that needed to get paid, and so we continued to crowdfund and make sure that we were able to keep moving forward. I don't have anything for you other than, yeah, we had a plan. The plan didn't go according to plan, and we have done our best to move forward irrespective of that. And you're also right that, now I'm an individual, not an entire company, and I'm saying, this is the plan. We're going to do these things. We're going to, put out multiplayer opportunities, demos. We're going to put out Kingdoms of Valyria. We're going to do these things, and we're going to eventually work our way up to Chronicles of Valyria. And that's the plan. I can't tell you I have a better plan. I can't tell you that there's a different plan. That's the plan.
I'm already tilted, because in my brain the whole time he's talking, I'm just sitting there thinking, like, you apparently have said multiple times the MMO's like 90% done or something. I don't know what the stat was, but he said loads of times that the MMO's like almost there, and it's like, and if an MMO takes roughly 5 to 7 years to create, and you were doing that for 4 or 5 years, if it's almost there, if you've got all that stuff, just put the game live and sell it in Steam Early Access. What are you waiting for, bro? I don't understand how this can simultaneously be true that we need money so bad and money would speed everything up, and we've got all this stuff and it's ready, and you know, you've just never seen it, but you can't let anybody see it or play it, even though it's their money that made it. I guess that's the whole like slap in my face thing that I can't believe. That one, nobody's joined this Discord call and just gone, Caspian, people paid you money to make this thing. It's not even yours. Like, technically on paper it is, but these people, they're the ones who made you even have the ability to make this thing. Let them fucking see it. Let them play it. Let there be light. You know what I mean? Like, shed some form of illumination on the darkness that is your project. But no, like, even for as much shit as I'll give to games like Dead Matter or whatever else, even if that's a massive mess, even if Camelot Unchained's a massive mess, even if Crowfall came out and was a mess, at least people could see what their money went toward. Nobody sees anything here other than fucking excuses and just babbling around with nonsense of placation, of, oh, one day we'll have this thing that nobody asked for and nobody wanted. Like, man, just let people see the fucking game, please. I've said it like 50 times. I feel like I'm in a loop. Just let people play the game. If you're almost there, just fucking post it, man.
And I think the thing that's important here, which, you know, you said, you know, we don't trust it anymore. You know, you're trying to sell us the same thing. You're never going to convince us with that. Like, you made a lot of statements about my goals and objectives here. My goal and an objective at this point is not to convince anybody. It's not that I don't care if you believe me, but whether you believe me or not doesn't change what I need to do. I need to get the networking finished up so that I can make my licensee happy. I need to continue moving forward on Kingdoms of Valyria so that there's a playable experience and so that you guys can get feedback to me and so that we have an opportunity to engage around content rather than just dialogue. I need to get revenue coming into this studio so that I can get funding so that I can rebuild the team so that I can move on to Chronicles of Valyria. That's the plan. It is what it is. I don't expect anybody here to be supportive of that. I don't expect anybody to be encouraged by that. I don't expect anybody to even believe that it's going to happen. I'm not trying to...
Oh no, we've lost him.
As you pointed out, like, my history and the history with the studio is not one that instills confidence. And I would be lying if I said that weren't true.
They're on to cards, man.
So I'm not trying to convince anybody.
Give me one, man.
All I'm trying to do when I say here's the plan is to message that here's the plan. And people can either wait patiently for the plan to unravel and to unfold. I guess unravel is different than unfold. One step at a time. They can watch as those steps happen one at a time. They can tune out and let those steps happen without them in their absence and then come back later. They can...
How much later, bro? We're gonna die. The heat death of the fucking universe is gonna come before this game does. Because we're so far... He posted like a roadmap of, oh, we're gonna have X, Y, and Z done, like bullet points, section A, B, whatever it was, and he's like 2 years behind schedule on that, and that's not even the MMO. Like, I don't know, how old are we gonna be? In this game, you were supposed to buy souls or whatever and live and die in the MMO. Motherfuckers live and die in real life, and they're never gonna get to see this game.
Fuck it. I'm tired of this guy and this company, and they can, turn off all their filters and, quit the Discord server and move on with life. Like, those are all viable options. And I'm fine with any of them. Certainly, I want people to stay engaged, and I want people to be supportive, and I want people to be excited about, what things are coming forward. But I understand that they're not. I understand why they're not, and I don't blame them for that. So I can't contradict any of that you said about either the history and how we said we were going to do things and then it didn't happen. And I'm not going to try to. What I will contradict, though, is when I say this is the plan, this is what I'm working on, and this is what I'm going to do, and then you come forward and say you're not going to do this, you're not going to do this, and you're not going to do this, you're not going to deliver Kingdoms of Valyria, then we have a problem, because now you are trying to get people to trust that you are right about my actions more than they are going to trust me. And you are not in a position to know what I'm doing or what my success rate is going to be here.
Oh my god, did you just say it? What do you mean? We have the history of your continual non-delivery as evidence to prove that you don't deliver stuff. Even if you just forget Chronicles of Valyria exists and look solely at what he's done, with Kingdoms of Valyria, he's missed every single deadline. Other than sometimes he'll post like a blog or whatever, like just a bunch of fucking mumbo jumbo in a blog, in a text blog, on time. But some of them aren't even on time. I'd say that other people are actually a better judge of what you are going to do than you are, because you've said, I'm going to do this, didn't do it. I'm going to do this, didn't do it. I'm going to do this, didn't do it. So clearly, what the issue is what you think you can do is at a complete fucking different level of what you can do. So, mate, miss me with that one.
In terms of my ability to keep going. Now, you might say you're not going to get it done in the next month, 6 months, whatever, and you would be right. But there is a difference between saying you're not going to ship Kingdoms of Valyria and the product that you deliver to us is not going to be what you promised us. You can say that, I can't stop you from saying that, but you have no more source of truth of that than anybody else. Because I have said, I'm going to. I don't care how long it takes.
Right.
I don't care how many lifetimes I have to spend on it. The most important thing to me...
What do you mean, mate? If you're dead, you can't... You're not gonna, like... be on your deathbed coding Chronicles of Valyria still, are you? And if you do, and you don't finish it, it's just not gonna come out, is it? You're not fucking Jesus Christ himself. You're not gonna rebirth on Sunday. Oh, wait, I don't know the story. Not big into fantasy. Actually, a lie. I'm super big into fantasy, just not that type. But obviously, you're not going to come back and I've been rebirthed, so I can continue to not deliver Chronicles of Valyria. The fuck are you talking about?
Is my wife, my kids, and my company, in that order. And I have told my wife this is important to me, and she's supportive of it. And I have told my kids I took money from people in order to build this game, and I spent the money building this game. I did what I told them to, but they put their faith in me, and my integrity requires that I keep pushing on this until I have done what I said I would do. That's important to me. If there is one lesson I want to teach my kids, is that when you commit to doing something, you do it. And so I am going to continue working on this as long as I can do so. And by do so, I mean unless I am somehow prevented from doing so. I'm not making any income right now. I don't have any other job. I get up every day and I work on this. And I will continue to do that for as long as I possibly can.
So, I try to be charitable with how I take things. Obviously, you're going to say, Kira, I've just watched this whole video and you've not been charitable. The problem is that I am aware of all the text and all his voice that I've heard for years and all the people I've spoken to. So obviously I'm going to have like a bias in terms of like when he says something which just cannot possibly logically make sense in my brain. Maybe there's something he could show me and something he could say where I'd be like, okay, now this makes a lot more sense and this other stuff is easier to believe. And when you said this thing, it was actually, I was wrong on that or whatever else. But I will be charitable and say, if he is going to do this and he's making no other money and there is a pure motivation of delivering the game, great, amazing. But it doesn't change anything about what's happened. It doesn't change what opinions people should have, especially those that gave you money. And I think, honestly, the entire idea of like, oh, I am definitely going to deliver this and I'm doing it because my integrity demands that I do so. It would sound great if you would back it up with something, like just one little bit of good faith of just showing people that they're not wasting their time, and if they give you a second chance to stick around and trust you, that you're actually gonna do right by them. I just don't see it. It's very easy to say you're gonna do stuff, but that's all you've ever done. That is literally all you've ever done. You've said, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do that, and those things have never materialized in any meaningful way that somebody can touch. All of this is completely ethereal in terms of like what people know exists or whatever. So I don't know, it's just too much at this point for me to believe pretty much anything.
So yeah, again, I'm not trying to convince you, I'm just saying that's the facts. I am going to continue to work on this, and I will deliver what I can as quickly as I can.
Do it then,
it's
mate.
Easier in some cases than others. But anyways, the last thing that I wanted to address on that, somebody started to say something, but I wanted to respond. There was one more thing that you had mentioned that I wanted to address.
Another worm.
You're commenting on how people on the internet were, doing something in a week or two, and that I was going to say that there's a lot going on in the background, etc., etc., etc. No, I'm not going to. Actually, I'll just say that there are some very talented people out there. And I think that it's great that they're able to do some things in 2 weeks, and then I'm sorry that people look at that and go, this company could do it, so clearly this one can't, and they make a comparison over that. I also think it's unfortunate that there is this kind of continued idea that being able to do that in 2 weeks somehow means that they're going to be able to do the rest later.
It's a fucking glass in my foot. Holy shit. I like moved my toe on the ground and felt it cutting me. The fuck? Where's that come from? Holy shit. Yeah, I'm bleeding. Good fucking times.
I don't have an argument for that other than, you've probably heard of the 80-20 rule. 80% of the work actually takes place in the last 20% of the effort, or 80% of the effort takes place in the last 20% of the work. It's really easy to throw something out in 2 weeks, especially if you don't care about exception handling or networking or speed or performance or serialization or the ability to distribute over a large number of players, or you can make cool things. It's awesome. But then when you try and introduce those things, yeah, it takes longer. That's fact. That's not, that shouldn't be surprising.
This argument is obviously true, but you saying it is completely tone deaf to the fact that if somebody can spin something up in 2 weeks and it looks the same as what you spun up in however long it took you to make those stupid jumping puzzle trials and whatever else that nobody cares about and isn't an actual game. Yeah, there's all this other complex stuff you've got to do, which you allegedly did. And you were doing for 6 years, even longer now. It's been what, even if you go from 2016 till 2023, let's say you've been doing it for 7 years, you've not shown anybody anything. So surely, if something takes 2 weeks and somebody makes what you showed us, if it's way more complicated, surely you'd have something to show us with 7 years versus the 2 weeks. How can you make this argument when you've not shown anyone anything? It just makes you look silly.
Everybody who's
or maybe you expect that the audience, if listening to this, is silly.
Any industry knows that the last 20% actually takes the most amount of time, and so that is a truism. And so all I can say is yeah, I think it's great that those people are able to do that in a couple of weeks. I apparently cannot do that in a couple of weeks. It's taken me years to build Kingdoms of Valyria and the distributed entity component active system and the networking layer and the serialization code and all those different things which you probably can't see. It's taken me time, and I can't. All I can say is I'm going to keep working on it, and it'll take me as long as it'll take me. And if people look at these other people and say, hey, it only took them 2 weeks, you suck, all I can do is say, yeah, okay, I suck. But I'm still the one that's trying to make this game for you, and they're not. Also, they also haven't shipped Chronicles of Valyria. So if it's super easy for them, I can talk to them, and have them come talk to me. I'm happy to license it to them, and they can develop Chronicles of Valyria. Because for me, all that matters is that you guys get your game. That's the only thing that's important to me. That's what I set out to do, and that's what I want to happen. But, in fact, I tried to sell the company in 2020, or rather, I tried to get it acquired. But nobody would buy it because there was a lawsuit. And so the ability to actually get somebody to come in and make sure the game got finished became a poison pill. And, in 2019, I even hired a new CEO to take over for me because I was like, I'm a great developer, don't feel like I'm...
So I guess that... So what I heard was obviously that Xsola was shopping the game around. I didn't hear that Caspian was shopping the game around. So I don't know if there's a disconnect there between what this source would have known and what he's saying. I don't know like where the line is or whether both happened. Who knows?
The best leader and CEO, so I need help. Again, like I don't need to be the guy on top. Like there's this perception, a misperception that I, don't want anybody coming in and helping, or I don't, I have to be the guy making the decisions and all that. That's not actually true at all. I really just want to see you guys get your game.
Okay, this is a good time to end it. We've done an hour-long reaction to 29 minutes of this, and he's just took a break. So we're going to end this here. If you guys want to see the rest of this, fuck knows why. Maybe you'd find it interesting. Let me know in the comments, I guess, and maybe we'll do it. And yeah, more Caspian maybe to come. Second channel content will resume now. I'm feeling up to making some reactionary content. I don't know if on this channel or on another channel, or maybe I'll make a third channel for whatever reason. I'm probably going to do a bit more social commentary, look at videos that are a little bit more mainstream, not gaming, not crypto related, and just talk about, real world, real life stuff, my opinions on things. Don't know when that's going to happen. Might be tomorrow, might be today, might be in 7 months. You never know with me because I'm inconsistent as fuck. But either way, hopefully you enjoyed. And yeah, Patreon, sponsors, affiliates, all stuff, Discord, video description, and see you next time. Peace. Oh, I didn't say friend knows this video.
Yeah, I think 10K. This fucking game is insane, yo. Where's the card?
A child is being bullied by other children and I need to help sort this out. Thankfully, I used to be a teacher, so my years of teacher training kick in and I know exactly what to do. Slaughter.
Oh, Terra.
And at the same time, and both sides got on far too. Terror feels like you've invaded a Victoria's Secret fashion show and given everyone a giant medieval weapon, apart from the one girl you've given a massive sci-fi laser cannon to. Terror is a directionless fantasy dress-up simulator with a combat system attached. It is the MMO equivalent of playing with Barbie's dream house and trying to recreate scenes from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Terror is what would happen if an anime convention and an underwear model convention accidentally booked the same convention center at the same time and both sides got on far too well. Terror is a complete mess, and yet is unapologetically fun because when it embraces what a mess it is, it's actually extremely enjoyable. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Strife Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play the worst MMO